Chapter 1799. The myriad worlds were scattered, and the empty space in between was the void. It was true nothingness, and only endless darkness and ice existed eternally. Suddenly, the darkness exploded, forming a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. Qin Yu walked out, holding the mountain river sword, his expression calm. Swoosh! Bai Feifei appeared. Right now, her entire body was truly glowing white. In the darkness, a small circle of light was propped up. My lord, the desolate domain world has Emperor Qin. You cannot act, or you will be discovered. We can only enter the void to find an opportunity. Although this is a place where life is extinct, there are still many possibilities after so many years. In my current state, I will release my aura as bait to attract them. Qin Yu nodded. All right. He stepped forward. Bai Feifei said, the chances of finding anything in the outskirts of the void are very small. It is best if we can go a little deeper. My lord's god nation has already awakened, and is imprinted in the desolate domain world. This is the coordinate for you. With this coordinate, we can go further without worrying about getting lost. But this does not mean that we can rest easy with the coordinate. My lord, you must still be careful. You must constantly feel the connection between yourself and the god nation. If it becomes too weak, you must retreat. Otherwise, it is still possible that you will fall into the depths of the void and be lost, unable to find your way back. Qin Yu's expression was calm. I understand. Bai Feifei quietened down, floating beside Qin Yu. Her expression was not relaxed. Because, even to the long-lived species, the void was not familiar with it. Moreover, this place was like the mouth of a giant beast. Over the years, who knew how many peerless experts had been swallowed? Even for the long-lived species, there were records of them never returning after entering the void realm. Their final outcome was hard to determine, but this did not affect the respect the latecomers had for the void. Because of this, Bai Feifei had said all this to Qin Yu in one breath. His luck was not too good. After walking in the void for a long time, Qin Yu could clearly feel the connection between himself and the god nation weakening rapidly. Although it was still within the range of his senses, at this speed, the connection would soon be broken. However, until now, there had been no results. The void was silent. Qin Yu looked at Bai Feifei, who had a helpless expression on her face. Your Excellency, you must believe me. Once the aura of a long-lived being spreads, it will be extremely tempting. This is especially true for powerful existences who are already in desperate straits. I can guarantee that as long as they catch a whiff of my scent, they will definitely rush over like crazy. To sum it up simply, his luck was too bad. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. Then let's continue forwards. Bai Feifei nodded, but she couldn't hide the worry on her face. It had to be known that Qin Yu's current status was that of the desolate region's world destiny spirit. In terms of luck, there should be no one in this world who was better than him. But now, Qin Yu seemed to be in a state where his luck wasn't good. This in itself was abnormal. 4 hours later, Qin Yu stopped. He did not speak, but Bai Feifei knew that this was his limit. If he continued forward, he would be in danger of losing his way. In truth, the fact that Qin Yu was able to arrive here had already surpassed her expectations. His connection with the divine kingdom was even stronger than she had expected. But that didn't change the result. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Bai Feifei thought for a moment, then said, My lord, should we go around in a circle? Perhaps there will be a harvest. Qin Yu shook his head. I have a feeling that going around in circles will only be a waste of time. He looked up into the depths of the void realm. Let's continue forward. Bai Feifei said, My lord, this is too risky. If there is an accident, Qin Yu said, it's fine. He closed his eyes, and his thoughts stirred. In the distant desolate region, within Qin Yu's divine kingdom in vast sun, all the believers could feel the will of the sovereign lord. The great priest was so excited that he knelt on the ground and kissed it, a fanatical expression on his face. All believers, the sovereign lord needs our help. With our faith, he will be able to smoothly cross the endless space and time to descend into this world. Now is the time for us to show our pious faith to the sovereign lord. Let us ignite the entire divine kingdom and illuminate the coordinates of the sovereign lord's descent. Within the divine kingdom, all the believers knelt on the ground and began to loudly chant. Bang! At this moment, the divine kingdom was ignited. Shua. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Light flashed deep within them, as if invisible flames were burning. It was as if invisible flames were burning within them. Let's go. He continued forwards. Bai Feifei clenched her teeth and followed. My lord, is there a problem with your condition? Qin Yu said, there are gains and losses. There is a connection between me and the great Qin. Naturally, the great Qin can suppress my status as the world's spirit of destiny. In fact, it might even cause some negative effects on me. Bai Feifei's eyes widened. In other words, my lord, your luck isn't too good. Qin Yu nodded. It's not a big problem. The further we go from the desolate region, the weaker the connection between my sect and the divine kingdom. But at the same time, the Qin Empire's suppression on me is constantly decreasing. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. My sect's good luck is about to return. Just as his voice fell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was a heaven-shaking explosion in front of him. Darkness wildly tumbled and shook as a wild aura swept out. Bai Feifei revealed a happy expression. It's here. Qin Yu looked up. He reached out and grasped forward. The mountain and river sword appeared. He could naturally feel how cautious Bai Feifei was towards the Void Realm. Although his current combat strength was formidable, he wouldn't be careless in the slightest. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. He saw it. At this time, a white-clothed man broke through the darkness and crazily rushed over. Shua. There was still some distance before he came to a sudden stop. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Seaside Realms Luo Guan greets fellow Daoist. His white clothes were spotless and his face was handsome. There was a faint smile on his lips. Qin Yu had no expression. Is there something you need? Luo Guan nodded. I hope that fellow Daoist can give this woman to me. I will be eternally grateful. Qin Yu shook his head. She is one of mine. Bai Feifei's eyes brightened. She desperately nodded and loudly said, That's right, I am one of my lord's people. After waiting for so long, these words had finally arrived. Luo Guan said, In the chaotic sea, it will be difficult for you and me to escape. If I can obtain this woman, I will be able to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. I can swear that once I make a breakthrough, I will bring fellow Daoist with me. I ask that you. His words came to an abrupt halt. Luo Guan lifted a hand and grasped forward. Give her to me. His white clothes rapidly became filthy and rotten, the surface mottled with blood. His youthful and handsome appearance also rapidly aged. His flesh and blood withered away, leaving behind only a layer of dried skin. Now that he opened his mouth and roared, his expression fierce, he looked like a demon that had escaped from hell. What he stared at wasn't just Bai Feifei, but also Qin Yu. Because he was hungry. It wasn't because of the desire for good food, but because his withered body was on the verge of extinction. He needed to replenish his vitality in order to continue living. Thus, Luo Guan wanted both of them. The mountain and river sword cried out. Without hesitation, it slashed down. Facing this seemingly normal Luo Guan, Qin Yu didn't relax at all. After being trapped in the chaotic sea for countless years, was it possible for such a person to maintain his previous state? Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the demon-like Luo Guan was sent flying away by the sword. His clothes were torn apart, revealing a skinny and thin chest. There was a long wound there, but only a small amount of liquid seeped out. There wasn't the least bit of blood to be seen. Dong! Dong! Looking down, one could see through the wound and see the weak beating heart in his chest. Luo Guan let out a beast-like roar. Not only was he not pushed back by the sword, but he charged forward again. Even though Qin Yu had displayed a battle prowess that far exceeded his realm, he was like a puppet, or perhaps he had lost his mind. He didn't fear death and didn't know pain. Qin Yu's expression was calm. The mountain and river sword continued to slash down, tearing open numerous wounds on Luo Guan's body. Finally, with another stab. His chest was pierced. The demon-like Luo Guan's body was strung up by the sword, his eyes wide as he stared at Qin Yu. His dry and cracked lips moved, and he said with difficulty, "Thank you." In the beginning, he had indeed wanted to eat Qin Yu and capture Bai Feifei. But when Luo Guan realized that he was no match for Qin Yu, he didn't run, but chose to fight to the death. Because he had been lost in the Void Realm for countless years, and he didn't want to repeat those days. So what if he escaped? Rather than continue suffering, Luo Guan hoped that he could die at Qin Yu's hands. At least when he died, there would be someone by his side, and he wouldn't continue to be alone. Alone. Sometimes, it was even more terrifying than death. "My name is Luo Guan, I come from Lin Sea Realm." With these last words, his aura faded. Qin Yu said, "No need to thank me. I'll remember." Bang! The sun and moon vortex descended, swallowing Luo Guan's body. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Bai Feifei shook her head, a pained look on her face. A dignified true sovereign powerhouse had been forced to the point of seeking death. The Void Realm was truly terrifying. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. The sun and moon vortex had vanished. He frowned. Luo Guan's great Tao was already on the verge of collapse, and the power of the great Tao I obtained was much less than I imagined. If it's all like this, then I'll need to kill at least 3 true sovereigns to help me break through. Bai Feifei said, It's a bit troublesome, but if it's all like this, then I'll be safe." Qin Yu nodded. "Let's continue." As his cultivation rose, his connection with the divine kingdom became stronger. He could continue exploring deeper into the Void Realm. In fact, he had already stepped into the range of the Sea of Chaos. Or, to be more precise, he had entered long ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Luo Guan to be trapped within, unable to escape. The reason Qin Yu could still move about was because the existence of the divine kingdom provided him with an anchor point. So, in the end, it was a matter of strength. Then, with the other holder of the blazing sun fragment, with his strength, even the Sea of Chaos might not be able to trap him. What the enemy lacked was probably a clear set of coordinates. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart tightened. He subconsciously looked up in a certain direction. There was nothing but darkness there. But at this moment, Qin Yu could feel an intense threat. The other party was in that direction. Qin Yu subconsciously thought of this. Then, he was startled and quickly suppressed these thoughts. He couldn't think about it. Since he could sense the other party's existence, then if he switched positions, it was likely that the other party could sense him as well. Bai Feifei said, "My lord, what is it?" Qin Yu was silent. After waiting for several breaths of time and seeing that nothing strange happened, he relaxed. "It should be fine." Bai Feifei's complexion changed. "My lord, you sensed." Qin Yu raised a hand to interrupt her. "Don't think about it, don't say it." He took a deep breath. "Let's continue." Bai Feifei nodded silently, but her expression was extremely solemn. This was the other holder of the blazing sun fragment, and its strength was clearly far greater than Qin Yu's. Even though she had only been a bystander back then, she had only sensed a little bit of it and felt her heart skip a beat. Once the other party arrived, the consequences could be imagined. Far away in the Void Realm, Daoist Scarlet Firmament and Autumn silently led the way. They had already gone too far and were completely lost. They could only rely on luck to find their way back. In truth, this was not going well. The oppressive aura behind them was becoming stronger and stronger. They knew that this was the mysterious existence revealing its dissatisfaction. At this time, bang! The darkness exploded. Daoist Scarlet Firmament and Autumn were sent flying backwards. A terrifying strength directly destroyed their bodies. In the blink of an eye, all that was left were 2 empty skeletons. Their souls had almost shattered. The illusory existence's body trembled. At this moment, it suddenly looked up, its eyes erupting with divine light. It sensed the aura of the other holder of the fragment. The other party was also in the Void Realm. With a flick of its sleeves, the dying Daoist Scarlet Firmament and Autumn flew back. In the blink of an eye, their flesh and blood were restored. Even their clothes were restored. It was as if the river of time that had flowed through the two had suddenly flowed backwards. Grabbing the two, the illusory figure stepped out. The darkness exploded, forming raging waves that swept in all directions. The terrifying aura of power left one in despair. In the next moment, the illusory figure reappeared. Although it was still in the void realm, it had already crossed an endless distance. In its perception, the other party's mental projection had already disappeared. It was quite vigilant. Letting go of Daoist scarlet firmament and autumn, it said in a low voice, "This place should be close to your original world. Now try your best to sense it. Don't disappoint me again." Daoist scarlet firmament and autumn's expressions changed. They bowed and said, "Yes." The two sat down cross-legged. It was clear that this was an ultimatum. If they couldn't find their way back, they would die. No one wanted to die. In particular, they had already seen the road to immortality. After a moment, Scarlet Firmament and Autumn opened their eyes, joy on their faces. "Your Excellency, we can sense it. It's a bit unclear. But as long as we get a bit closer, we can determine the way back." The illusory figure laughed. "Good." Chapter 1800. The uneasiness in his heart had dissipated, but Qin Yu did not relax. His intuition told him that something must have happened just now. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said, "We must hurry up. After breaking through to the true Emperor realm, we must leave the Void realm." Bai Feifei nodded, "All right." She was also extremely anxious. Bai Feifei and Qin Yu had long been linked together. If something happened to Qin Yu, she would be in trouble as well. Swish Qin Yu continued deeper into the Void realm. As he had said before, the further he went from the Middle Desolate, the less pressure he would feel from Great Qin. His identity as the Desolate Domain Spirit of Destiny would be activated once more. Suddenly, Bai Feifei looked up into the endless darkness, a look of joy on her face. "My lord, your luck has finally recovered." She pointed, "There are people fighting in that direction. 2 true emperors." Qin Yu smiled, "Good." In the vast void realm and the endless sea of chaos, it was difficult to meet even one, let alone 2 true emperors. Killing 3 true emperors and stealing their great Tao energy would allow him to break through. Luo Guan was the first. Killing the 2 in front of him would allow him to achieve his goal. "Go!" Qin Yu shouted, rushing in the direction Bai Feifei pointed. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion erupted in the darkness. Wild power swept out, shaking the surroundings. 2 lightning-fast figures were entangled in a frenzy. They did not say a word. Throughout the entire process, they did not make a single sound. There was only a cold glint in their gloomy and oppressive eyes. Their attacks were extremely brutal. They did not care about their own injuries, only wanting to cause more damage to their enemies. This was a battle of life and death. Suddenly, one of the true emperors roared. This was the first time he had spoken, and his aura surged. His skinny body instantly became plump again, turning into a handsome middle-aged man. He lifted a finger. As the finger descended, it pierced through the darkness and slammed into the chest of the true sovereign. A muffled sound rang out as his flesh and bone were shattered. Shockingly, a massive hole appeared in his chest. The heavily injured true emperor's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The black crow blood sword howled, heading straight for the other true emperor's face, sending him flying. Blood landed on his body like strong acid, instantly rotting his flesh and revealing his bones. In the blink of an eye, one was dead and one was injured. The surviving true sovereign's 2 palms were only left with white bones, and the flesh on his face had been corroded. Terrifying holes could be seen on his face, making him look extremely sinister and miserable. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of pain in his eyes. Only a trace of excitement surged out from the depths of his eyes. Swish! The surviving true sovereign turned around to leave. Boom! A terrifying sword aura erupted, condensing into a giant sword shadow that slashed down. The man's expression changed dramatically. He stomped his foot heavily and retreated. Bam! With a loud bang, he was sent flying. Bai Feifei appeared, her face expressionless. In the next moment, the sword pierced through his head, killing him on the spot. Qin Yu put away his sword and sat down cross-legged. The sun and moon vortexes appeared once more, rumbling as they sucked in the two true sovereign corpses. Seize the great Tao and become a true emperor. Bai Feifei's face lit up with joy, but it quickly turned solemn as she looked around. Breaking through to the true emperor realm meant that the great Tao had completely condensed, and from then on, it would exist in the world. However, breaking through to the next realm was not an easy task. Not to mention the difficulty of breaking through, one had to go through trials and tribulations when breaking through to the next realm. Moreover, Qin Yu's method of breaking through could be considered ruthless and cruel. He killed other true sovereigns and stole their great Taos to increase his own realm. Such behavior was no different from that of a demon. Under normal circumstances, if heaven and earth sensed this, heavenly retribution would descend. The good news was that Qin Yu was in the void realm, not in any realm. The chances of heavenly retribution descending were very small. However, the problem was that Bai Feifei didn't know if Qin Yu's breakthrough in the void realm would cause other problems, and sometimes, the unknown was even more terrifying. Rumble. A low rumble erupted in the void realm. Bai Feifei looked at Qin Yu, her expression becoming increasingly solemn. Breaking through to the true sovereign realm had begun. The roaring darkness surged violently, as if there were terrifying eyes peeking out from within. They stared at Qin Yu, and they also stared at Bai Feifei. This caused her body to stiffen, her face filled with shock and anger. Before this, she had never heard of a cultivator entering the void realm to break through to the true sovereign realm. Thus, when this happened, Bai Feifei was completely unprepared. It was too terrifying. Those unknown gazes were like icy, slippery tongues, silently licking over, causing one to shudder. Was it because of the void realm? Or did Qin Yu himself have some secret? Bai Feifei couldn't be sure of this. But there was no doubt. Because they were in trouble, big trouble. But breaking through in the void realm was Qin Yu's only choice. Once they returned to the desolate domain world, Qin Shi Huang would instantly descend. Thus, they could only brace themselves and continue. Bai Feifei took a deep breath. Her skin became even whiter and more dazzling, and her face was covered in frost. She had already prepared herself for a great battle. But for some unknown reason, the existences in the darkness did not make a move. Moments later, the void realm was still roaring and tumbling, but the feeling of being locked on by those icy eyes had already disappeared. Who? Bai Feifei let out a long breath, a puzzled look on her face. That was it. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. It wasn't raining at all. Was that just an illusion? No, it definitely wasn't. Then were those existences in the darkness playing with them? Deep within the void realm stood a woman. Her eyes were calm as she looked into the endless darkness. You cannot touch him. Whoever dares to touch him will die. The darkness tumbled silently, but a soundless anger spread out from within. The woman lightly said, I don't care about reason, I only care about strength. If any of you think your fist can be harder and bigger than mine, then you can make a move now. Otherwise, she lifted a hand and pointed. Scram right now. The woman was enraged. The darkness fell silent, gradually returning to tranquility. In the end, they didn't dare to offend the person in front of them. They could only helplessly retreat. The woman turned and looked towards Qin Yu. If Qin Yu were here, he would immediately recognize her. She was Yarrow Dao, who had gone missing after the seal was broken. She was in the void realm, and today, she had even appeared to help Qin Yu avoid a great calamity. A complex look appeared in her eyes. Then, she gently sighed and walked deep into the void realm. She had her own mission and couldn't see Qin Yu. But this time, she could only look at him from afar and feel his aura. This was likely the last time the two of them interacted. Yarrow Dao gradually moved further and further away, vanishing into the void realm. The sun and moon vortex vanished. Qin Yu opened his eyes and faint traces of the Dao were released from his body. Bang! A phantom of the great Dao suddenly appeared. It had 9 bends and was long and winding, like a divine dragon that soared into the 9 heavens. A powerful aura burst out of his body. Hum! The mountain river sword appeared of its own accord and circled around Qin Yu. It let out an excited hum and howled. Qin Yu raised his hand and clenched it. Swish. The mountain river sword fell into his hand. Bai Feifei subconsciously took a step back, her expression shocked. An Emperor realm sword cultivator. A sword cultivator who was said to be able to fight above his realm was actually this terrifying after breaking through to the Emperor realm. At this moment, Bai Feifei felt a strong sense of threat from the sword-wielding Qin Yu. An Emperor realm cultivator who could threaten a long-lived species. Qin Yu was clearly different. Congratulations on your breakthrough, my lord. Bai Feifei bowed, her tone even more respectful. Qin Yu nodded and turned to look into the distance. For some reason, he felt a familiar aura just now. But now, he felt nothing. After a moment's thought, he said, "Did anything else happen when I broke through?" Bai Feifei said, "Yes." He recounted everything that had happened just now to Zhongxian. Qin Yu frowned. "Are you sure there's an unknown existence spying on us?" Bai Feifei smiled wryly. "I didn't sense any tangible aura, nor did I see them appear. But that feeling can't be wrong." The words of a long-lived species were trustworthy. A trace of seriousness appeared on Qin Yu's face. If the enemy was so close, there was no reason for them to retreat quietly. There must be some other reason for this. He thought of the faint familiar aura he'd sensed just now. Could it be related? Bai Feifei said, "Did you sense anything, my lord?" Qin Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Nothing." He took a deep breath and exhaled, looking deeper into the void. This was the direction the true Emperor Qin Yu had killed had gone to before his death. Was there something there? Bai Feifei said, "My lord, you've broken through to the true Emperor realm. Let's leave. We're too deep into the void, and the sea of confusion is extremely dangerous. It looks calm now, but if something unexpected happens, we could still be lost here." Qin Yu was silent for a few breaths, then said, "I've broken through to the true Emperor realm, and my connection with the God Nation has been strengthened. We should be fine if we go further in." Bai Feifei smiled bitterly. "All right, my lord, please be careful." Qin Yu grunted and stepped forward. The power of the Sea of Confusion was just as Bai Feifei had said, extremely terrifying. This place was undoubtedly the deepest part of the void. Qin Yu could even hear the sound of crashing waves. His own perception of the outside world was becoming increasingly blurry. His connection with the Divine Kingdom was also weakening, almost to the point of being intermittent. Bai Feifei endured and gritted her teeth. "My lord, we can't go any further. Let's leave this place quickly." Qin Yu stopped and looked forward. "We're here." Bai Feifei followed his line of sight, and her expression changed. In the pitch-black, cold darkness of the void, an enormous creature was floating. In terms of size, it was almost comparable to a human city. Its life force had been severed, and the enormous creature's body was riddled with countless wounds. Some even pierced through its body, and white bones could be seen. This was an enormous creature of unknown origin. It had been killed in the depths of the void, and despite the river of time washing over it for countless years, its corpse showed no signs of decay. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that even though the enormous creature was dead, it was still emitting a terrifying aura that made one feel despair. It was like a majestic god mountain. Just its gaze was enough to make one feel endless reverence. "Long-lived species," Bai Feifei murmured. She looked at the enormous creature in front of her, dazed. Long-lived species could not be killed. This was the qualification granted by heaven and earth for eternal life. She was the best example. Even though she had been punished by the heavens, and her body had been split and suppressed, she had still lived to this day. But the enormous creature in front of her was dead. Its body was still there, but its soul was gone, and its consciousness had long been shattered. This was a true death. How could this be? Bai Feifei's gaze fell on Qin Yu, full of fear and confusion. However, Qin Yu's next words caused Bai Feifei's heart to tremble again. The one who killed it was Qin Shi Huang. Back then, vast Yangs had said that Qin Shi Huang had killed a long-lived species, but Bai Feifei had not believed it. Because she was a long-lived species, she naturally knew that this was impossible. But now, Qin Yu had found the corpse of the enormous creature in front of her. Therefore, his words were undoubtedly very credible. How is this possible? How is this possible? Bai Feifei's face was full of shock. Qin Yu said, "Let's go over." He took the lead and quickly arrived beside the enormous creature's corpse. Looking at it from afar, he could already feel a powerful pressure. Only when he got closer could he truly feel the terrifying pressure of a long-lived species. Fortunately, Qin Yu had already become a true emperor, and he was a true emperor of the sword with unparalleled battle strength. Otherwise, facing the enormous creature's corpse, he might not even be able to breathe. Bai Feifei's expression was solemn, but she had already regained her composure. Her movements were faster than Qin Yu's, and she had already begun to fly to the enormous creature's body to examine its true cause of death. And the truth was as Qin Yu had said. It had been killed by someone. And the person who had killed it was Qin Shi Huang, because in the countless wounds, Qin Shi Huang's aura could not be mistaken. Qin Yu stood in front of the enormous creature, looking at the wound between its eyebrows. This was a fatal wound. In his mind, a scene suddenly appeared. In the depths of the endless void, the enormous creature was bathed in blood, rearing back its head and roaring in anger. Across from it was the cold and stern Qin Shi Huang, his aura suppressing the heavens. Suddenly, Qin Shi Huang lifted his hand and grasped. Brilliant golden light erupted, crashing into the enormous creature's head like a bolt of silk. It was killed on the spot. And at this time, Qin Shi Huang's eyes were a faint gold. Shua. Qin Yu's consciousness withdrew, his complexion becoming increasingly solemn. Golden eyes. Qin Yu felt that these eyes were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. As he was lost in thought, Bai Feifei drew back. She bitterly said, "My lord, what you said was correct. It was indeed Qin Shi Huang who killed it." Her tone was a bit absent-minded and puzzled. Qin Yu said, "It seems that vast Yang's will was correct. Qin Shi Huang is indeed invincible in the world. His origins are definitely not ordinary." Bai Feifei nodded. "My lord, you must be even more careful. Even if you have broken into the true sovereign realm, you absolutely cannot face Qin Shi Huang." A true sovereign sword cultivator was indeed powerful. He could even make her feel threatened. But Qin Shi Huang had actually personally killed an everlasting creature a long, long time ago. Just how terrifying was that? Qin Yu said, "Don't worry. Even if I become a true empress, I might not be Qin Shi Huang's match, but it won't be difficult for me to protect myself." A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the corpse of the enormous creature. Bai Feifei, can this corpse be considered an immortal existence? Bai Feifei nodded. Of course it can be. And it is a top immortal existence, because it is the corpse of an everlasting creature, a complete corpse. She looked at Qin Yu. If my lord can refine this giant creature's corpse, your strength will surely rise and you will become an unprecedented immortal. There might even be a chance that you will obtain the unique characteristics of an everlasting creature, becoming undying and everlasting, existing forever in this world. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He shook his head. "I have no plans to refine the giant creature's corpse, perhaps it has a better place." Chapter 1801. Bai Feifei frowned. "Your Excellency," she didn't understand why Qin Yu would give up. The giant beast corpse in front of her was the complete corpse of a long-lived species. It was undoubtedly a top immortal object. Obtaining it not only meant an endless lifespan, but also great power. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Becoming an immortal is a fork in the road. Once you step on it, it will be difficult to break through the limits of life and truly transform into a long-lived species. How do you know all this? Qin Yu shook his head. I don't. The seemingly contradictory answer actually had a deep meaning that was horrifying to think about. Bai Feifei's eyes widened. Your Excellency, you mean, Qin Yu said lightly, I have many secrets. You know some of them, but not all of them. He let out a breath, a mocking smile on his lips. In fact, there are some secrets that even I don't know the answer to. Don't you think your life has been a failure? Bai Feifei didn't know what to say. Thankfully, Qin Yu was just expressing his feelings. He didn't expect to receive an answer. He flicked his sleeves and put away the giant beast corpse. Let's go. Since he had reached the true Emperor realm, it was best not to stay in the Void realm any longer. He turned and walked towards the divine kingdom symbol. The sound of flowing water appeared once more, as if there was some invisible power that sensed its prey was about to retreat. But all of this had no effect on Qin Yu. He continued towards the desolate domain world. Finally, the sound of flowing water disappeared. Qin Yu could already feel the clear coordinates of the divine kingdom. He lifted his hand, grasped the mountain and river sword, and slashed forward. Rumble, 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 the darkness split apart and Qin Yu stepped in. In the distant divine kingdom, at the giant altar, the great priest knelt devoutly. Below him were countless believers. They all began to loudly chant the name of the sovereign Lord, the most exalted of all. The invisible power of faith shook and burned. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. The space around them shattered as a gigantic rift appeared, piercing through the entire sky. Qin Yu grasped the mountain and river sword and stepped out of the crack. The burning power of faith instantly gathered. It wrapped around him, forming a 100,000-foot tall figure that held a giant sword. It was like the descent of a god. My ruler. The great priest was extremely excited. He kissed the altar again and again. Your humble believers welcome your arrival. At the foot of the altar, the countless believers also descended into a frenzy. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Then, he flicked his sleeves and endless power of faith turned into motes of light that sprinkled down. At this moment, it was as if it was raining heavily. Chant my name, obey my will. Every light dot fused into the body of the believers, and their power was instantly strengthened. The great shaman on the altar received even more gifts. His entire person underwent a heaven-shaking transformation, and he instantly recovered his youth. My lord is supreme. Swish. Qin Yu took a step forwards and left the divine kingdom. But, he could clearly feel that the connection between him and the divine kingdom had become even closer. The faith of the believers became more and more devout. Although it sounded a bit strange, the truth was that the divine kingdom was of tremendous use to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the void realm this time. He wouldn't have been able to fight against the Sea of Chaos and become a real emperor through slaughter. Sir, where do we go now? Xianyang. True sovereign Qiongji concealed his aura and disguised himself as an outsider, hiding outside Xianyang city. Wait inside. He was not crazy. Recently, the aura from the Qin Imperial Palace had become more and more terrifying. Even though he was outside Xianyang city, true sovereign Qiongji could feel the pressure and anger from Emperor Qin. His heart trembled. He didn't dare to think about why Qin Yu had asked him to wait in Xianyang city. Was he going to do something in the great Qin imperial capital? True sovereign Qiongji was afraid. He had yet to act, but he already felt uneasy. This was Xianyang city, Emperor Qin's absolute home ground. Acting here was no different from courting death. No, absolutely not. No matter what he was going to do, he had to stop Qin Yu. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. True sovereign Qiongji, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the imperial palace, suddenly changed his expression. Who is it? Shock and anger appeared in his eyes. It was hard to imagine that he hadn't sensed anything before the knock on the door. It's me. Hearing this voice, true sovereign Qiongji's eyes widened and he rushed over to open the door. Qin. He quickly moved aside and waited for Qin Yu to enter. He looked around and only heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't sense anything wrong. With a bang, the door slammed shut. True sovereign Qiongji bitterly smiled. Sect Master Qin, why did you come here? This is Xianyang city. Qin Yu said, I told you to wait here, so of course I know. True sovereign Qiongji's bitter smile deepened. I didn't mean that, forget it. Sect leader Qin, can you tell me what exactly you want to do now? Qin Yu had a calm expression. Let me correct you. It's not that I want to do anything, but the will of the Lord. He looked at true sovereign Qiongji. You shouldn't have any objections to this, right? True sovereign Qiongji rubbed his face. There was no trace of his previous cold and unyielding attitude. Sect Master Qin, it's just the two of us, so let's be frank. He took a deep breath. Acting in Xianyang city, no matter what you want to do, is not a wise decision. So, we must think twice before acting. We cannot be impulsive. Qin Yu said, "You're right." True Sovereign Qiongji's happy expression froze before it could spread. "So, I made preparations before coming to Xianyang City. In other words, the arrow was narked on the bowstring and had to be released." Sect Master Qin Yu raised a hand to interrupt him. "Qiongji, I won't send you to your death. In truth, what you need to do is very simple. You only need to stand by my side." Qiongji's existence was a declaration in itself. He represented the 13th floor. The 13th floor wanted Qin Yu to help him withstand the heavenly retribution's thunder in order to obtain a method to break through to the longevity seed realm. There was no way he couldn't pay the price. Move his lips and then hide behind them to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. That was impossible. Qin Yu wanted to drag them down with him. True Sovereign Qiongji's complexion changed. Sect Master Qin Yu grabbed him. He lightly said, "I didn't say this because I wanted to discuss it with you. Do it." With the cry of a sword, a terrifying sword aura erupted. The residents the two people were in instantly disintegrated into powder. Bang! Sword shadows shot into the highest heavens. Wild fluctuations immediately alarmed Xianyang City. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, the clouds violently tumbled. With the roar of a dragon, the great Qin imperial capital's guardian array had been activated. True Sovereign Qiongji's eyes widened in horror. In such a short time, Qin Yu had broken through again. If it wasn't right in front of him, he wouldn't have believed it. He wanted to struggle, but at this moment, he didn't dare. Qin Yu had already made his move. If he held Qin Yu back, True Sovereign Qiongji had no doubt that the mountain river sword would land on him. Moreover, the annihilation power in his body was only temporarily dormant. If he fought against Qin Yu, he would definitely die. He could only grit his teeth and continue to stand by Qin Yu's side. As for the floor master's investigation, that would have to wait until they passed this hurdle. Boom! Space shattered. Like a giant beast bearing its fangs and claws, it descended upon Xianyang City. Qin Yu held the mountain river sword and looked at the imperial palace. "Emperor Qin, I'm here." Imperial palace. Emperor Qin stood up. His eyes were calm without the slightest fluctuation. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Qin Yu in the next instant. His cold gaze fell on Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, you're braver than I thought." Qin Yu raised his hand and slashed down with the mountain river sword. This was probably the first time in countless years that an Emperor Realm Sword cultivator had appeared in this world. At this moment, the entire world witnessed the power of an Emperor Realm Sword cultivator. Boom! The sword fell and the world collapsed. Everything in its path was destroyed. Nothing could stop it. This was the power of an Emperor Realm Sword cultivator. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could destroy the world. But Emperor Qin was even stronger because he was eternally undefeated and invincible. Facing Qin Yu's sword, he took a step forward and punched. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the vibrating ring-shaped impact was like a tempestuous wave that stretched out endlessly in all directions. At this moment, the sky above Xianyang was a forbidden zone for life. Anything in it would be completely annihilated. True Sovereign Qiongji stood to the side. His face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that Qin Yu, who had broken through to the true Emperor realm, must be very powerful, and the invincible Emperor Qin was even more unimaginable. But the power that burst out in the exchange still shook his mind and made him fall into an uncontrollable fear. True Sovereign Qiongji knew very well that he would die if he was on either side of the exchange. He had no chance of escaping. Qin Yu retreated. Each step created a deafening explosion. The mountain river sword in his hand vibrated violently. It could feel the pressure from Emperor Qin. He was indeed strong, inconceivably strong. As expected of an existence who had personally killed a long-lived species. Sect Master Qin, what should we do? True Sovereign Qiongji's voice was trembling. Qin Yu had a calm expression. "I'm fine." Before he returned to the Waste Realm, he had already ascertained the prowess of the Qin Emperor, and he knew clearly that he had no chance of winning. That was why he came to Xianyang City even though he knew that he couldn't win. First, Qin Yu had to show himself and display his strength. This would be of great help to what he was about to do next. Secondly, it was not Qin Yu who was going to fight the Qin Emperor today. The opening had been completed. Although his appearance wasn't perfect, this sword strike was more than enough to show how strong he was. Therefore, it was time for the main character of today's battle to appear. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Boom! Terrifying giant beast appeared in Xianyang. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. A terrifying aura exploded from its body. The incident in Xianyang had already happened. It attracted the attention of true emperors from all over the world. After all, this was the first time in history that someone dared to harm Xianyang. All of them cried out in alarm. Eternal realm, a long-lived species. The true emperor's projections widened their eyes in shock. When Qin Emperor and Qin Yu fought before, it could be said that they were both at the true emperor realm, but there was a massive disparity in strength between them. But the appearance of the long-lived species made them speechless. All the true emperors in the world knew that the emperor realm wasn't the limit of cultivation. There was still a long way to go. That was the eternal realm. But the eternal realm was more like a legend. It was a realm that could be seen but not reached. After all, even the invincible Qin Emperor and the leader of the 13th floor couldn't reach the eternal realm. But today, they saw with their own eyes that Qin Yu had summoned a long-lived species beast with a flick of his sleeves. The true emperors believed that their eyes couldn't be wrong. The pressure from a higher level was the best evidence. Qin Yu of the heaven-splitting sword sect can summon an eternal realm beast. No wonder he has the confidence to kill Xianyang City today. The great Qin Empire is in danger. The true emperors looked serious. Perhaps they were about to witness the most powerful reshuffle in the history of the Waste Realm. Today, if the Qin Emperor died, the invincible Great Qin would naturally vanish. The Waste Realm would usher in a new structure, but things were different from what they had imagined. The Qin Emperor looked at the beast calmly. Qin Yu, it seems that you entered the Void Realm to break through and become a true emperor. A trace of gold appeared in the depths of his eyes. But since you brought the giant beast back, you should be well aware that if I could kill it once in the past, I can naturally kill it a second time, not to mention that it is only a body that has been reincarnated in another body. He raised his hand and pressed forward. Boom! The sky suddenly lowered. A terrifying pressure covered the beast. It let out a shocking roar. At the same time, Bai Feifei's anxious voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind. My lord, the Qin Emperor is right. I'm just a fake. I can't hold on for long. You must hurry. Qin Yu turned and left. Swish. His figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the depths of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Advisor walked out, his expression cold and his eyes heavy. Sect Master Qin, this is the Great Qin Imperial Palace. Please leave. Qin Yu was expressionless. Extreme. Swoosh. True Emperor Extreme Cheongji appeared. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from outside the Imperial Palace. The Qin Emperor and the beast were already fighting. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused all of Xianyang to shake. Stop the Imperial Advisor. Don't let him get in my way. True Emperor Extreme Cheongji gritted his teeth. Okay. He had nowhere to retreat. He could only bite the bullet and follow Qin Yu to the end. The only good news was that the Tower Master had yet to appear. This meant that the Tower Master did not object to what he was doing. At least, he chose to acquiesce. Of course, with the appearance of this long-lived giant beast, Qin Yu's image in true Sovereign Cheongji's heart became even more enigmatic. This was also an important reason. The Imperial Advisor sneered. Extreme Cheong, you think you can stop me? He waved his sleeves. 3 corpse puppets appeared, each emitting a monstrous deathly aura. Although they could not compare to true emperors, the 3 corpse puppets were enough to delay true Emperor Extreme Cheongji. Qin Yu took out the boundary ring and threw it to true Emperor Extreme Cheongji. Take them to the Void Realm. Yes. True Emperor Extreme Cheongji cupped his hands. Boom. The boundary ring exploded, instantly covering the area. It tore the space apart and disappeared. The Imperial Advisor and the 3 powerful corpse puppets were forcefully pulled into the Void Realm. True Emperor Extreme Cheongji was definitely not a match, but with the boundary ring, it was not difficult to trap the Imperial Advisor for a while. Swish. Qin Yu took another step. Hum. The space shook. It was the Great Qin Imperial Palace's restriction to prevent true emperors from entering. Qin Yu snorted. The space cracked inch by inch, like a mirror that had been smashed on the ground. He charged in. Time was of the essence. He did not know how long Bai Feifei could last. Qin Yu had to hurry. Who dares to trespass the Imperial Palace's forbidden area? Kill. The Great Qin Imperial Guards guarding the forbidden area roared. They were very strong and wore heavy armor. If they worked together, even an ordinary true emperor would find it difficult to kill them all. Unfortunately, it was Qin Yu who had come today. He raised the mountain and river sword and slashed down. Wherever the sword aura passed, there were countless severed limbs. With one strike, he killed all the Great Qin Imperial Guards guarding the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. Swish. Qin Yu appeared in front of a dry well. He looked down and could not see any light. Bai Feifei's heart was suppressed here. Once she obtained the heart, she would be able to recover half the strength of a long-lived beast and become a great help to Qin Yu. Boom. He slashed down, and the mouth of the well instantly shattered. Qin Yu jumped in. Chapter 1802. What was longevity? When one's level of existence rose, one's body would also undergo corresponding changes. The second heart that appeared in the chest was the eternal heart, the source of eternal power. Bai Feifei's eternal heart was suppressed within the Great Qin Imperial Palace. The moment Qin Yu entered the well, the Qin Emperor sensed him. He punched the giant beast back and pointed at the palace. A dazzling golden light erupted from his fingertip, instantly turning into a golden dragon that roared and rushed into the palace. In the next moment, the darkness in front of Qin Yu was torn apart by the golden light. He suddenly raised his head and saw the giant golden dragon above him. Its eyes were cold and filled with endless murderous intent. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden dragon. It gave off a feeling that it was no weaker than the Qin emperors. This was because it was the manifestation of the Great Qin Empire's destiny, the will of the entire divine kingdom. And now, Qin Yu was in the Great Qin Empire, the Golden Dragon's absolute domain. Here, its strength increased infinitely. But Qin Yu didn't fear it. He looked at the Golden Dragon. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Back down. Qin Yu shouted. The Golden Dragon roared and rushed over. But as it approached Qin Yu, its eyes filled with killing intent began to struggle. Boom! The dragon brushed past Qin Yu and smashed into the ground. It stared at Qin Yu with a blank expression. This was because it couldn't figure out why this person in front of it also had the mark of the Great Qin Emperor. It was weak, but it truly existed. Qin Yu looked at it. This is a struggle between my sect and the Qin Emperor. Just watch. He turned and continued deeper into the well. Thump, thump, a calm and rhythmic heartbeat came from in front of him. The ground and the surrounding walls were engraved with a powerful suppression array. Even a true emperor would find it difficult to escape. But now, this array was silent and motionless. This was because it could sense that the one who came here today was the Great Qin Emperor. Interesting. A light laugh sounded out. The Qin Emperor probably never thought that he would encounter such a situation one day, right? Young man, what is your name? I can actually feel the aura of another part of your body from your body. Qin Yu stopped. He looked up at the floating heart in front of him. It was constantly contracting and beating, emitting thumping sounds. Qin Yu. Unlike Bai Feifei's own heart, this heart of eternity had some golden lines on its surface, and specks of golden light flowed within it. Upon hearing Qin Yu's reply, the heart of eternity fell silent. Qin Yu stepped forward. Since you've already sensed Bai Feifei's aura on my body, then you should be well aware of my goal in coming here today. I hope that you can leave this place with me and become one with Bai Feifei, the eternal heart replied. All right. Qin Yu frowned, puzzlement in his eyes. This was because everything had gone too smoothly. He was prepared to use force to suppress the heart of eternity. After all, To put it nicely, it was called fusing into one body. To put it bluntly, once they fused, there would only be one by Fei. Why? Qin Yu quietly said. The Eternal Heart replied, why are you asking so many questions? Me agreeing to your request is the best outcome. Take me away from here. Qin Yu reached out and grasped it. The heart of eternity flew into his hand. It had truly given up on resisting and allowed itself to be suppressed. There was definitely something wrong with this. But now was not the time to pursue this point. Qin Yu turned and left. With a single step, he left the imperial palace and arrived in the skies above Xianyang. The battle between the giant beast and Qin Shi Huang was becoming increasingly intense. If not for the great array protecting Xianyang and the nation's destiny suppressing it, it would have long been destroyed. By Fei, let's go. With a low shout, Qin Yu prepared to leave. His goal today was to obtain the Heart of Eternity. Killing Qin Shi Huang, he could not do it. At least for now, Qin Yu's strength was far from enough. One had to recognize reality and not inflate one's ego. The giant beast roared and forcefully resisted Qin Shi Huang's attack. When it was sent flying, it shattered space and was about to escape. Suddenly, Qin Shi Huang roared, Qin Yu, look at who she is. Boom! A cage smashed through a hall in the imperial palace and soared into the skies. Inside was an unconscious woman. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Yunqing. Back in the western wilderness, in order to prevent any accidents from happening to her, Qin Yu had deliberately kept her by his side. He never expected that Qin Shi Huang would discover him. Qin Shi Huang's figure appeared in front of the cage, his face expressionless. If you dare escape, I will kill her. Qin Yu clenched his fists, his face ashen. Qin Shi Huang, using your status to kidnap a woman, I am the son of heaven, so I naturally want face. But sometimes, I don't want it. Qin Shi Huang lifted his hand and tapped the cage. Crackle a crackle, countless bolts of lightning exploded. Ah! Yunqing woke up with a cry of pain. When she saw Qin Yu, her eyes widened. Qin Yu, hurry and escape. Qin Shi Huang is going to harm you. Qin Shi Huang said, this woman is quite sincere towards you. I used some methods but was unable to get what I wanted from her. Perhaps you see that she is unharmed now, but under this dress, her flesh has already rotted and regenerated. Who knows how many reincarnations she has gone through. Qin Yu, you can run away. I will kill her and that can be considered freeing this woman. The giant beast roared. Bai Fei's anxious voice sounded in his mind. My lord, hurry and escape. This is the great Qin imperial capital. Qin Shi Huang is stalling for time and must have other methods. If we don't leave now, we might not make it. Qin Yu looked at Yunqing, motionless. Qin Yu, I will give you a chance to save her. As long as you can take a punch from me without dying, I will let her go. The entire desolate region can bear witness to this. I will not go back on my word. Qin Shi Huang calmly spoke, his voice reverberating through the skies. Bai Fei looked at Qin Yu, who remained where he was, her heart filled with anxiety. Don't be stupid. She was just a woman. If she died, then she died. Qin Shi Huang was a terrifying existence that could even kill long-lived beings. Taking a punch from him was no different from seeking death. Okay. Qin Yu readily agreed. My lord. Bai Fei screamed, you're crazy. Let's hurry and escape. Qin Yu shook his head. There are some people you must save. This is a favor owed many years ago. You must return it. I don't want you to return it. I don't even know you. Qin Yu, hurry and leave. Yunqing screamed. Qin Shi Huang stepped forward, clenching his fist and punching down. His eyes instantly appeared with a faint layer of gold. It was extremely faint, but when it appeared, it concealed all of his emotions. He was like a god of the 9 heavens, indifferent and emotionless, overlooking all life. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was invincible in the world. Bang! Beneath this fist, the concept of space and time seemed to have disappeared. A terrifying strength was released, as if it could destroy all things in the world. Qin Yu took a deep breath. His connection with the little blue lamp was already connected. In the next moment, it would erupt. But at this time, within the cage, Yunqing suddenly closed her eyes and then opened them again. She closed her eyes and then opened them again. In the time it took for a single breath, her eyes had turned a light gold, exactly the same as Qin Shi Huang's. Bang! The cage exploded. Yunqing stepped out, blocking Qin Shi Huang's fist. With a wave of her hand, she wiped it away. An invisible strength acted upon her body. Her dress rapidly stretched out, becoming incomparably gorgeous and dazzling. At this moment, her appearance was still that of Yunqing. But her temperament had undergone an earth-shaking change. She was like a goddess, noble and inviolable. Qin Yu, you didn't. You have disappointed me. She chuckled. She turned around, the emotions in her eyes causing Qin Yu to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He took a deep breath. Teacher Liao, his voice trembled. Qin Yu also trembled. He never imagined that there would be a day when he would see her again. That woman who had gradually faded away in his arms in the past was now standing right in front of him. Yunqing, or perhaps he should call her Teacher Liao now. She blinked, a mischievous smile on her face. Don't cry. You are a real man, I will laugh at you. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Who's crying? You woman, you have gone too far. It's been so long. Since you are her, why didn't you recognize me earlier? Teacher Liao smiled. There are some things that I can't decide on my own. She looked at Qin Yu, joy and relief in her eyes. But, the little man from the past really surprised me. In such a short period of time, he has become so formidable. She lifted a hand and gestured. Really, just a little bit more and he would have caught up to me. Bai Feifei was left completely stunned. A second ago, Yunqing was just an ordinary woman. But in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a mighty goddess that could block Qin Shi Huang's attack. What was going on? This Qin Yu, just how many other great figures were hiding around him that she didn't know about? This person in front of her had an unfathomable aura, like a boundless sea of clouds, vast and mighty. She couldn't see the end of it. Even though she was a long-lived being, she still found it difficult to breathe at this moment. Qin Shi Huang suddenly lifted a hand. Bang! A giant golden dragon shot into the skies. In the blink of an eye, it split into 9, scattering around Xianyang and forming a cage of 9 dragons. A terrifying suppressive aura erupted from within. You've finally made your move. Qin Shi Huang slowly said. He stared at Teacher Liao, his face calm. Teacher Liao smiled at Qin Yu. Then, she turned around. Are you blind? Can't you see that I am talking to my little man right now? You deserve to be beaten. Bang! Her figure instantly vanished. In the next moment, she appeared beside Qin Shi Huang. She had sent him flying away with a single punch. Qin Shi Huang smashed into the 9 dragons' cage. There was a heaven-shaking explosion and a terrifying shockwave was released. Xianyang City finally couldn't withstand the impact of this level of strength. The earth violently shook, cracking and breaking apart. Ah, run! Xianyang City is broken. Your Majesty, save us. Wails filled the air. The true sovereigns watching the battle felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Their projections trembled. The battle between Qin Shi Huang and the giant beast had already shocked them. They never imagined that there would be an even stronger follow-up. Just who was this woman called Teacher Liao? She was actually able to face Qin Shi Huang head-on. This had already surpassed the limits of a true sovereign's strength. Qin Shi Huang lifted a hand and pressed down. Everything within Xianyang City came to a standstill. Time and space froze and the panic on everyone's faces froze. Your fists aren't strong enough. Teacher Liao raised an eyebrow. Then give me a few more punches. She turned around. Qin Yu, you should leave. You don't have the qualifications to interfere in the following battle. Qin Yu stepped forwards. I promise I will find you. He took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Sure, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of the 9 dragons' cage. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed it. Rumble rumble, the 9 dragons' cage shook violently. The killing intent in Qin Shi Huang's eyes deepened and he released an icy aura. Teacher Liao said lightly, Qin Shi Huang, you won't have the chance to kill him today. Let Qin Yu go, otherwise, You won't be able to stay in Xianyang City today. There was silence on the other side. Qin Shi Huang's aura slowly retracted. Okay. A crack appeared on the 9 dragons' cage. Qin Yu stepped in. Bai Feifei, who had transformed into a giant beast, hurried to follow behind. Sure, the crack disappeared. Standing outside Xianyang City, one looked back. Everything within was isolated. All one could see was a giant cage that supported the heavens. Boom, boom, it shook violently. The battle between Qin Shi Huang and teacher Liao had begun. Sure, Bai Feifei appeared, her face pale. My lord, let's hurry. We're too close. If anything happens, we'll be in big trouble. Qin Yu nodded. He flicked his sleeves and put away the giant beast's corpse. Sure, the two of them disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, the two appeared far away, above a cloud. Qin Yu stood high in the clouds, looking straight in the direction of Xianyang, even though he knew very well that he couldn't see anything. Although he knew that he couldn't see anything, he still felt a bit better. Bai Feifei quietly stood behind him, not saying a single word. Although she desperately wanted to obtain the Eternal Heart, with Qin Yu's current condition, it was best to wait a bit longer. Time slowly passed. Every second felt like an eternity. The air pressure around Qin Yu became increasingly low and heavy. Worry appeared in Bai Feifei's eyes. It seemed that this woman was very important to Qin Yu. If something happened to her, she didn't care too much about teacher Liao. What she feared was that Qin Yu would go crazy again and risk his life to find Qin Shi Huang. That would be a big joke. If the fragment of the blazing sun appeared, dealing with Qin Shi Huang wouldn't be a problem. But, doing so would be the same as committing suicide. Now, she could only hope that teacher Liao was fine and could retreat safely. Suddenly, the space in front of him shook. Qin Yu smiled. Teacher Liao walked out. She glanced at him. What, are you afraid I won't be able to return? Don't worry. Although Qin Shi Huang is strong, this old lady isn't someone to be trifled with. She raised an eyebrow, a smug expression on her face. Qin Yu reached out and pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. Teacher Liao frowned. Qin Yu, tofu was placed in front of you, but you didn't even take it. Why are you so impatient now? Qin Yu didn't say anything. He just hugged her even harder. Teacher Liao stopped and reached out to hug him. Bai Feifei cleverly turned around. Her figure flickered and she disappeared. No matter what happened next, based on what she had seen, it wasn't appropriate for her to stay any longer. One had to know one's own limits. That's enough. If you hug any more, you'll really be taking advantage of me. Teacher Liao pushed Qin Yu away and rubbed her chest. She grumbled, it hurts from being squeezed. Qin Yu revealed a trace of awkwardness. You should be more careful in the future. How can you do something like that in front of a man? Teacher Liao rolled her eyes at him. You weren't embarrassed when you hugged me so tightly just now. Now you remember. Men always say one thing and do another. Qin Yu was defeated. There were very few women he couldn't handle, and teacher Liao was definitely one of them. Back then, just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted. Let's not talk about what happened back then. In short, Big Sister is doing very well. As you can see, I can still hold down Qin Shi Huang and give him a good beating. She looked at Qin Yu. Let's talk about you. I'm quite curious about what happened in the past. Qin Yu nodded and pulled her to sit down. Let's start from the Abyss World. Chapter 1803. Great Qin's imperial capital, Xianyang. In ruins, there were countless deaths and injuries. The earth was still collapsing and the sky was constantly shattering. Massive cracks appeared. Qin Emperor landed in the imperial palace. Suddenly, space twisted and the imperial advisor walked out. His complexion changed. Your Majesty. The Qin Emperor in front of him had white sideburns and wrinkles all over his face. What happened? Qin Emperor lightly said, It's nothing. It's just some backlash. Her injuries are worse than mine. The imperial advisor's pupils shrank. She attacked. Qin Emperor nodded. It is as I expected. This woman should know some things. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to keep her here. A sharp light exploded in his eyes. Qin Yu's trump card has been destroyed by me. Pass down the order that anyone who finds or kills Qin Yu will be rewarded with a king with a different surname. The imperial advisor frowned. Your Majesty, this matter. Qin Emperor waved his hand. I have made my decision. Imperial advisor, there is no need to say anything else. Qin Yu had to die. Liao Shi's appearance made Qin Emperor feel an incomparably intense threat. This had nothing to do with strength, but rather a sense of destiny. It was as if Qin Yu's appearance was to end his great Qin. Yes. The imperial advisor bowed. In a single day, the news spread throughout the central wilderness. Reward a king with a different surname. Reward a king with a different surname. This was an unprecedented temptation. Killing Qin Yu might be difficult, but finding his whereabouts was only a matter of luck. The central wilderness was boiling. At this time, Qin Yu was still lying in the clouds, talking to Liao Shi. He spoke in detail without missing anything. He told her everything that had happened after they parted. It was as if after doing this, Liao Shi hadn't been absent and they had been together all these years. Liao Shi listened patiently and didn't interrupt Qin Yu's endless narration. But there would always be a time when he finished. When he talked about becoming a true emperor in the Void Realm and going to Xianyang, he had to stop. Your experiences were wonderful and rich. Liao Shi commented. The only regret is that there weren't any wonderful stories. Qin Yu, your cultivation is already so strong and your looks are top-notch. Why do you have to play around with your chastity? Living isn't just for cultivation. The body will always have needs and can also feed the spiritual world, making one happier. So you have to change this. Don't live like a monk in the future. It's not good for your health. Qin Yu remained silent. Liao Shi also fell silent. How much longer? One day. I want to take you to see someone. Qin Chichi? Yes. Liao Shi stood up. Let's go then. Shua with a flick of her sleeve, the two of them disappeared. In the next moment, somewhere outside Skyball City, space silently collapsed. In the Niu family in the city, Niu Dingtian's expression changed slightly. Suppressing his hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward, appearing right before Liao Shi and Qin Yu. Niu Dingtian pays his respects to His Excellency. He respectfully bowed. As he glanced at Qin Yu, he groaned inwardly. Qin Yu said, Senior Ox, there is no need to worry. My sect is only here to see Chichi. I will not bring any trouble to Heavenly Bull City. Niu Dingtian was relieved, but he didn't dare to be careless. He had seen the situation in Xianyang City with his own eyes. If something like that happened again, the Niu clan would be finished. Glancing at Liao Shi, he respectfully said, Please wait for a moment, His Excellency and sect leader Qin. I will bring her over immediately. He turned and left. After a few breaths, he came back with another person. It was Qin Chichi. Brother. Her eyes widened, and her face was full of joy. Qin Yu smiled and pulled her over. Come here. Brother will introduce you. This is Sister Liao Shi. She is my good friend. Liao Shi rolled her eyes at him. Don't listen to your brother. I almost became your sister-in-law. He was timid and missed the opportunity. Now he regrets it. Qin Chichi's eyes widened. This was the first time she saw a woman being so presumptuous in front of her brother. Qin Yu smiled bitterly and touched his nose. His attitude made Qin Chichi's eyes brighter. Hello, Sister Liao Shi. She bowed respectfully. Liao Shi nodded with a smile. Good girl. You have a sweet mouth. Here, have some candy. She took out a piece of candy. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. Before he could speak, Liao Shi stopped him with a look. Open your mouth. Qin Chichi ate it with a smile. It's sweet. In the blink of an eye, his attitude toward Liao Shi became much more intimate. The two of them leaned together and began chatting non-stop. Qin Yu was silent. Niu Dingtian was surprised. He thought for a moment and said, Lord Qin, I will go back first. Come and find me before you leave. He cupped his hands and left. Qin Chichi was asleep. She was lying on the grass, her face peaceful. In her body, the hidden danger of her life force being cut off had already disappeared. Qin Yu said in a low voice. You shouldn't. Liaosha glared at him. Shut up. Why shouldn't I? I can stay for half a day at most, but I can save Chichi from suffering. How can you be such a brother? Qin Yu smiled bitterly. I never thought. I know. Liaosha interrupted him and rolled her eyes. Do you think I am so easy to fool? Qin Yu was silent. How much longer? Liaosha said, not long. Silence fell. A gentle breeze blew through the green grass. But in this tranquility, there was an indescribable sadness and silence. Can't you go? Qin Yu finally broke the silence. Liaosha sighed. I have no choice. I am not the protagonist, so I can only be a supporting character. She turned sideways and looked at Qin Yu. To be honest, if I leave this time, I really won't be coming back. Do you miss me? Qin Yu said nothing. Liaosha sighed. I am so sad. You are such a heartless man. She raised her hand and touched Qin Yu's face. You are really leaving. Are you sure you don't want to see me again? Qin Yu turned around and hugged her. That's right. Liaosha snuggled against his chest, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes with a smile. Her entire person quickly became illusory, just like when she was in the abyss back then. She quickly faded away like a shadow. Qin Yu tried hard, but he couldn't hold back his tears. They fell on Liaosha's face. Her long eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Don't cry. Remember, I am her. We will meet again. She disappeared. At this moment, Qin Yu felt endless loneliness. Liaosha had come and she had left. It was a hurried reunion and parting. We will meet again, we will meet again. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said, by Fei Fei. Sure, her figure appeared and she respectfully bowed. My lord. Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out the eternal heart. Before you refine it, I have a few questions I want to ask. He lifted a hand and placed a finger on the eternal heart. Wake up. The golden lines on its surface began to shine. Motes of gold flowed within. After a moment of silence, a dissatisfied voice sounded out. Qin Yu, you are so annoying. I already handed me over to you. Just let her fuse with me. Why did you have to wake me up? She indignantly said, do you know how cruel your actions are? You are making me make the decision to kill myself for the second time. Do you really think I won't change my mind? Qin Yu said, you can change your mind. The eternal heart paused. It became even more indignant. I won't. Hurry up and do it. What are you blabbering about? Bai Feifei's eyes widened. She looked at Qin Yu and then at the eternal heart in his hand, disbelief on her face. If she wasn't certain, then this eternal heart in front of her was indeed real. Bai Feifei suspected that Qin Yu had made a fake one. Why was he so cooperative? He didn't struggle at all. This didn't make sense. Qin Yu said, answer a question of mine. Otherwise, I guarantee that Bai Feifei will not fuse with you. The eternal heart shouted, you are going too far. You dare threaten me? Thump, thump, it violently throbbed, releasing a powerful aura. Qin Yu was expressionless. You can try. After a brief silence, the eternal heart clenched her teeth. You are ruthless. Ask away. Qin Yu said, why are you so cooperative? I have lived long enough. I can't die even if I want to. Answer my questions seriously, otherwise I will throw you back to Xianyang. Emperor Qin will be happy to have you back. The eternal heart, surname Qin, listen well to me. The answer is no answer. I don't know why either. When we first met, I wished I could strangle you to death. But when I heard your name, I felt that I deserved to be captured by you. Resisting was wrong. Are you satisfied with this answer? Qin Yu frowned. To others, this might be an extremely preposterous and unbelievable answer. But at this moment, Qin Yu recalled what the Azure Dragon Spirit had said to him in Star Sea Grotto Heaven. It had always been waiting for Qin Yu's arrival. Thus, when he arrived, the Azure Dragon Spirit directly fused into Qin Yu's body and helped him become a new world destiny spirit. There was no way to explain it, but this was the truth. It was also one of the important reasons why Qin Yu doubted his own identity. It was likely that the eternal heart in front of him was in a similar situation. You have always been waiting for someone to arrive, and I am that person. The eternal heart fell silent. But sometimes, silence itself was the answer. Qin Yu let go. Bai Feifei, it's yours. Bai Feifei didn't quite understand the conversation between Qin Yu and the eternal heart, but that wasn't important. Right now, there was only the eternal heart in front of her. Once the two fused, her strength would soar. The Battle of Xianyang had made Bai Feifei realize just how weak she was. It was far too dangerous to stay by Qin Yu's side. If she wasn't careful, something could happen. Previously, she had thought that the long-lived species were immortal. But the giant beast's corpse had been right there, and she had even passed through it for a period of time. Perhaps this was the so-called eternal life of the long-lived species, but reality proved that this iron law could be broken. Bai Feifei didn't want to die. Therefore, she couldn't wait to make herself stronger. Thank you, Your Excellency. She reached out and took the eternal heart. Taking a deep breath, Bai Feifei slowly pressed it against her chest. His 5 fingers landed on the towering peaks, drawing out an astonishing arc. His skin was white and seductive. Just like that, the eternal heart fused into her body without the slightest accident. Boom! A powerful aura broke out from her body. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The mountain and river sword flew out, instantly sealing off the surrounding area and blocking Bai Feifei's aura. Although he hadn't seen the result of the battle between Liao Shi and Qin Shihuang, Liao Shi's disappearance was enough to explain everything. Right now, Qin Shihuang would definitely want to find him and kill him. Qin Yu wouldn't give him this chance. He wanted to live. Only by living would he be able to reunite with Liao Shi in the future. I am her. Then who was she? Qin Yu thought of Misty. He also thought of His Excellency, the 2 most powerful women by his side. The little blue lamp might know something, but unfortunately, that fellow's lips were tightly sealed and he had never revealed anything. And now, he was playing dead and lying on the ground like a corpse. The chances of obtaining an answer from him were close to 0. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. In front of him, Bai Feifei had changed. Her dress became more exquisite and her skin whiter. She gave off a flawless feeling. The only flaw was that her dress was even smaller and the exposed parts were even bolder. She was crazily testing the edges of her spectacular exposure. Sure, she opened her eyes, a happy look on her face. She respectfully bowed. Thank you, my lord. The eternal heart smoothly fused together. Bai Feifei was well aware that all of this was because of Qin Yu. If it were just her, wanting to fuse with the eternal heart wouldn't have been simple. In fact, she might have even faced great dangers. It had to be known that after the broken body of a long-lived species was suppressed for too long, each piece would give birth to its own will. And the eternal heart was undoubtedly the most powerful of them all, bar none. Even though Bai Feifei had fused with her own heart, she still didn't have the slightest confidence she could compete with the eternal heart. But now, she had succeeded. With 2 hearts in hand and the rest missing, there was no way for her to compete with her for dominance. This was the reason why she was so happy and respectful. Qin Yu said, "Congratulations." Bai Feifei said, "It was my lord who helped me." Qin Yu nodded. "You stay here and look after Chichi. I will be back soon." He stepped forwards and arrived at Heavenly Bull City. This was definitely a key surveillance location of the Qin Empire. But as long as Qin Shihuang didn't personally come, no one would be able to discover him. But since he had promised to not cause trouble for the Niu family, Qin Yu only appeared for a moment and then turned to leave. Soon, Niu Dingtian chased after him and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Sect Master Qin." Qin Yu said, "I should thank Senior Niu for helping me take care of Chichi." Niu Dingtian shook his head. As long as her identity isn't exposed, she can stay in the Niu family. He flicked his sleeves and sealed off a part of the world. "Sect Master Qin, I invited you here today because I have something to show you." He took out a jade slip. Countless lines lit up on its surface like layers of a large net, sealing the jade slip within. But even so, the jade slip was still trembling, and with each tremble, a crack appeared on its surface. The cracks were subtle and dense. Looking at the situation, Even with the seal, there was no way to keep the jade slip for too long. Qin Yu took the jade slip and looked at it. Niu Dingtian said, "This is a recording of the battle that happened in Xianyang City not long ago. I think you should have a look." Qin Yu probed it with his divine sense. After a moment, there was a cracking sound, and the jade slip shattered. The mountain and river sword appeared and slashed down. The sword edge cut through the space, directly smashing an invisible aura. Niu Dingtian's complexion changed. Qin Yu put away his sword and cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Senior Niu. The contents of the jade slip are very helpful to me. Don't worry, I have broken the connection between auras. Emperor Qin won't notice." Niu Dingtian bitterly smiled. "That's good. Emperor Qin, the Niu family couldn't be provoked." He hesitated and said, "That lord," Qin Yu said, "he's gone." Niu Dingtian nodded. He didn't think too much about it. After all, such a powerful existence couldn't stay in this world for long. "Sect Master Qin, you must be careful. Emperor Qin has put a bounty on the world, and everyone is looking for you," Qin Yu lightly said, "then let them come." Chapter 1804. Qin Chichi woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Yu standing not too far away. "Brother." Qin Yu turned and smiled. "Chichi." Qin Chichi looked around. "Where is big sister Liao She?" Qin Yu said, "She went home." "Ah." Qin Chichi's eyes widened. "Big sister Liao She left? Why? I haven't even talked to her yet." She patted her head. "I'm so useless. Why did I fall asleep?" Qin Yu smiled. "It's fine. We will meet again." He reached out and rubbed Qin Chichi's head. "Your big sister Liao She has already cured you. You can live in peace. There won't be any problems." "Ah." Qin Chichi was pleasantly surprised. Qin Yu said, "I still have things to do. You have to stay in the Ox family. I told Senior Ox that as long as you don't expose yourself, there won't be any problems." Qin Chichi was reluctant. "Brother, all right. I will come to see you in the future. Be a good girl." Qin Yu smiled and left. Sure, his figure vanished from sight. Niu Dingtian appeared. "Chichi, come back with me." Qin Chichi was worried. "Senior Ox, will my brother be fine?" Niu Dingtian was silent for a moment. He shook his head. "I can't guarantee anything. But Chichi, don't worry. Qin Yu is someone who can give people pleasant surprises. Since he made a move, he must be confident." Qin Chichi nodded. "My brother will be fine." At this time, Qin Yu appeared beside true sovereign Cheongji, who was hiding underground to heal. "Who?" He turned his head. Seeing Qin Yu, he was happy. "Sect Master Qin, you are fine." Qin Yu said, "Cheongji, I want you to return to the 13th tower now. Tell the Tower Master that I have a generous gift for him. I hope the Tower Master will consider it." True sovereign Cheongji blinked. "That's it." Qin Yu said, "Just say it. The Tower Master will understand." True sovereign Cheongji nodded. "All right. Then I will leave." He cupped his hands and left. Qin Yu glanced at the cave where true sovereign Cheongji was healing. He sat down cross-legged and recalled the contents of the jade slip. Above Xianyang, the Qin Emperor and Liao She were engaged in a fierce battle. Behind him, the great Tao to the heavens appeared, but his great Tao was different from that of ordinary people. Blazing flames burned on its surface, and Qin Yu wasn't unfamiliar with these flames. The fire of the divine kingdom, or to be more precise, this was the burning power of faith. The great path of a cultivator could actually merge with the power of faith. Could this be the reason why the Qin Emperor was so powerful? At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. The reason why Liao She had suddenly awakened and left was probably because he hoped that Qin Yu would be able to see this clearly through the Battle of Xianyang City. The power of faith and the great Tao. Qin Yu tapped his fingers, a thoughtful look on his face. "By Fei Fei, my lord." After fusing with the heart of eternity, she was no different from an ordinary person. Now, she respectfully bowed, her white body flickering. Qin Yu was used to this. "How much do you know about the divine kingdom?" Bai Feifei shook her head. My lord, I've never walked the path of a divine kingdom, so I don't know the specifics. However, a divine kingdom is more like a domain that allows the master of a divine kingdom to erupt with even greater power. These were the most basic questions. Qin Yu didn't obtain an answer. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go investigate this matter." Jade Gate Pass. The fisherman let out a long sigh, a helpless look on his face. His days were becoming more and more difficult. He was thinking about whether or not he should find another place to take refuge. But he still had to face what he had to face today. Sure, he walked out from the space shaking. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Sect Master Qin, I am surprised that you appeared here. Qin Yu had a calm expression. Fisherman, would you betray my sect? The fisherman forced a smile. To tell the truth, if it weren't for the fact that the Qin Emperor has long since decided to kill my ancient remnant bloodline, I really might be tempted. Qin Yu said, I advise you not to be tempted. The fisherman nodded. Sect Master Qin's strength is indeed incomparably formidable. It leaves me in awe. Qin Yu waved his hand. Enough. I didn't come here today to listen to your flattering words. I have something to ask you. Sect Master Qin, please speak. The ancient remnants have a long history and were once the rulers of the wasteland. How much do you know about the divine kingdom? Qin Yu's eyes were calm and his tone was even calmer. You should know that I don't like others lying to me. You don't have to say anything, but you had best not speak nonsense. The corner of the fisherman's lips twitched. He thought, even if you say that, would I dare not say it in the current situation? He gritted his teeth and endured it. It's not just because of the master of Dongting. He was killed by Qin Yu, and it was also because of the strength and trump cards that Qin Yu had revealed in the Battle of Xianyang. He might not be a match for Qin Huang, but apart from Qin Huang, in the entire desolate region, only the 13th floor could make him feel apprehensive. The ancient remnants could not be provoked. The divine kingdom is a cultivation path that absorbs the faith of believers. Or in an even more ancient way, it's called incense. The fisherman said in a low voice, by absorbing the incense and fusing it into one's own cultivation, one will be able to attain the great Tao of incense flames and open up a brand new world. Indeed, the ancient remnant had some gains here. Incense Flame Avenue. Qin Yu nodded. How do I absorb the Joss flames? The fisherman shook his head. I don't know. He hurriedly explained, Sect Master Qin, if the saints really knew the method to cultivate the incense flame avenue, do you think we would still be chased by the great Qin Empire and be reduced to this state? Although it was shameful to say this, without a doubt, this was the most powerful evidence. Qin Yu remained silent. The fisherman looked at Qin Yu. Sect Master Qin, do you plan on walking the incense flame avenue? Qin Yu looked at him, not speaking. The fisherman bitterly smiled. I have no intention of prying, I only wish to express my stance. If Sect Master Qin can smoothly step onto the incense flame avenue, then my clan will seriously consider your previous promise. If Qin Yu could smoothly step onto the incense flame avenue, that meant that he truly had the chance to overthrow the great Qin Empire and become invincible in the world. The ancient remnant were certainly willing to rely on him. Qin Yu said, then you can all wait. He paced back and forth several times. Now, I wish to borrow a path to leave the central desolate. Make arrangements. The fisherman nodded. All right. First time was unfamiliar, second time was familiar. Moreover, he didn't dare to refuse. This time, the ancient remnant's path changed to a different location. This time, it was hidden beneath a stream. Qin Yu stepped out. The water instantly parted, revealing the hidden entrance. It fiercely expanded, releasing a suction force that pulled Qin Yu inside. Sure, his figure vanished from sight. The fisherman revealed a look of hesitation. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. But in the end, he let out a deep sigh and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. In the Battle of Xianyang City, Qin Yu had faced Emperor Qin and was able to escape unscathed. Who knew what other cards he had in his hands? Only the fisherman knew of today's events. Once something happened to Qin Yu, he would surely think of him. At that time, if Qin Yu didn't die, the one to die would likely be him. Qin Yu passed through the channel once more. He stepped into a snowy region of ice and snow. Strong winds howled and snow swirled about. His mind stirred and he soon determined that the place he had arrived at this time was the desolate north. Moreover, this was a bitter and cold land of the extreme north. It was sealed in ice for 10,000 miles and it was difficult to find any chance of survival. But at this moment, he heard the sounds of fighting. There was a loud rumbling sound as icebergs shattered and fell to the ground, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. Qin Yu looked up. The two sides were humans and barbarians. And the one being chased was a barbarian tribe that lived here. Brothers, destroy this barbarian tribe and we will go back to receive our reward. A general riding a strange beast roared and laughed. He lifted his hand and an ice spear automatically appeared. He threw it out. With a shrill sound, the ice spear stabbed towards a group of barbarians. Their eyes were filled with despair. Bang! With a dull sound, the ice spear exploded into pieces. The general's expression changed. He only had time to utter a single word before his body exploded with a loud bang. With the general killed, the morale of the desolate North Army collapsed. The encirclement soon stopped and they hurriedly retreated. The barbarians that were saved from the ice spear still had looks of surprise on their faces. Suddenly, they knelt on the ground. Thank you for your help. The Ice and Rock tribe will forever be grateful. Qin Yu's mind stirred. At this moment, he could actually feel traces of Joss flames. It was very little. With his current cultivation, it was almost negligible. But they really did exist. Could it be? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He turned and left. After leaving the central desolate north, he didn't need to worry about being discovered by Qin Huang again. The true Emperor realm could be reached with just a thought. Western desolate, towering holy mountain, land covered in snow. Outside the Black Temple, white snow suddenly shook and splashed everywhere. Qin Yu stepped out. He looked up at the temple. At this moment, an intense thought suddenly appeared in his heart. This place was his domain. As long as he stayed here, he could do anything. The temple doors opened. An old barbarian on the white floor looked at him with excitement. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed. Meng Shan greets your majesty, barbarian sovereign. You have come. Qin Yu entered the main hall. Great shaman Meng Shan, we finally meet. Tears streamed down Meng Shan's face. He almost couldn't speak. Your majesty, you have returned. Our barbarians have hope. Qin Yu said, I came back this time because I have a matter. I hope to receive guidance from great shaman Meng Shan. I wouldn't dare. Your majesty, please ask. Great shaman Meng Shan hurriedly said. Qin Yu said, how much do you know about the divine kingdom? Great shaman Meng Shan's eyes brightened. He looked up. Your majesty, you have truly formed a divine kingdom. Qin Yu didn't need to hide anything from him. As the sovereign of the barbarians, he would forever be inseparable from them. That's right. Good. That's great. Great shaman Meng Shan was extremely excited. Your majesty, with the divine kingdom in hand, you can step onto the Joss Flame Great Tao. You will also have the qualifications to contend with sovereign Qin. Qin Yu asked, how do I cultivate the Joss Flame Great Tao? Great shaman Meng Shan reached out a hand. Your majesty, please sit. Concerning the divine kingdom, my barbarian race only has a portion of incomplete records. Although it is clearly stated that stepping onto the Joss Flame Great Tao is the true unsurpassed path, the cultivation method is not clear. He forced a smile. Otherwise, my barbarian race would have given birth to many amazing barbarian sovereigns over the countless years and we wouldn't have been suppressed and hunted down by the desolate region. Qin Yu frowned. You don't know? Great shaman Meng Shan said, Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Although I don't know the method to cultivate the Joss Flame Great Tao, I do know someone who does. Who? Minute Changjing. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. It's him. Great shaman Meng Shan said, Your Majesty, do not underestimate this person. Sovereign Qin's combat strength is indeed unparalleled and invincible under the heavens, but he might not be able to kill Minute Changjing. This person has hidden himself deeply and even now, No one knows just how unfathomable he is. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. He actually believed these words a little. This was because when little Meaty faced Minute Changjing, although she had used incomparably strong threats and temptations, she had always felt a trace of dread. This was something he had experienced before. As for little Meaty, Qin Yu could no longer determine her current identity. But there was one thing without a doubt: she was strong. A long-lived species and the eternal realm were no longer enough to describe her existence. It was likely that her existence involved Qin Yu's greatest secrets. That was, who he was and where he came from. Thus, Minute Changjing's strength was within his expectations. Qin Yu said, "Then I will go look for Minute Changjing." Great Shaman Meng Shan said, "Your Majesty, when you are with the barbarians, you must refer to yourself as this." Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up. It is not just a title, but also an identity. If you do not have a proper name, then you cannot speak properly. Great Shaman Meng Shan said, "First, you must acknowledge yourself as the sovereign of the barbarians. Only then can you obtain the support of the barbarians. Although the barbarians do not know the cultivation methods of the divine kingdom, all of the barbarians in this world are without a doubt your subjects. They will provide you with an unending stream of Joss flames to help you become stronger." Qin Yu nodded. "I understand." Bang! At this time, in the distant divine kingdom, and even in the other great Qin, changes suddenly occurred. Those living in the divine kingdom might not have sensed this change, but to Qin Yu, it was a heaven-shaking and earth-shaking event. He could feel the endless power of Joss flames instantly connecting with the divine kingdom. And this power of Joss flames came from all over the desolate domain, from all the barbarians in the world. Rumble rumble, Qin Yu's divine kingdom began to expand. He closed his eyes, sensing all of this with rapt attention. Shua, a vast Yang's will appeared. His eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him, a look of shock on his face. Qin Yu had become even stronger. In the other great Qin, Daoist cloudy mist looked up into the skies. As an existence that had witnessed the birth of the great Qin Empire until today, he could vaguely sense some vague changes. It was as if their world had become more real and stable in this moment. Cough cough cough. There was a violent coughing fit. Chen Shi, who was standing guard at the side, hurriedly supported him. "Honorable Master, go back and rest." His face was full of worry. After autumn this year, his Honorable Master's corpse had suddenly deteriorated. Now, he had the appearance of a withered mortal old man. But as the most powerful cultivator in the world, how could he look like a mortal? This in itself was a sad omen. Daoist cloudy mist smiled. "Don't be sad. People will die eventually. For me to be able to live until today is already a blessing from the heavens. I have no regrets." Now, he was waiting for Qin Yu to return. He had once said that before he died, he would take him to see the true world. He didn't know whether or not he would be able to see her in that world. There was nothing else involved. Daoist cloudy mist simply wanted to kneel in front of her and look at her face once more. That was enough to satisfy him. In the Snow Mountain Black Temple, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Great Shaman." Great Shaman of Meng Mountain smiled. "Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of the barbarians. All of the barbarians crawl at your feet and are willing to pay anything for you. So, there is no need for your Majesty to thank me. To be able to help you is my greatest wish and honor." Qin Yu nodded. "I will go see Minute Changjing now. Farewell, your Majesty." Chapter 1805. Thousand Island Lake. Long Island. On a large ship, Minute Changjing sat on the side, fishing with a fishing rod. There was a large umbrella over his head. He took a sip from the teapot and let out a comfortable sigh. This peaceful and stable life was really not bad. The old chef was cooking fish and the fragrance wafted over. Beside him, a girl with a long braid was making pancakes. These pancakes weren't ordinary. When they were soaked in fish soup, they tasted delicious. "Master, the meal is ready. Please wash your hands first." Minute Changjing smiled. "All right, let's eat first." Just as he stood up, he couldn't help but frown. The old chef, who was holding the fish soup with a smile, suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with bright light. Above the lake, space twisted. Qin Yu stepped out and cupped his hands together. Master Minute, it's been a long time. Qin Yu. Minute Changjing exclaimed softly and quickly looked around. Qin Yu said, I'm alone today. Master Minute, there is no need to worry. Minute Changjing relaxed, but his complexion was still ugly. Sect Master Qin, why did you suddenly come? In the current desolate region, who didn't know that Qin Yu was a great trouble? What good would it do to be with him? Emperor Qin wasn't easy to fool. As for selling Qin Yu, forget it. Master Minute didn't want to die. He couldn't afford to offend that little grandaunt. Qin Yu smiled. What a fragrant fish soup. It's better to be on time than early. Master Minute, are you not going to invite me to a meal? Minute Changjing frowned. Sect Master Qin, let's not beat around the bush. Are you sure you still have the mood to sit down and eat with me? Qin Yu nodded. Of course. No matter what happens, we still have to eat. Old chef quickly said, Master, I made a lot of fish soup. Have the girl make more pancakes. It'll be enough. Minute Changjing humphed. Sect Master Qin, please. He sat down at the table. The fish soup was served along with several pancakes. Qin Yu directly ate. The taste was really good. He quickly finished 2 pancakes and smiled. Your cooking is really good. Old chef nodded and bowed. He pulled the maid beside him. Thank you for the praise, Sect Master Qin. Qin Yu smiled and said, Lord Minute, the reason I took the liberty to come here today is because there is something I hope I can help you with. Minute Changjing said, this old man is like a wild crane. I've long stopped meddling in worldly affairs. Moreover, if Sect Master Qin can't solve the problem, then this old man is even more helpless. Qin Yu looked at him. Lord Minute, are you saying that you won't give me a chance to speak? Minute Changjing's expression froze for a moment before he revealed a smile. Sect Master Qin has misunderstood. I just wanted to say this in advance so that the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Qin Yu laid down his chopsticks. That won't be the case. Before I came here, I was already sure that Lord Minute would be able to help me in this matter. He said in a soft voice, May I ask Lord Minute, after establishing the Divine Kingdom, how will I step onto the Joss Flame Great Road? Minute Changjing was confused. What? Qin Yu repeated the question. Minute Changjing shook his head repeatedly. I know about God Kingdoms, but I've never heard of Joss Flame Dao. Sovereign Qin, you've found the wrong person. Qin Yu looked at him without saying a word. Minute Changjing swore an oath. I guarantee that there is no falsehood in my words. Qin Yu said, Lord Minute lives in Thousand Island Lake, but you shouldn't be unfamiliar with the situation in the Central Desolate. Minute Changjing didn't understand what he meant. I do understand a bit, Qin Yu said, then Lord Minute should be well aware of my current situation. Emperor Qin has placed a bounty on the entire world, vowing to capture me. If I cannot step onto the Joss Flame Great Road, then I have no chance of winning against Emperor Qin. Even if I am fine now, it is only a matter of time before something happens. What nonsense. To be enemies with Emperor Qin, if you weren't unlucky then who would be? Minute Changjing coughed. Cough. Sect Master Qin is powerful, and in the war of Xianyang City, your methods were even more. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yu. Lord Minute, you only have one son. Minute Changjing's complexion darkened. He clenched his teeth. Again. In the past, little Meaty had threatened him like this. Qin Yu had learned it from her, right? His eyes were icy cold. What does Sect Master Qin mean? Nothing. I just want to remind Lord Minute that when one's life is threatened and they want to live on, it is likely they will make some decisions that don't conform to their hearts. I must first apologize to Lord Minute in advance. After all, if I don't hold back and kill your son, then Lord Minute will have no descendants. Qin Yu used a calm tone to speak the most threatening words possible. He drew his sword in front of Minute Changjing. If you don't help me, I will kill your son. Minute Changjing shivered with anger. Then, he laughed. Sect Master Qin, what big words you have there. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in this world? He leaned forward, his eyes even colder. Just as Sect Master Qin said, don't forget that Emperor Qin is currently pursuing you with all his strength. I don't dare to say that I can suppress Sect Master Qin, but it shouldn't be difficult to delay you for a moment. Qin Yu picked up a teacup and slowly drank. Lord Minute can try. But as long as I don't die today, I guarantee that my family will have no descendants. Great. On the boat on the lake, the air nearly froze. Bang! Minute Changjing slammed the table. You have gone too far. You have gone too far. He fiercely stood up and clenched his teeth. All of you leave. I will meet with Sect Master Qin. The old chef quickly grabbed his daughter and punched away the mist. The mist rose up into the air and turned into a white cloud that carried everyone on the boat away. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left. Minute Changjing glared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's expression was calm. Surname Qin, this is the last time. If you dare to use my son to threaten me again, I will fight you to the death. He used the fiercest tone to admit defeat. He only had a single son, so he didn't dare to gamble with him. And Qin Yu was clearly not easy to kill. Qin Yu smiled. Thank you, Lord Minute. Changjing coldly snorted. He lifted a hand and everything within 100 miles froze. All rules fell into stillness, without the slightest ripple. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. With just this move, he could see how strong Minute Changjing was. Although he was a true sovereign, his true sovereign realm was definitely not ordinary. Enough nonsense. The key to cultivating the Joss Flame Great Tao lies in the Joss Flame spirit. If you want to step into it, you must refine a spirit body that can replace yourself and integrate into the divine kingdom, absorbing the Joss flames of the believers. Minute Changjing said, but, I must remind you that a Joss flame spirit is extremely difficult to refine. It must be of the same origin as yourself and must also have its own will. And most importantly, it must completely obey you, otherwise it will suffer a backlash from the Joss flames. He looked at Qin Yu and sneered. Although I know how to cultivate the Joss flame Great Tao, I have never been able to take this step in countless years because I cannot refine a Joss flame spirit. Qin Yu, if you want to step into the Joss Flame Great Tao and resist Emperor Qin in a short period of time, that is nearly impossible. Qin Yu frowned. Joss Flame Spirit. His eyes flashed. You mean to say that I must refine an existence similar to an avatar? Minute Changjing remained expressionless. Of course it isn't that simple. Otherwise, how could a mere avatar stop me? The most important aspect of a Joss Flame Spirit is its own quality. It must be powerful to the extreme in order to carry the Joss flames of the divine kingdom. I can only say that I have spent many years but have never been able to find a Joss flame spirit that is strong enough to carry the Joss flames of the divine kingdom. Thus, I gave up on any thoughts of stepping onto the Joss flame Great Tao. Qin Yu stood up. He cupped his hands together and said, I understand. Farewell. He took a step back and vanished from sight. Minute Changjing. He blinked, a blank look on his face. Although the answer he gave was true, was he really going to send Qin Yu away just like that? Qin Yu had even threatened him to his face and shed all pretense of cordiality, so how could he possibly give up so easily? Could it be that he could find a suitable Joss flame spirit? Minute Changjing was shaken. He quickly shook his head. No way. Something like a Joss flame spirit cannot be found anywhere in the world, so how could Qin Yu have one? Humph humph. I think he doesn't know how difficult it is to refine a Joss flame spirit. Once he fails several times, he will experience the pain of not being able to step onto the Great Tao. Leaving Changdao, leaving the Thousand Island Lake. Qin Yu appeared, a thoughtful look on his face. Joss flame spirit. As Minute Changjing said, this was the key to stepping onto the Great Tao of Joss flames. As for the various requirements for a Joss flame spirit, Qin Yu thought about it again and again. He already had a suitable candidate. They came from the same root. They had their own consciousness. They were completely obedient. Moreover, they needed to be of a high enough quality to carry the Joss flames of the divine kingdom. This last point was the least of his worries. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. Sure, he took a step forward. In the next moment, Qin Yu appeared once more. He had arrived at the heaven-pulling sect. In a chamber, Qin Yu was in seclusion. His complexion suddenly changed, a look of struggle and hesitation in his eyes. But soon, this struggle and hesitation vanished from sight. He stood up and left. Soon, he arrived at the heaven-pulling sect. In a secluded area, he bowed and said, "Qin Yu greets master." Qin Yu turned and lightly said, "I came here today to take you away." Qin Yu respectfully said, "Yes." Facing Qin Yu, he simply didn't have the strength to resist. In particular, after Qin Yu broke into the true sovereign realm, he had already accepted his fate. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. The phantoms of Nanki stone and yellow grain would appeared, shaking as they formed a vortex. He took a step inside. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and followed. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he stared fixedly below. This was another great Qin imperial capital, Xianyang. This place is, Qin Yu lightly said, my sect's divine kingdom. Qin Yu's body trembled. "Master, you had me come here for," Qin Yu said, "incarnate as the Joss flame spirit. I will carry the Joss flames of the divine kingdom on behalf of my sect and help me establish the Joss flame great Tao." He turned to look at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, are you willing?" Qin Yu felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Only a grandson would be willing. Once he transformed into a Joss flame spirit and fused together with the divine kingdom, he would truly be under his control. His life or death would only be a thought away. Qin Yu frowned. Qin Yu, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied, "I'm willing." "Very good." Qin Yu revealed a satisfied expression. His thoughts stirred. In Xianyang City, the guardian divine beast of the country, the phoenix, suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. In an instant, it soared into the sky. "Ah, look, it's a phoenix. My great Qin's guardian divine beast has awakened. There must be some great event." It flew into the sky. Countless people revealed looks of awe. Some even knelt on the ground, kowtowing again and again, praying that they could obtain the protection of the guardian divine beast. And at this time, the great Qin's guardian divine beast was in front of Qin Yu, sobbing and sniffling, incomparably sorrowful. Its rough meaning was that this place was too boring and it couldn't do anything. Of course, on the surface, it had another meaning. For example, it couldn't bear to part with its master and hoped to follow by his side. Its true face was seen through by Qin Yu. He kicked it to the ground. "Shut up." The chicken overlord wiped its tears, a pitiful expression on its face. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed. "His name is Qin Yu. Starting from today, he will be the Joss flame spirit. He will carry the incense of the entire divine kingdom. Help him complete his transformation." The chicken overlord sniffled. "Joss flame spirit." It looked at Qin Yu. "Master, what is that? How do I transform?" Qin Yu, he suddenly discovered that he had thought things too simply. He had found the Joss flame spirit, but how could he carry the incense of the divine kingdom? The man and the chicken looked at each other in dismay. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. "I will leave this matter to you." The chicken overlord's eyes widened. But as it looked at Qin Yu's expression, it didn't dare to say anything. It thought for a moment and said, "How about I dig a hole and bury him in it? Perhaps there will be a reaction from the divine kingdom. Or I can turn him into a statue and have him stand beside me. If I have nothing to do, he can chat with me. Yes, that's good." The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. In particular, it saw that Qin Yu actually wanted to give it a try. It hurriedly said, "Master, there is no need to go to such trouble. I know what to do." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Qin Yu took a step forwards. His entire body began to shine. Then, in the increasingly rich light, he gradually turned illusory. Sure, he completely vanished from sight. Qin Yu was gone. But at this moment, Qin Yu could clearly feel his existence. Rumble rumble, above Xianyang City, the vast and mighty destiny of the nation began to gather. As it gathered into a single point, it began to emit a faint layer of gold. A golden phantom appeared in front of Qin Yu. It bowed, "Master." This was Qin Yu. Without a doubt, he had completed his transformation and become the Joss flame spirit of the divine kingdom. "Very good." Qin Yu smiled. "Qin Yu, I will leave the important task of helping me open up the Joss Flame Great Tao to you. This most critical step had been smoothly accomplished. Qin Yu said, I will do my best to help Master reach the Tao. But, creating the Joss Flame Great Tao is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, the most important thing is that Master needs to collect more Joss Flames. The more you collect, the faster you can speed up this process. Qin Yu nodded. Leave these matters to me. Qin Yu bowed. His golden figure vanished, fusing into the divine kingdom. Qin Yu closed his eyes. Bang! Behind him, the phantom of the great Tao appeared. It twisted and turned, reaching into the heavens. And now, specks of light were appearing on this grand path. The power of Joss Flames. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light surging within them. He had succeeded. However, his Joss Flame Great Tao had just been opened. It was far from being able to compare with the blazing divine kingdom flames on Emperor Qin's Great Tao. But at the very least, in terms of boundary, the two were now on the same level. In other words, as long as he collected enough Joss Flames, catching up to Emperor Qin's boundary was only a matter of time. And the power of Joss Flames. Qin Yu didn't lack them. Emperor Qin controlled the Great Qin Empire and had trillions of citizens. But, besides the divine kingdom in front of him, Qin Yu had another identity. He was the Goliath sovereign, and all the Goliaths in the world were his believers. As long as this identity was officially confirmed by the surrounding Goliath tribes, he could obtain a massive amount of Joss Flames. The chicken overlord's eyes widened. Qin Yu was still Qin Yu, but the feeling he gave off at this moment had become unfathomably deep. Even more terrifying. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. From now on, when you step onto the Joss Flame Great Tao, your supernatural powers will be limitless. Flattery and flattery flooded out like a tide. Qin Yu glanced at it. Help me keep an eye on Qin Yu. The chicken overlord quickly nodded. Master, rest assured. Qin Yu vanished. He appeared in the Great Qin Imperial Palace. The door to the hall opened silently, and an intense cough entered Zhong Xian's ears. He stepped in and looked at the withered Daoist cloudy mist sitting on a prayer mat. Today, I will bring you to see the outside world. Thank you, my lord. Daoist cloudy mist smiled, his eyes bright. Chapter 1806. The once young Chen Shi was now a tall and straight young man. He fell to his knees. Honorable Master. Tears tumbled down. Daoist cloudy mist turned around, a smile on his face. Silly child, I already told you that I have no regrets living to this day. Why can't you think it through? From today onwards, you are the new imperial scholar of the Great Qin Empire. You must do your best to assist His Majesty and continue the Great Qin Empire for 10,000 years to come. Chen Shi kowtowed. Yes. His voice choked with sobs. Daoist cloudy mist bowed. My lord, let's go. Qin Yu nodded. All right. He flicked his sleeves and an invisible strength wrapped around Daoist cloudy mist. With a single step, the two of them arrived at the edge of this world. If they continued forwards, they would leave this place and enter the desolate domain. Qin Yu turned. Cloudy mist, although your body has withered away, with your cultivation, if you wholeheartedly wish to extend your life, you can still last for a period of time. If you leave this world with me right now, you won't be able to come back. You'll soon die and your Tao will disappear. So, I will ask you one last time. Have you thought this over? Daoist cloudy mist had a calm expression. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. My lord, before I die, I wish to see the outside world. Qin Yu lifted a hand. The mountain and river sword appeared and he slashed forward. The suppressive strength that blocked in front of Daoist cloudy mist instantly shattered. The two of them stepped out and appeared in the boundless sea of clouds. Below them were mountains and rivers, stretching as far as the eye could see. Qin Yu said, "This is the real world." Daoist cloudy mist's eyes widened and his lips trembled. His eyes were red but a smile appeared on his face. He took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented smoothness. He trembled as he cupped his hands together and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, my lord." Qin Yu looked at him. "What other wishes do you have?" Daoist Cloudy Mist didn't speak, but his eyes brightened. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He said, "She is not in this world, but I will pass on your request today and let her know of this matter." Daoist Cloudy Mist smiled. "I'll have to trouble my lord." He straightened his body, looked at the vast world, and murmured, "So, there is more than one real world." As he spoke, Daoist Cloudy Mist's body was like a shadow, rapidly fading under the sunlight, disappearing completely. He had died. In reality, it was impossible for Daoist Cloudy Mist to leave the illusory world and step into reality. It was Qin Yu who had helped him break through the suppression of the desolate domain, allowing him to temporarily appear in this world. But just as Qin Yu had said to Daoist Cloudy Mist before, if he were to step into the real world in his current state, he would have to withstand the rejection of the world and would soon die. The life of Cloudy Mist may be a legendary existence in the other Qin kingdom. He was incredibly powerful, and he was the #1 cultivator in the world. Moreover, he was Great Qin's imperial teacher, and he had the right to determine Great Qin's imperial successor. His life was bright and dazzling. But in Qin Yu's eyes, what was his life? Was this a dream? Then, in this life of mine, everything I've done now, is it just a dream in the eyes of others? Qin Yu took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled from his chest, a firm look in his eyes. His life was not a dream. Even if it was, he would still break out of this dream and slaughter his way to the heavens. He cupped his hands together and bowed towards where Daoist Cloudy Mist had vanished. When he stood up once more, his expression had returned to normal. "By Fei Fei." Sure, she appeared out of thin air. She bowed and said, "My lord." Qin Yu said, "Go to the 13th floor and deliver the giant beast corpse to the floor master. Say that this is a token of my sincerity to repay him for saving me." Bai Fei Fei hesitated. "My lord," Qin Yu said, "the floor master and my sect do indeed have their own thoughts, but I believe that the 13th floor and my sect have a common enemy. Emperor Qin is too strong. I need to find an opponent for him to share some of the pressure." Bai Fei Fei respectfully said, "I understand." Qin Yu said, "After you deliver the giant beast corpse, you may act freely. Do your best to find the remaining parts of its body as soon as possible and restore your full strength." He looked at her. "If there is an accident, or if there are difficulties that you cannot resolve, you may seek my help." Bai Fei Fei bowed. "My lord, please be careful." She turned and left. The complete giant beast corpse was more than enough to help the floor master resolve his own hidden dangers and increase his strength further. As for why Qin Yu was so sure that there was a problem with the floor master, the reason was simple: if there wasn't an accident, then with the floor master's strength and status, he would never take the risk of interfering in matters involving Bai Fei Fei. Heavenly retribution was not a joke. Even if Qin Yu stood in front of him, once he was implicated, he would die. Finding an opponent for Emperor Qin was only one of the reasons. At most, it would temporarily divert a portion of his attention. The true key lay in himself. Qin Yu had already taken the first step of the Joss Flame Great Tao. But, if he wanted to truly succeed, there was still a long road ahead. Luckily, he had found it. His direction was to collect the power of Joss Flames, the more the better. To Qin Yu, the fastest and most effective way to collect the power of Joss Flames was in the barbarians. As long as his identity as the barbarian sovereign was confirmed, then all the barbarians in the world would be his believers. This would be a source of Joss Flames no weaker than the Great Qin Empire. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He stepped forwards and in the next moment appeared between the towering snow-capped mountains of the western savage Holy Land. The doors of the Black Temple opened on their own. Besides the great shamans of Meng Mountain, there were also many barbarian cultivators. All of them had excited expressions. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed again and again. Hanya was one of them. At this time, her eyes widened. Her excitement couldn't be concealed. Barbarian sovereign, the sovereign of my barbarian race, Hanya finally understood why her honorable master had always treated Qin Yu differently. And why Qin Yu was able to repeatedly use miraculous methods within the borders of the barbarians. He was the barbarian sovereign. There was an explanation for all of this. The great shamans of Meng Mountain respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, The ascetic cultivation lineage is loyal to you. We will absolutely not reveal your identity. Please rest assured. Qin Yu's eyes swept over everyone. The reason I came here today is to tell you that I will officially return to the barbarians. The great shamans of Meng Mountain's eyes widened. Qin Yu said, "That's right. I will establish the orthodoxy and announce to the barbarians that their sovereign has been resurrected. And I will lead the barbarians to restore their former glory and become the masters of the desolate domain once more. Your Majesty." All the ascetic cultivators had tears streaming down their faces. They had waited for this day for countless years. Generation after generation of barbarians had died in pain and slaughter. They only hoped that in the future, their children would be able to live in this world without fear. The great shamans of Meng Mountain said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go with you to the barbarian ancestral court to take back your authority and regain control of the barbarians of the world." Qin Yu nodded. "All right. We are willing to follow your Majesty and take back your authority." The ascetic cultivators shouted out loud. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. "No need. I and the great shamans of Meng Mountain are enough. Scatter into the territory of the Western barbarians and prepare for war." His eyes erupted with a sharp light. "The rise of my barbarian race must be accompanied by a great war." "Yes, Your Majesty." The ascetic cultivators stood up, their eyes filled with determination. The barbarians never feared war. Now that His Majesty had returned, it was time to let the world know just how strong the barbarians were. The great shamans of Meng Mountain took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, please follow me." He bowed and led the way. Qin Yu entered the inner hall of the temple. The great shamans of Meng Mountain said, "Your Majesty, the throne of the barbarian sovereign has been vacant for a long time. The ancestral court is in charge and the internal forces are very complicated." He wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Does the great shamans of Meng Mountain want to tell me that it won't be easy to take back my authority?" The great shamans of Meng Mountain said, "Your Majesty's cultivation is exceedingly high and you can even face Emperor Qin and escape unscathed. I am not worried that the ancestral court can resist your arrival. But the ancestral court is one of the foundations of the barbarians. Any unnecessary damage is a loss to the barbarians." The great shamans of Meng Mountain tried to speak gently. Qin Yu smiled. "Is the great shamans of Meng Mountain reminding me not to forget about Emperor Qin?" The great shamans of Meng Mountain forced a smile. "Your Majesty is wise." The facts were laid out in front of them. If the ancestral court wasn't willing to hand over its authority and a civil war broke out, it was likely that Emperor Qin would directly descend. Although Emperor Qin would lose the support of the Divine Kingdom after leaving the central desolate region, his strength would be greatly reduced. Even so, he was still an existence that had personally killed a long-lived species. Even if he only had half of his strength left, he would still be able to suppress and kill all true sovereigns. Even Qin Yu wasn't a match for Emperor Qin, the great shamans of Meng Mountain said, so, subduing the ancestral court and taking back its authority must be carefully considered. We cannot be too hasty. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, where is Miss Meaty at your side?" Qin Yu said, "Little Meaty is not by my side." His eyes flashed. "Great shaman of Meng Mountains, is there a problem with you suddenly mentioning Little Meaty?" The great shaman of Meng Mountains bowed and said, "I dare not hide anything from your Majesty. When you were in the Western Wasteland's imperial capital, I once risked my life and went there once. There, I met that Miss Ruru, and inadvertently learned from her that many years ago, she seemed to have signed a contract with a great shaman of the barbarians. And now, the one who controls the barbarian ancestral court is the descendant of that great shaman. Unfortunately, if Miss Ruru was here, she would be able to help your Majesty." Qin Yu's lips curved up. "Are you sure that's what Little Meaty said?" Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains nodded and repeated the conversation. "I remember it very clearly. There's no mistake." Qin Yu said, "Then there's nothing to worry about. Let's go straight to the ancestral court and complete our agreement to rescue the Drifting Fire Tribe's great shaman." "Your Majesty," Qin Yu waved his hand. "Little Meat has always considered the long term. She knows that I am the Goliath sovereign, and since I have some relationship with the Goliath ancestral court, she must have made preparations. Let's go over and play it by ear. I have enough confidence in little meat. This, all right. But, I ask that your majesty be patient for the time being. If anything goes wrong, you can temporarily retreat and then slowly come up with a plan. These were the words of wisdom and experience. Qin Yu nodded. Of course. Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains relaxed a little. He was truly worried that His Majesty the Goliath Sovereign would be angered and cause things to spiral out of control. Right now, this was the last hope of the barbarians. He couldn't stare on helplessly as the Goliath Sovereign fell into turmoil. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will immediately open the channel to enter the ancestral court. The barbarian ancestral court was the same as the 13th floor and Starsea Paradise. It was also a heavenly paradise world. It was because of this that they were able to avoid being hunted down by the various countries of the desolate region and just barely preserve their strength. Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains moved his hands and began to chant. Black lines began to appear on the pure white floor of the temple. They wove together, forming an incomparably complex pattern. As they trembled, they released motes of light. A portal appeared. It was simple and had an ancient aura. Your Majesty, if you pass through this portal, you can reach the ancestral court. Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains bowed. I will have to trouble you to temporarily hide your identity. Once the situation is clear, you can reveal your identity. Qin Yu nodded. Your Majesty, please follow me. Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains stepped into the portal. There was a spatial distortion. The experience inside wasn't good. The dizzying feeling disappeared and in front of them was a towering mountain. The vegetation was lush and green, releasing a vibrant vitality. One couldn't see the end of it. Who is it? With a shout, several barbarian guards appeared. Soon, their complexions changed and they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains. Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains nodded. I came to the ancestral court today for an important matter. Send a message to all sides and immediately convene the ancestral court assembly. The guard said, Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains, today is the day of the Grand Judgment Assembly. All Grand Shamans have gathered. Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains' complexion changed. Judgment Assembly? This is bad. He hurriedly walked forward. Qin Yu followed behind. As a follower of Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains, he naturally had the qualifications to enter the ancestral court. His expression was calm, but his eyes were constantly observing everything here. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in Qin Yu's mind. A slightly smug voice directly sounded in his mind. Qin Yu, when you hear this voice, you must have arrived at the barbarian ancestral court. Don't be afraid of anything. I've already helped you settle everything in advance. Don't worry and boldly move forward. Defeat them all and suppress them. It was meaty. Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. He had guessed that this must be the case. I wonder how she is now. I really want to go and see her. Just as Qin Yu felt that this was all there was to say, Meeta's voice suddenly sounded again. Do you miss me? Do you think that it's better for me to stay by your side? Let me tell you, cherish my kindness to you. In the vast 13,000 worlds, who have I, Meaty, treated like this? So, when one day you figure out who you are, don't forget me. The voice completely disappeared. Qin Yu frowned slightly. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. Meeta's last words clearly had a hidden meaning. Could it be that she knew something? But why did he forget Meaty? As Qin Yu was thinking, the great shamans of Meng Mountain had already arrived outside the ancient palace built on the mountain peak. The aura was vast and boundless. This was the barbarian ancestral court, the place where the world had once been ruled. Today, all the great shamans of the ancestral court had gathered here. Because a trial was about to begin, the old barbarian knelt in the ancestral court. His breathing paused, his face pale, and his cultivation had been sealed. But he still raised his head. Even though he was kneeling on the ground, his eyes were still filled with mockery as he looked down at everyone. You were wrong, you were wrong. This will never change. Even if you kill me, I will still live on. But the barbarian ancestral court, the place that controls the fate of the entire barbarian race, is actually in the hands of people like you. I feel sorrow, and I feel that the countless men who died on the front lines of the barbarian race's battlefield are not worth it. You are not worthy of sitting in today's seats, and you are not qualified to be the rulers of the barbarian race, the old barbarian loudly cursed. In the ancestral court, the great shamans all had gloomy expressions. Not only because they were being cursed, but also because the current barbarian ancestral court had indeed changed. But unfortunately, they could do nothing about it. Shut up. The Grand Wizard, who was wearing a gorgeous robe and holding a scepter in his hand, shouted at this moment. He raised his hand and the scepter erupted with light, knocking the old barbarian to the ground. Great Shaman Earthfire has despised the ancestral court and wantonly slandered it. This is a great crime of disrespect. This will be combined with the crimes you have committed before. This crime cannot be forgiven. He stood up and raised his scepter. Today, I, the black-robed Great Shaman, announce in the name of the ancestral court that Great Shaman Earthfire will be executed as a warning to others. Chapter 1807. I object. The Grand Shaman of Meng Mountain let out a deep roar, instantly attracting countless gazes. A commotion broke out in the ancestral court. Silence. The black-robed Grand Shaman shouted. He leaned forward and his eyes were filled with oppression. Meng Shan, you were ordered to guard the western border. Who allowed you to return to the ancestral court? The Grand Shaman of Meng Mountain sneered. I am a Grand Shaman of the Shaman tribe. I only need to obey the orders of the barbarian sovereign. Since when does the ancestral court have the qualifications to restrict us Grand Shamans? His gaze swept across. Everyone, is it because Meng Mountain has not returned for many years that the ancestral court has gained more authority? There was silence. The eyes of the great sorcerers surged, and many of them revealed delight. They were also dissatisfied with the increasingly aggressive attitude of the ancestral court in recent years. However, the throne of the barbaric emperor was vacant, and the ancestral court was temporarily in charge. In addition, the black-clothed Great Shaman lineage had many powerful experts and were powerful. They had long taken control of the ancestral court. No one dared to rashly pick a fight with them. The black-robed Great Shaman's face was as dark as still water. He raised his scepter and said, Meng Shan, I am in charge of the ancestral court and can temporarily replace the barbarian sovereign's authority. Do you have any objections? The Great Shaman of Mount Meng said, yes. He lifted his hand and pointed. Terraflame is a Great Shaman of the barbarian tribe. According to the rules of the barbarian tribe, only His Majesty, the barbarian sovereign, has the right to decide his life and death. Xian Yi, even if you control the ancestral court, you are still not the barbarian emperor. Killing the Grand Shaman is a blasphemy to the barbarian emperor's authority. The scepter in the hands of the black-robed Grand Shaman burst out with light. I, the black-robed Grand Shaman, as the ruler of the ancestral court, pronounce that the Grand Shaman of Meng Mountain has disrespected the ancestral court. He shall be imprisoned in the Black Prison for 300 years. The expressions of the other Grand Magi in the ancestral court changed. Someone stood up. Great Sorcerer Black Robe, Meng Shan did not commit any obvious crimes. Your punishment is a little too severe. That's right. Every single Great Shaman of the barbarian tribe is the pillar of the tribe. How can they be severely punished because of some groundless problems? Black-robed Great Shaman, please retract your order. Today, Meng Shan was punished, but in the future, they might be punished as well. The black-robed Grand Magus sneered. All of you are willing to support Meng Shan. In other words, how dissatisfied are you with me ruling the ancestral court? Everyone's expression changed slightly. Boom! The scepter's light erupted. The entire barbarian ancestral court was activated at this moment. Deep rumbling sounds came from the depths of the mountain. An invisible suppressive force descended and enveloped all the great Magi. Black-clothed Great Shaman, what are you doing? A Great Shaman roared in shock and anger. The black-robed Grand Magus was expressionless. Today, I will use the power of the ancestral court to suppress the heretics among the Grand Magi and establish the status and authority of the ancestral court. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. The throne of the barbarian emperor is empty, and the barbarian tribe is without a leader. This is the main reason why we are being suppressed and hunted by the desolate. I want to revive the berserkers, and I want the ancestral court to have absolute control over the entire berserkers. I will definitely kill the Earthfire Grand Magus. Meng Shan has spoken rudely and will definitely be punished severely. If anyone else has any objections, do so now. There was dead silence. The great shamans of the barbarian race in the ancestral court were furious. They suddenly understood that the purpose of today's trial assembly was not to kill the Grand Magus of the earthly fire, but to use this opportunity to establish the ancestral court's absolute rule over them. From then on, the great wizard was no longer aloof. The ancestral court controlled everything. No one was willing, but who dared to object? This was the ancestral court. The black-clothed great shaman who held a scepter was a nearly invincible existence. Not to mention, the black-clothed great shaman had controlled the ancestral court for many years. The silence and cold gazes of the surrounding ancestral court guards were enough to explain everything. Suppressed by the power of the ancestral court, their strength was limited. Even if they fell out with the ancestral court, they would only be suppressed. There was silence. Very good. The black-clothed great shaman revealed a satisfied expression. Since everyone agrees, then these two decisions will take effect immediately. Wait a moment. Qin Yu walked into the ancestral court and looked at the great shaman of Meng Shan. Look, in the end, we still have to face him head-on, right? The great shaman of Meng Shan bitterly smiled. Yes. The black-clothed great shaman frowned. Who are you? A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because at this moment, he was shocked to discover that the power of the ancestral court could not suppress this person's aura. Or, to be more precise, they felt awe. They did not dare to approach the person in front of them. Instead, they revealed a nearly submissive attitude. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves, and the suppressive power of the ancestral court retreated like the tide. The Grand Magi gathered here widened their eyes in shock. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu walked forward towards the black-clothed great shaman. Stop! The black-clothed great shaman suddenly panicked, and the scepter in his hand lit up. But at this moment, Qin Yu glanced over, and the scepter in his hand extinguished. Who are you? The black-clothed great shaman roared. Qin Yu said indifferently, Meng Shan. The great shaman of Meng Shan, who had regained his freedom, took a deep breath and looked around. Everyone, the person you see today is the new emperor of the barbarians. His words were earth-shattering. Ancestral court won. It was chaos. The great shamans stood up abruptly, and their eyes widened in shock. Barbarian emperor. The black-clothed great shaman's pupils constricted as he roared, nonsense. If you are the new emperor of the barbarians, how could the ancestral court not sense it? No, I recognize you. You are the heaven-splitting sword sect's Qin Yu. He raised his scepter. Meng Shan, how dare you bring an outsider into the ancestral court? This is a serious crime of colluding with the enemy. That's right, he is indeed the heaven-splitting sword sect's Qin Yu. I have seen his image. But, why can he directly repel the suppression power of the ancestral court? Qin Yu said, I am indeed Qin Yu, but at the same time, I am also the new emperor of the barbarians. With these words, the entire ancestral court violently shook. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if a boundless power was about to erupt, but it was forcefully suppressed. Puff. The black-clothed great shaman spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. But Qin Yu's cold gaze fell on him. Black-clothed great shaman, what a good method. You imprisoned the power of the ancestral court and tried to refine it. Do you want to rebel? Ah! The great shaman cried out in alarm. The black-clothed great shaman angrily shouted, Stop slandering me. I don't know what method you used to restrain the power of the ancestral court, but you dare to pretend to be the barbarian emperor. This is an unforgivable crime. Come, suppress Qin Yu. Boom. Boom. A powerful aura erupted. The 6 great shamans of the ancestral court attacked at the same time. Humph. Qin Yu coldly coughed. The faces of the 6 great shamans paled and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Shan, you have offended me. According to the laws of the barbarians, what is your punishment? The great shaman respectfully said, reporting to your majesty, your punishment is death. Very good. Qin Yu raised his hand. No. The 6 barbarian great shamans screamed in horror. In the next moment, their heads exploded, red and white blood splashing out. With a single strike, the foundation of the ancestral court that the black-clothed great shaman used to control was instantly wiped out. The black-clothed great shaman's eyes widened. Qin Yu. But his heart was filled with fear. He no longer doubted his identity. If it weren't for the barbarian emperor, how could he control the life and death of all the barbarians? With a single strike, he had killed 6 great shamans. Since Qin Yu didn't hesitate to kill the 6 of them, then he could naturally kill him as well. You forced me to do this. The black-clothed great shaman angrily roared. The scepter in his hand shined once more. Barbarian Emperor, Qin Yu is. His voice came to an abrupt end. He was grabbed by the throat by an invisible force and lifted into the air. His face flushed red and his blood vessels bulged. He could no longer make a sound. His eyes widened and turned bloodshot, revealing endless panic. Qin Yu lifted his hand. The scepter struggled for a moment before it howled into his hand. He looked down, his eyes cold. The black-clothed great shaman is indeed worthy of being the existence that controls the ancestral court. In order to become the new barbarian emperor, he is willing to submit to the great Qin. He lifted his hand and grasped. Wisps of aura flew out from the scepter and fell into his hand, constantly struggling. Then, these auras violently surged and a face appeared. It was Barbarian Emperor Qin Yu. He only had time to roar out in shock and anger. Pa! This mass of aura had already been crushed to pieces by Qin Yu. The terrifying pressure that had just descended was forcefully interrupted. Barbarian Emperor! The great shaman roared, black-clothed, how dare you collude with the great Qin? Do you want to put my barbarian race to death? The other great shamans in the ancestral court were all furious and fearful. If Qin Yu hadn't directly suppressed the black-clothed great shaman today, they would still be in the dark. It wouldn't be long before the barbarians would fall into the hands of the great Qin. The black-clothed great shaman's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Qin Yu. Bang! He was thrown to the ground. Qin Yu stepped over him and walked step by step to the throne of the ancestral court. I am the barbarian emperor. Naturally, only I can sit on this seat. He turned around and sat down. Rumble. The ancestral court grotto heaven small world of the barbarians surged. The power of the ancestral court that was sealed underground instantly broke through the seal. They gathered and poured into Qin Yu's body. At this moment, his figure suddenly condensed between heaven and earth. He was like an ancient giant that stood tall. It's His Majesty, the Barbarian Emperor. Our race's new emperor has succeeded the throne. Greetings, Your Majesty. The great shamans of the ancestral court knelt down excitedly. Countless barbarians in the ancestral court grotto heaven small world also sensed the changes coming from the ancestral court. An old barbarian trembled in excitement and struggled to kneel on the ground. Barbarian Emperor! Barbarian Emperor! Our emperor has returned. The black-clothed great shaman stared blankly at the scene in front of him. His body suddenly trembled, and a crazed expression appeared on his face. Qin Yu, so what if you're the new emperor? The ancestral court of the barbarians is controlled by the black-clothed bloodline. Even if you kill me, the black-clothed bloodline will teleport the location of the ancestral court out. When Emperor Qin descends and destroys the ancestral court, all of you will die. The great shaman of Meng Mountain was furious. Shut up. Black-clothed great shaman, if you dare to do this, your bloodline will be completely wiped out by the barbarians. The black-clothed great shaman grinned sinisterly. So what if it's wiped out? The black-clothed bloodline has already been destroyed, so let's die together. The great shaman's faces were filled with fear. The black-clothed bloodline had been in charge of the ancestral court for many years and had long infiltrated every corner. No one knew what they had left behind. Even if they didn't hesitate to slaughter and wash the black-clothed bloodline with blood, they still might not be able to eliminate the hidden dangers. And once the location of the ancestral court was truly known by Emperor Qin and he descended, then the barbarians would welcome a calamity. The black-clothed great shaman wildly laughed. He stared at Qin Yu, his face filled with joy. So what if he was the barbarian emperor? And this position was just a little bit away from being his. Since he was going to die, then he would drag everyone down with him. Qin Yu was expressionless. He suddenly said, "Black-clothed, are you surprised that when you faced me just now, you suddenly didn't have the strength to resist?" The black-clothed great shaman's expression froze. Qin Yu said, "It's not because I suppressed you with my status as the barbarian emperor. The true reason is that from many years ago, the life and death of your black-clothed bloodline was no longer in your own hands." Qin Yu lifted his hand. Light surged in his palm, condensing into a contract. In this contract, there were countless bright and dim spots of light. You might not have seen this contract before, but when you see it, your bloodline will tell you what it is. And now, this contract has been transferred to my hands. Controlling it is the same as controlling the fate of your bloodline. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, Qin Yu raised his hand and poked. Ah! With a miserable scream, another great shaman in the hall suddenly exploded and died. And before this, he had never revealed any relationship with the black-clothed bloodline. Even when the two sides were in a state of opposition, this great figure had stood up to speak for the great shaman of Meng Mountain. But now, the truth was in front of him. The black-clothed great shaman's body trembled, his eyes filled with fear. He naturally knew the true identity of the dead great shaman. Looking at the contract in Qin Yu's hand, his entire body trembled. No. With this contract, Qin Yu could really completely wipe out the entire black-clothed bloodline. Not a single one would be left. The black-clothed great shaman knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I beg you, don't completely wipe us out. The black-clothed bloodline is willing to submit to you." The great shaman of Meng Mountain hesitated for a moment. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, you have already arrived at the ancestral court. Once your identity is exposed, you will surely set off a great war that will sweep through the world. My race is in need of manpower. Why don't we just kill the leader and give the rest of the black-clothed bloodline a chance to atone for their crimes?" "Yes, yes, yes." The black-clothed great shaman kowtowed again and again. "I am willing to die to quell your Majesty's anger. I beg you to be merciful." Qin Yu shook his head. "I do not believe in traitors." The black-clothed great shaman froze, despair filling his face. The entire black-clothed bloodline was finished. "Qin Yu, if you wipe out the black-clothed bloodline, the ancestral court of the barbarian race will definitely be destroyed. I have already prepared a backup plan. Without the black-clothed bloodline maintaining it, it will expose itself on its own." The great shaman of Meng Mountain revealed a look of anger. If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, he would never have said this. And once he truly forgave the rest of the black-clothed bloodline, it would be the same as burying a great hidden danger for the barbarians. "Black-clothed, if you really do this, you will forever be a sinner of the barbarians." The black-clothed great shaman roared. "You forced me. You forced me to do this." He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, I am willing to die. I beg you to forgive the black-clothed bloodline. It is time for you to make a decision." Qin Yu lifted his hand and grabbed the contract in front of him. "I will not accept threat." The black-clothed great shaman's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. How dare he? He actually dared. He really dared. Bang! His entire person directly exploded into pieces. At the same time, a similar situation occurred throughout the entire barbarian ancestral land and even in the surrounding barbarian territories. Everyone in the black-clothed bloodline, as long as they had the bloodline of the signed contract flowing within them, was completely wiped out. Within the ancestral court, the smell of blood was so thick that it almost seemed tangible. This was because nearly all the guards of the ancestral court had died along with the black-clothed great shaman. Blood covered the earth. The great shamans all revealed looks of awe and fear. Their hearts trembled. His Majesty's temperament was so tough and cold. Only the great shaman of Meng Mountain could guess that Qin Yu did this in the most direct and powerful way to wipe out all dissenting voices within the barbarian race in order to deal with the upcoming war. But the black-clothed bloodline had died. How could the hidden dangers of the ancestral court be resolved? He bitterly smiled. Your Majesty, we are in trouble. Qin Yu withdrew his hand. Since I have killed them, I no longer fear any threats. Since there is a possibility that this place will be exposed, we will change locations and rebuild the barbarian ancestral court. The Star Sea Grotto was the best choice. Chapter 1808. Great Qin Capital. Xianyang. Inside and outside the Qin Emperor's palace, there were corpses everywhere. All of the servants had been killed on the spot by the burst of aura. Blood flowed from their orifices and a pungent stench filled the air. As the ruler of the Great Qin, although he only controlled the central desolate region, he was the true ruler of the entire desolate region. Thus, when the Qin Emperor was summoned by the black-clothed Grand Shaman, he could sense Qin Yu's aura. This also confirmed Qin Yu's true identity, barbarian sovereign. Looking at the world, he was the ruler of billions of barbarians. This exceeded the Qin Emperor's expectations. His mind shook and he found it hard to maintain his composure. This was because Qin Yu already had the qualifications to step onto the Joss Flame Great Road. And once he succeeded, the tightly shut palace door opened and the imperial advisor entered. Your Majesty. He respectfully bowed, his expression heavy. This was the first time in countless years that the imperial advisor had seen His Majesty lose his composure. From this, one could see how serious the situation was. Imperial advisor, I suddenly have a feeling that the Great Qin will be replaced. Tell me, with my status and identity, for me to have such thoughts, is it a sign? The imperial advisor said, Your Majesty's cultivation is heaven-piercing and you are invincible in this world. No one can defeat you and naturally cannot replace my Great Qin. Do not be affected. As long as you maintain your calm, you will naturally be able to deal with the phoenixes coming from all directions and ensure that the destiny of my Great Qin doesn't scatter. The Qin Emperor was expressionless. I am indeed invincible in this world, but if the heavens want me to die, what can I do? He stood up and walked down from the throne. Qin Yu's true identity is the current barbarian sovereign. With the support of the barbarians, he will surely step onto the Joss Flame Great Road. The imperial advisor's complexion changed. He clenched his teeth. Then kill him before he truly steps onto the Joss Flame Great Road. The Qin Emperor was silent. He looked up at the sky. Before that, I would like to ask the heavens if they really want to destroy my Great Qin. As his words fell, the Qin Emperor took a step forward. Bang, the sky above suddenly shattered, and countless terrifying cracks frantically spread in all directions. The Qin Emperor walked out. Strong winds fluttered his robes and a terrifying pressure descended, like a vast abyss. Yet, this had no effect on the Qin Emperor. He lifted his head and faced the attack head-on, a faint golden color appearing in the deep end of his eyes. We are the ruler of Great Qin and have been at peace with the heavens and earth for so long. However, Qin Yu has appeared and wants to destroy Great Qin and destroy our Tao. Today, we will ask the heavens if they are willing to help we, Great Qin. A large face appeared in the skies. It opened its eyes, kill Qin Yu. A deep voice came from his mouth. The Qin Emperor laughed out loud, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Good. On that day, the Xianyang Imperial Palace sent out an edict from the Qin Emperor. It was summarized as follows: Heaven-splitting swordsmanship sects Qin Yu is the new barbarian emperor. Summon all the countries in the wasteland region to attack the barbarian race and kill Qin Yu. As soon as the edict was announced, every country in the Great Desolation Realm responded. The wars and killings between the desolate man and the barbarians had started countless years ago and continued to this day. The blood feud between the two sides was as deep as the sea, and it could not be resolved. The appearance of a new barbarian emperor meant something. This had already been proven in the past war between the barbarian and desolate races. Conquer the barbarian race and kill the barbarian emperor, otherwise, it would be a disaster for all the kingdoms in the wasteland region. Very soon, The situation of the world's war against the barbarians was set, and it was on the verge of breaking out. Swallow Mountain. The heaven-splitting sword sect's mountain gate was heavily surrounded. None of the factions were qualified to resist the Great Qin Empire's cavalry. The entire Swallow Mountain shook and trembled under the trampling of the cavalry. On this day, the swords of the sword cultivators did not ring. Qin Yu of the heaven-splitting sword sect is the new barbarian emperor. He snuck into Great Qin's territory with ulterior motives. Today, we will suppress the heaven-splitting sword sect and kill anyone who dares to resist. A Qin general roared on the giant beast. But he did not notice that the strongest sword in the army behind him, the sword cultivators' camp, were hesitating. Because whether Qin Yu was the barbarian emperor or not, he was the only true emperor realm sword cultivator in the world. He was the orthodox sword cultivator in the hearts of all the sword cultivators. Hu Jiming roared, "Put down your swords. Put down your swords. Damn it, do you want to die?" His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. There was no strong fortress in front of the Great Qin's cavalry. Even the 4 sects and 4 families did not dare to resist. Not to mention that it was the heaven-splitting sword sect. Zhong Xiashan. Tai Lin. Listen up, we surrender today because we don't want unnecessary casualties. Hu Jiming looked at the crowd and gritted his teeth. The sect master is still safe and sound. As long as the sect master is alive, we will have a chance to make a comeback. Heavenly Bull Region. Heavenly Bull City. Niu Dingtian was sweating profusely and his eyes were shaking. Barbarian Emperor. Qin Yu was the barbarian emperor. He wiped his forehead and bitterly smiled. He discovered that he had never been able to clearly see just what sort of person Qin Yu was. Wasn't he concealing himself too deeply? What would happen if people knew that the barbarian emperor's sister was raised in the Niu family? Even with Niu Dingtian's cultivation, he shuddered. The entire Niu family would be torn to pieces. His first thought was that Qin Chichi must not stay here any longer. But after taking 2 steps, Niu Dingtian stopped. His face was cloudy. First, Niu Dudu would be the first to object if he sent Qin Chichi away. Now, the 2 of them were as good as one person, almost inseparable. Second, if he did that, it would be tantamount to cutting ties with Qin Yu. The good relationship between them would be gone. They might even become enemies. And Qin Yu was the chosen one, little meat. Niu Dingtian gritted his teeth. He had to admit that deep in his heart, he was in awe of the unfathomable little meat. Even if the barbarians were defeated and Qin Yu was killed in the war against the barbarians, what about little meat? Niu Dingtian knew very well that even if something happened to little meat in her current state, no one could really kill her. Not even Emperor Qin, and as long as little meat didn't die, everyone who killed Qin Yu would have to face her cruel revenge. Niu Dingtian took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that the Niu family could face destruction no matter what. Alas! He let out a long sigh and sat down dejectedly. Old Niu decided to do nothing and maintain the status quo. As long as Qin Chichi's identity was not exposed, the Niu family would be fine. Moreover, what if Qin Yu won? Although the probability was small, if that happened, Qin Chichi would be a way out for the Niu family. Even if the sun changed over their heads, the Niu family could stand firm and even go one step further. At this time, in the barbarian ancestral court, an unprecedented great migration was underway. Qin Yu wanted to abandon the small world that the barbarians had established as their foundation since ancient times and move the ancestral court into the Star Sea Grotto heaven. Even with the barbarian sovereign status, this was not something that could be easily done. All the barbarians in the ancestral court began to move. They were excited and anxious about the unknown as they prepared for the migration. Qin Yu sat in the ancestral court, holding the scepter in his hand. He closed his eyes slightly, and everything in the ancestral court was under his perception. At the same time, in Qin Yu's mind, a great Tao shot up into the sky. 9 winding paths reached the heavens, showing off its magnificence. Now, there were countless spots of light constantly pouring into it. That was the power of Joss flames. When the great Tao absorbed enough Joss flames, it could be ignited and transformed into the Joss flame great Tao, helping Qin Yu reach a level comparable to Emperor Qin. And now, more and more light spots were fusing in, as if a misty spring rain had fallen. The great Tao was bathed in it. The great shaman of Meng Mountain entered the ancestral court and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Qin Yu opened his eyes. At this moment, a faint phantom of the great Tao appeared in the depths of his eyes, releasing an invisible pressure. The great shaman of Meng Mountain's shoulders sank. He immediately revealed a happy expression. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The stronger Qin Yu was, the stronger the barbarians were. In the current situation, this was naturally the best news. "What is it?" The great shaman of Meng Mountain said. "The barbarian tribes from all sides have sent news. The Qin Empire has revealed Your Majesty's identity and has issued an expedition order. Now, the 4 desolate regions have responded. The war against the barbarians has begun." His tone was heavy. It could be said that this was the most dangerous situation the barbarians had ever faced. Because in the previous wars, the Qin Empire had only been a bystander. It had stood high above, looking down on the barbarians. It had never personally acted. But this time, it was clear that the Qin Empire was the true instigator of this war. This was because the phrase Qin is also the Qin had spread throughout the desolate regions because of Emperor Qin's pursuit of Qin Yu. With the addition of the Qin Empire, the situation of the barbarians, who had been at a disadvantage against the desolate countries, was even more unoptimistic. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, but his expression remained calm. This was because before he came to the ancestral court, he had already expected this day. The barbarian emperor's identity had been exposed. In order to prevent him from stepping onto the incense flame avenue, Emperor Qin had to suppress the barbarians. "I understand." The great shaman of Meng Mountain said, "Your Majesty, the barbarians do not fear death. Even if they have to fight against the 8 desolate countries, they will dare to fight." His eyes were firm. "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. As long as Your Majesty is safe, the barbarians will have a day where they can rise again." As the new barbarian emperor, if Qin Yu stood with the barbarians and intervened in this war, he would no longer be able to hide himself. Emperor Qin must be looking for a chance to kill Qin Yu in one strike. Qin Yu was silent. He knew that the great shaman of Meng Mountain's reminder had good intentions. But, as the new barbarian emperor, how could he watch the barbarian tribes suffer a catastrophe while he stayed out of it? Of course, Qin Yu knew that Emperor Qin was desperately looking for him, trying to kill him at a controllable stage. Going head-on without a care in the heat of the moment was not something he would do. But this did not mean that Qin Yu could not do anything. On the contrary, before entering the ancestral court of the barbarian race, he had already started to make arrangements. Bai Feifei should have left the 13th floor by now. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Even if he was the barbarian emperor, as long as the Tower Master wanted to transform into a long-lived species, he would naturally stand opposite to Emperor Qin. Although the enemy of an enemy was not necessarily a friend, it was not too difficult to cooperate and use each other for a while. Meng Mountain, what are the preparations for the ancestral court? The great shaman of Meng Mountain said, "Your Majesty, we can start moving in at most 3 days." "Good, then we will rebuild the ancestral court in 3 days." "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, 3 days had passed. In the ancestral court, all the barbarians widened their eyes and looked at the highest mountain peak. Their Majesty, the future and hope of the entire barbarian race, was there. And today, the new emperor would lead them to complete the migration of the ancestral court. "Grandfather, the ancestral court is the foundation of our barbarian race. Isn't it a bit rash to move it so easily?" A young barbarian asked worriedly. His words received some response. The eyes of the surrounding barbarians gathered in this direction. The old barbarian's hair and beard had already turned white. He glared at him and angrily shouted, "Fool, His Majesty's decision is naturally correct. You must remember that His Majesty is the emperor of our barbarian race, the ruler of all barbarians in the world. His will cannot be questioned. My race's new emperor has returned. He will move the barbarian ancestral court and lead us into a new era of the barbarian race." His eyes were excited and his face flushed red. "Children, open your eyes wide. The glory that our barbarian race has lost will shine once more in this world under His Majesty's leadership. The barbarians are its true masters. In the next moment, rumble rumble, the entire ancestral court suddenly shook. It rose up from the ground like a great ship that carried mountains and rivers as it rushed into the skies. Accelerate! Accelerate! The ancestral court became faster and faster. Finally, it crashed into the edge of the heavenly passage world. Space violently shook and it squeezed out. Within the ancestral court, Qin Yu grasped his scepter, his expression solemn. Moving the ancestral court was not a simple matter. It would cause a great stir. And once any true emperor in the world discovered it, Emperor Qin would surely descend. Thus, he had to complete the migration in the shortest time possible. Qin Yu lifted his scepter and shouted, "Mountain River Sword." The mountain river sword appeared. It fell outside the ancestral court. It rose up and slashed forward. Rumble rumble, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The entire world trembled. The skies in front of them shattered and collapsed, forming a crack that nearly pierced through the heavens. The accelerating barbarian ancestral court crashed into it without hesitation. In the next moment, with a violent shaking, giant stars appeared in front of the barbarians. They had already entered the Star Sea Heavenly Passage world. Ah, this is the Star Sea Heavenly Passage? What a vast territory. It's actually divided into a sea of stars with many stars scattered within. How is this a heavenly passage world? This is clearly a corner of the entire world, the same as a world of its own. If my barbarian ancestral court can take root here, then so what if the desolate man launches a world war against the barbarians? My barbarian race can still continue on. Within the ancestral court, countless barbarians were incomparably excited. But now, Qin Yu's complexion wasn't relaxed at all. He turned around and looked at the crack behind him. It was rapidly fading and healing. In just several breaths of time, it would completely disappear and the aura of the barbarian ancestral court would be severed. But it just so happened that these several breaths of time were the most dangerous times. This was because the disturbance was far too great. Even if he tried to compress the process as much as possible, it was still possible that Qin Emperor would arrive in the next moment. He grasped the scepter in his left hand and the mountain river sword in his right. Qin Yu had already prepared himself for the worst. He would face Qin Emperor once more. With his cultivation, it was true that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from Qin Emperor. But, with the scepter in hand, that was the same as having the entire barbarian ancestral land behind him. Borrowing the strength of the ancestral land was what gave Qin Yu the confidence to take this risk. Migration was imperative and he couldn't take any risks, because although the Black Clothes lineage had been exterminated, hidden dangers still existed. The crack grew smaller and smaller. But at this time, Qin Yu's heart shrank. Bang! The skies outside the crack shattered. A terrifying aura arrived. Even though he was far away, Qin Yu could still feel the pitilessly overbearing aura belonging to Qin Emperor. In the end, he had still come. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped forwards. The mountain river sword in his hand hummed. Just as he was about to slash out with his sword, the descending Qin Emperor suddenly roared out, "Tower Master, you dare to become enemies with my great Qin." Rumble rumble, the skies completely shattered. Qin Emperor arrived, but he was a step too slow. The spatial crack vanished and the aura belonging to the barbarian ancestral court was isolated by the Star Sea Heavenly Passage. Ah! Qin Emperor angrily roared. He punched out with his fist, shattering mountains and rivers. Chapter 1809. After ascertaining that the Qin Emperor couldn't do anything, he continued to trace the energy and barged into the heavenly grotto of the Star Ocean forcefully. Qin Yu relaxed a little, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The effect of having Bai Feifei go to the 13th floor was now being demonstrated. Now, though the barbarians were the target of all, the Qin Emperor had one more opponent that he could not afford to underestimate. Furthermore, the 13th Tower's declaration was a form of deterrence to the various kingdoms in the wasteland region. It was enough to make them more fearful and hesitant when they made some moves. Of course, this was far from enough. But Qin Yu would continue to increase the price. He would destroy the world's war against the barbarians and fight for more space for the barbarians to live. Otherwise, with the desolate region's various kingdoms working together with Great Qin as the leader, the barbarians would have no chance of winning this war. He turned around and returned to the Star Sea Grotto. With a thought, the Goliath ancestral court descended upon Azure Dragon Mountain. Rumble, the ground trembled. The barbarian ancestral court and Azure Dragon Mountain were rapidly merging. This was something that no one else would be able to accomplish. But to Qin Yu, it was a very simple matter. He was the spirit of fortune of heaven and earth, the master of the Star Ocean Grotto Heaven. As the barbarian sovereign, he naturally had complete control over the barbarian ancestral court. Because of it, Azure Dragon Mountain had fused with the Berserker's ancestral court, and it meant that the Berserkers had obtained the blessing of the world. And this was the key reason why Qin Yu decided to move the Goliath ancestral court to Star Sea Grotto Heaven. Very soon, the great shamans among the Berserkers sensed that something was different. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe with words. It was as if he had suddenly taken off a soaked cotton-padded shirt that he was wearing. He felt extremely comfortable and relaxed. "It's the world. Its suppression on us Berserkers has disappeared," a great shaman said excitedly. Another great shaman growled. "Ever since we Berserkers were defeated by the humans and lost our status as the rulers of the world, we fled to this desolate land. We lost the favor of the world and suffered an invisible suppression. And now, this suppression has finally been broken. From today onwards, the barbarian tribe can finally straighten their backs and stand at the same height as the desolate man. They don't need to bear the burden of facing the enemy." The Grand Shaman of Meng Mountain raised his head and looked at the sky above the ancestral court. Now, as it merged into Mount Azure Dragon, Qin Yu's figure appeared again. Majestic and powerful, like a god supporting the heavens. And now, the strength of the world's destiny lingered and tumbled around Qin Yu's body, adding to his boundless aura. He was incredibly excited, and tears fell down his cheeks. His Majesty gave the kismet of the world to us Berserkers. The great shaman of Meng Mountains knelt on the ground and cried out loudly, "Our barbarian race has welcomed back His Majesty, and we will definitely be able to rise again and stand at the peak of the world." All the Berserkers in the ancestral court were filled with anxiety and panic. At that moment, all of them retreated and knelt on the ground with the great shaman. For the first time in their hearts, they truly believed that His Majesty would lead the Berserkers to a better place. Rumble, more and more Joss flame power erupted, fusing into Qin Yu's great Tao. He could clearly feel the Joss flame great Tao condensing. He was accumulating his foundation and waiting for an opportunity. Qin Yu smiled. His decision to take the risk of migrating the Goliath ancestral court was indeed correct. He stood up and raised the scepter in his hand. The towering figure followed his movements, and a deep, mighty voice came out of his mouth. "I am the Emperor of Berserkers, and I am also the spirit of Kismet in the world. I will naturally remove the world's suppression for us Berserkers. From today onwards, the Star Sea Grotto will be the new ancestral court, the starting point for my Berserkers. I guarantee you that the Berserkers will rise and suppress all." Countless Berserkers cheered. "Long live His Majesty the Berserker Sovereign! Long live His Majesty the Berserker Sovereign!" Catcher, in Qin Yu's hand, the surface of the scepter that belonged to the ancestral court suddenly shattered. Under his surprised gaze, a golden liquid flowed out and directly fused into Qin Yu's body. As for the scepter fragment, it seemed as if it had been weathered for countless years, directly turning into powder. A formidable strength roared and shook his body. It didn't enter Qin Yu's great Tao, but fused into his flesh and blood. In just several breaths of time, Qin Yu's mortal body had been tempered to its strongest degree. He could crush the void with a fist. This was the true Berserker sovereign body, the strongest body in the world. At this moment, Qin Yu was certain that even if he didn't use the power of the great Tao, he could still kill a true sovereign with just his mortal body. Countless memories belonging to the Berserker sovereign's bloodline exploded in his mind. Qin Yu closed his eyes and rapidly absorbed and organized them. After a long time, he opened his eyes, revealing a trace of vicissitudes. So this was the Berserker race. In these memories, Qin Yu saw the boundless ancient world. He saw the 100,000-foot-tall berserker ancestors that could pluck the moon and stars with a wave of their hands. At that time, they had another name, the ancient race. But the ancient race was far too strong. Their existence was strong enough to threaten the highest and lofty existences. Thus, the great calamity of the ancient race arrived. Their corpses were suppressed beneath the temples, becoming the pillars that supported the highest existences. The ancient race was destroyed. Their last remaining bloodline, because they had evolved into the berserker race, they no longer possessed the noble bloodline of their ancient ancestors. Qin Yu finally understood why he had become the new berserker sovereign. It was because he was the last ancient. With the bloodline of the ancient race, he was naturally the most noble and powerful of all the berserkers in the world. His position as the berserker sovereign was irreplaceable. At the same time, the fully awakened berserker sovereign's inherited memories allowed Qin Yu to learn many secrets about the world. For instance, the desolate domain, the human cultivator system, the strength of the Qin sovereign, and also, the key to cultivating the great Tao of burning incense. To borrow the power of an immortal object to become a so-called immortal was to sever one's own great Tao and never ascend to the eternal realm. To transform into a long-lived being was a mistake in cultivating the great Tao. It was a mistake that countless cultivators, even someone as powerful as the 13th floor master, could not resist. But who would have thought that breaking into the eternal realm and transforming into a long-lived being was also a mistake? In ancient times, it was a realm created by some formidable existences that were too weak to step onto the great Tao of burning incense and were unwilling to die. This was because once one transformed into a long-lived being, they would become immortal and would never be able to change. They would never be able to truly ascend to the peak of the great Tao. The only correct path was the great Tao of burning incense. To defy the heavens with the strength of a single person, no matter how strong or talented they were, there was no chance of success. Only by fusing incense into the great Tao and combining the strength of all living beings could one take a step further. This was the only great Tao. As for the berserkers, or perhaps it could be called the ancient race, they had already attempted to establish their own divine kingdom in ancient times, establishing an era that belonged to the ancient race. It was because of this that they encountered that great calamity that nearly destroyed the ancient race. But now, Qin Yu had to step onto the path that the ancestors of the ancient race had never walked. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. His expression was firm. However, he was well aware that it would be extremely difficult to walk down this path. Not to mention the fact that the Qin Emperor would try to kill Qin Yu after discovering his identity. Just lighting the great Tao of burning incense was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. In ancient times, the ancient race was so powerful that they even had the strength to threaten the highest existences. Even so, they weren't able to overcome the great calamity and successfully light the great Tao of burning incense. So, even though he had smoothly crossed the threshold of the great Tao of burning incense, Qin Yu still didn't feel relaxed. He had to think of a way to speed up the process of lighting the great Tao of burning incense. The threat that Qin Yu faced wasn't just Emperor Qin, and in this matter, looking at the entire world, there were only two people that could help him. The first was without a doubt Emperor Qin. As the only person in the present world who had lit the great Tao of burning incense, an invincible existence in the world, there was no one more qualified to speak on this matter than him. But for Qin Yu to ask him for help was no different from seeking death. The second was Minute Changjing. This old fellow had hidden his depths and it was unknown just how many methods he had. Yet, he knew how to step onto the great Tao of burning incense. Then, it was possible that he knew how to speed up his cultivation. Of course, Qin Yu didn't have absolute confidence he could do it. But at this time, he could only try. Not too long ago, he had found Minute Changjing and personally put on a show of threatening him. To turn around and look for him again, cough cough, that didn't seem right. But this thought only existed for a second before it was cut off by Qin Yu without hesitation. He couldn't even live on, so why would he care about such things? Once the ancestral court completely fused with Azure Dragon Mountain, he would go. 2 days later, the rumbling of the earth disappeared. The barbarian ancestral court had truly fused with Azure Dragon Mountain. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Soon, the great shaman of Meng Mountain arrived. Following him was the great shaman of Earthfire. He had been injured and had been recuperating. Now, he knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed. Earthfire greets your majesty. Thank you for saving my life. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. I am the barbarian emperor. I naturally won't stand idly by as a great shaman is harmed. His eyes fell on the two. I will soon leave the ancestral court and go to the outside world to find a way to speed up the incense flame Great Tao. I will leave the internal affairs of the barbarians to the great shamans. With the entire world attacking the barbarians will inevitably be under great pressure. The early stages of the war will be extremely difficult. Send a message to the barbarian tribes and have them gather their strength to retreat. For now, don't clash with the armies of the other countries. I will think of a way to solve the current situation as soon as possible. The great shamans of Meng Mountain and Earthfire bowed. Your Majesty, rest assured that we will do our best to maintain the situation of the barbarians and wait for your return. Qin Yu nodded. Good. Sure, his figure vanished from sight. It was empty in Changdao. Qin Yu looked around and finally confirmed the bad news. Minute Changjing had run away. It was just like when he was threatened and schemed against by Miti. He didn't hesitate to drag his family away from the Western Wasteland imperial capital. He didn't want this Changdao place anymore. He left very simply and thoroughly. He had almost erased all traces of the Minute family here. This caused Qin Yu to frown, embarrassment in his eyes. This was because the facts had proven that Minute Changjing's decisiveness was reasonable. Qin Yu had come looking for him again. What should he do now? An unfathomably deep true sovereign who had lived for countless years, if he wanted to hide, it would be difficult for others to find him. At this time, Qin Yu frowned. He turned and looked at the girl with a long braid who had emerged from the water. Why haven't you left? This girl was the old chef's daughter. Her clothes were soaked in the lake water and her curves were revealed. She walked over, her expression calm. Because I don't want Master to continue running away. Qin Yu said, so? The girl smiled. I know where Master is. I will take you there. Your request. The girl said, I hope that your Majesty, the barbarian sovereign, will not use young Master to threaten me again. I don't want to be a widow. Qin Yu nodded. I agree. The girl walked over. Hold me. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. She had a calm expression. I am not a true sovereign, so I can't descend with a thought. Also, your Majesty, if you don't react quickly enough, once Master discovers something is wrong, you won't be able to find him. Qin Yu reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. The cool lake water and boiling hot body brought about a strange stimulation. He suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance. In the next moment, Qin Yu grabbed the girl's neck and pulled her in front of him. You are quite bold. The girl found it hard to breathe. Her face flushed red. I admit defeat, but I really do know where Master is hiding. Qin Yu's eyes were ice cold. Hula, the water surface was broken again. The old chef emerged, his face filled with panic. Your Majesty, please spare me, please spare me. He glared at his daughter. You stupid girl, who told you to mess around? You are seeking death. Qin Yu was expressionless. His fingers tightened. The girl revealed a look of fear. The old chef screamed, Your Majesty, the barbarian sovereign. Qin Yu stopped. This is the last time. Don't test my patience. Where is Minute Changjing? I will bring your Majesty there. The old chef paled. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Bang! Airspace collapsed, sucking in the three people and causing them to vanish from sight. In the next moment, in an endless sea of bamboo, the drowsy Minute Changjing who had been lying on a bamboo chair suddenly jumped up as if his butt had been set on fire. He turned to flee, but it was already too late. The cry of a sword erupted. An endless sharp aura covered Minute Changjing. His body froze. He turned around, his face dark and gloomy. Qin Yu, you have gone too far. Qin Yu also knew that he had gone too far, but there was nothing he could do. If he went too far, he would die. In the face of life or death, The lethality of these words to Qin Yu was nearly zero. Master Minute, I am truly sorry. I have come to eat with you again. Minute Changjing's lips trembled. Eat? Was there anyone who ate like this? His gaze fell on the dazed old chef, and then on his daughter, who was still in Qin Yu's grasp. He sighed and said, "What a sin. Isn't it good to live a peaceful life? I have already forgotten what happened in the past, so why do you still remember it?" Old chef's body trembled. "Master, I have let you down." Minute Changjing waved his hand and gritted his teeth. "What nonsense. Didn't you hear His Majesty Barbarian Emperor say that he will come to eat with us? You and your daughter, hurry up and prepare." "What? Are you waiting for me to cook for you?" Old chef suddenly looked up. Yes, master, please wait a moment, I will prepare immediately." He looked at Qin Yu with pleading eyes. "Qin Yu, let go." Cough, cough, cough. The girl with the long braid coughed violently. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu, revealing a look of fear. Just now, she really thought that she was going to die. "Stupid girl, hurry up and leave with me." Old chef grabbed her and turned to run, afraid that Qin Yu would change his mind the next moment. Soon, only Qin Yu and Minute Changjing were left in this open space. "Ari, Your Majesty Barbarian Emperor, what kind of status do you have? Moreover, the current situation is grim, so you should return to the barbarians to manage the situation. Why are you looking for an old man like me?" Minute Changjing had a bitter expression. "I beg you, can you just treat me like a fart and let me go?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I do not dare to treat Master Minute as a fart, so I cannot let you go." Minute Changjing clenched his teeth. "Surname Qin, just what do you want?" His voice suddenly stopped. Because at this moment, Qin Yu pointed a finger. As his finger fell, the aura of Joss Flame spread out. Minute Changjing cried out, "Joss Flame Avenue." He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 1810. Qin Yu drew back his hand. He nodded. "I must thank Lord Minute for helping my sect cross the threshold." Minute Changjing, was that what I thought? Bullshit. Why? For so many years, he had tried countless times, tossing and turning, hovering between life and death. In the end, he had failed every time. There wasn't even the slightest chance of success. Otherwise, why would he be willing to give up? But just how long had passed? He hadn't even warmed his butt when Qin Yu came knocking on his door and told him that he had succeeded. How could he bully others like this? But the truth was right in front of him. Minute Changjing opened his mouth. Congratulations. These two words were incomparably difficult to say. It was like a stone was stuck in his chest and throat. Qin Yu faintly smiled. I actually think that Lord Minute should be the one to say congratulations. Minute Changjing was confused. What? My sect stepped onto the incense flame Great Tao, and it was all thanks to Lord Min's guidance. I will not forget this kindness and will definitely protect the safety of my family. Qin Yu's lips curled up. After all, if Emperor Qin were to find out that Lord Minute told me the secrets of the incense flame Great Tao, I'm sure he would be very angry. Minute Changjing's eyes widened. How could he not understand? After all, Qin Yu had already placed a naked threat in front of him. He said that he would protect the family. In other words, if he didn't cooperate, Emperor Qin would definitely find out. Qin Yu had a calm expression. If he had to speak of guilt, he would feel a bit guilty. After all, Minute Changjing hadn't provoked him and didn't owe him anything. To force him to this point was too much. But going too far was better than dying. Minute Changjing rubbed his face. He sighed. Your Majesty Barbaric Sovereign has already spoken to this point. What else can I do? A single misstep could lead to 1,000 years of regret. Qin Yu said, Lord Minute, rest assured. The war between the barbarians and the desolate region countries has just begun. The final outcome is unknown. Minute Changjing didn't speak. Qin Yu understood his meaning. From the current situation, even if he was barbaric sovereign, he didn't have the qualifications to compete with Emperor Qin. To say that the war between the two sides was like an egg striking a stone was too exaggerated. But the chances of victory weren't high. Your Majesty Barbaric Sovereign, let's eat first. We can talk as we eat. Qin Yu nodded. All right. Old chef and his young lady moved very quickly. In the time it took for them to talk, they had already prepared a few dishes. The fragrance of the wine filled the room. Everything was placed on the table, and the father and daughter took the initiative to leave. Minute Changjing lifted the jug of wine and poured a cup for himself. After a moment of hesitation, he poured another cup for Qin Yu. He raised his cup and said, Your Majesty Barbarian Sovereign, I do not wish for prosperity. I only hope that after today, you can let us go. Qin Yu looked at his wine cup and shook his head. The general trend has been formed. It will sweep through the world, and no one will be able to remain uninvolved. Master Minute, even if I give you a promise today, if there are any problems in the future, I will still come looking for you. I don't want to lie to you. Minute Zhongjing gritted his teeth. No room for negotiation? Qin Yu nodded. Minute Changjing raised his head and gulped down the wine in one gulp. His expression was extremely gloomy. Qin Yu picked up a glass of wine and drank it. Then, he put it down, remaining silent. He could feel Minute Changjing's struggle and hesitation. He was also certain that the quiet bamboo forest was a huge volcano crater that could be torn to shreds by the eruption of magma at any moment. If he took a step back, he could avoid all of this. But, Qin Yu couldn't retreat. In the present world, besides Emperor Qin, the only person who understood the Joss Flame Great Tao was Minute Changjing. A Minute Changjing let out a long, long breath. Then, his complexion became tranquil. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Your Majesty Barbarian Sovereign, for what matter have you come here today? Qin Yu smiled. He lifted the jug of wine and poured a cup for Minute Changjing before pouring a cup for himself. I came here to ask Master Minute what I should do after stepping onto the Joss Flame Great Tao to speed up the process of igniting the flames. After all, the current world situation is extremely perilous and there isn't much time left for me. Minute Changjing was silent for a moment. He said, I have done some research, but I have never truly cultivated the Joss Flame Great Tao, so I cannot be certain. Qin Yu said, there is no harm in speaking. Minute Changjing said, first, find more believers and collect more incense. As long as there is enough of them, you will naturally be able to speed up the process. Second, Your Majesty needs to find some formidable followers. Their approval is far more useful than ordinary incense. Third, on the 13th floor. Your Majesty, perhaps you don't know, but the information I obtained regarding the incense flame avenue came from the 13th floor. He paused for a moment, and fear appeared in his eyes. Or, to be more precise, it came from the White Jade Capital. Qin Yu frowned. White Jade Capital. After awakening the memories of the barbarian sovereign's lineage, he naturally knew what kind of place this was. Behind it was the cultivation system of the human race. His thoughts raced several times. Qin Yu said, that's it. Minute shook his head. There is one last point, and that is the Joss Flame Spirit. He bears the incense of the God Nation, which is why he cultivates the Joss Flames. The key to Tao. To speed up the Joss Flame path, perhaps we can start by increasing the power of the Joss Flame Spirits. Of course, this needs to be done with caution. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if we can't get rid of our tail. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Well said. He raised his cup. Thank you, Lord Minute. Minute Changjing shook his head. I hope that I will never receive His Majesty's thanks again. Qin Yu stood up. That will be a bit difficult. He looked at Minute Changjing. We hope that we will be able to sense Lord Min's aura in God Nation as soon as possible. Sure, his figure vanished from sight. Minute Changjing sat there, motionless. He drank cup after cup until the flask was empty. Old Chef's face was full of worry. He nervously walked over. Master, with just a single shout, he knelt down. Minute Changjing glanced at him and sneered. Now you know what fear is. What were you doing earlier? Old Chef felt wronged. I only have a daughter. Nonsense. You're just a master. Minute Changjing rolled his eyes. He tossed down his wine cup and sighed. Then, he stood up and left. Master, where are you going? Minute Changjing said, to the barbarians. Old Chef's eyes widened. Do you really think that the wine that Qin Yu poured was delicious? Since I drank wine, I have to go out and work for others, otherwise I will definitely die. Minute Changjing's face was filled with anger. He had been free and unfettered for so long, but in the end he still hadn't been able to jump out. However, there was one point about Qin Yu. He could be considered open and above board. When the great calamity swept through the world, it was impossible for him to stay out of it. Sure, a minute Changjing vanished from sight. Old thing, stay here and look after the house. Don't let anything happen to my son, otherwise your daughter will be a widow for sure. The fisherman couldn't remember how many times he had seen Qin Yu, but there was one thing he was sure of, it definitely wasn't anything good. He glanced at the endless sea of clouds beneath star-sifting mountain and made a decision. He couldn't stay in this land any longer. He would rather starve and find a new source of food to leave Jade Gate Pass. In this broken place, whoever wanted to come could come. However, this time, the contents of the conversation slightly exceeded the fisherman's expectations, causing his eyes to suddenly brighten. A scorching hot aura surged and surged within him. Is Goliath Sovereign speaking the truth? Qin Yu faced the sea of clouds, his hands held behind his back. I am the Goliath Sovereign, so my words naturally carry enormous weight. As long as the ancient remnant bloodline is willing to join the barbarians, I can promise you that I will recognize the ancient remnant bloodline status and give you a pure land where you can live. You will no longer need to be busy fleeing for your lives. I cannot guarantee victory in the end. But for the ancient remnant bloodline, so what if the situation is bad? It can't be worse than it is now. The fisherman's face darkened. After several breaths of time, he clenched his teeth. This matter is too important. I cannot make the decision alone. Then let someone who can make the decision come. I don't have much time, so you had best hurry. All right. The fisherman turned and left. Qin Yu's figure flickered. He still faced the sea of clouds. Occasionally, he could hear the cries of the flying fish. These little fellows were extremely restless. Beneath Qin Yu's gaze, they could feel endless fear. But this sea of clouds was still their final resting place. They didn't dare to run, nor did they have anywhere to run. This was truly an extremely sorrowful matter, and in fact, the ancient remnant bloodline was in a similar situation to these flying fish. Facing Qin Yu was like the flying fish facing Qin Yu. They had nowhere to run and were powerless to resist. In the end, they would slowly weaken until they perished. This was the reason why Qin Yu first came to find the ancient remnant bloodline today. This was because Qin Yu could give them a new possibility. Even if it didn't seem too great right now, for a race that had fallen into a quagmire and was on the verge of destruction, they should know what choice to make. Space shook and the fisherman stepped out. Two more figures followed behind him. Goliath Sovereign, we have arrived. Qin Yu turned around. I believe that you have already made your decision. Behind the fisherman, the only female ancient remnant true empress suddenly said, Goliath Sovereign does not need to worry. The one who has arrived is Qin Emperor. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed in the direction of Xianyang. If Qin Emperor makes a move, I will naturally know. This was not nonsense. The Qin Empire of today was indeed Qin Emperor's great Qin, but Qin Yu was also deeply involved with it. The Qin Emperor resided in the Qin Empire. To Qin Yu, he was the bright moon in the dark night, visible as he looked up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the fisherman to leave and waited at the peak of star-sifting mountain. I don't have much time. Tell me your decision. After a brief silence, the three ancient remnant true empresses fell to their knees. The saint race is willing to follow Goliath Sovereign. The fisherman's words were the key to their decision. The situation couldn't be any worse than it was now. No one knew what degree the ancient remnant bloodline had fallen to after being hunted down and suppressed by the Qin Empire for countless years. Of the powerful races that ruled the world in the past, only 4 remained. True empresses, each one struggling at death's door, not daring to reveal themselves. After the Dongting Pavilion Master was killed by Qin Yu, there were only 3 left. The ancient remnant bloodlines had truly reached the edge of the abyss of destruction. In the Battle of Xianyang, Qin Yu had displayed his formidable strength. Although Qin Emperor was still invincible in the world, The fact that he was able to escape unscathed was in itself a kind of qualification. Moreover, Qin Yu also had the status of Goliath sovereign. Without a doubt, his chances of victory increased by several degrees. Thus, the ancient remnant bloodline was willing to give it their all. If they won, they could change the dire situation of their entire race. If they failed, that was nothing more than experiencing Great Qin's purge and pursuit once more. In any case, the saints were already used to this. Very good. Qin Yu smiled. You have made a wise choice. My promise to you will surely be fulfilled in the future. As he spoke to her, his thoughts stirred and his smile deepened. Qin Yu could feel the aura of Minute Changjing. In other words, he understood the price of drinking that cup of wine. After drinking it, he would be his. You three, the various countries of the desolate region have joined forces to wage war against the barbarians. It is inconvenient for me to appear and interfere, so I need you to help the barbarians stabilize the war situation. The complexions of the three ancient remnant true empresses changed. Goliath sovereign, it isn't that we don't want to, but that Qin emperor has chased us for many years. Once his aura is exposed, he will surely descend. At that time, Qin Yu said, don't worry. Since I asked you to help, I will guarantee that Qin emperor will not descend upon the wild battlefield. There was something he didn't say. Unless Qin emperor wants to lose Xianyang, as the imperial capital of the Great Qin Empire, it was also the hub of the Great Qin Empire's destiny. It was the place where the power of incense flames gathered in the world. Once it was destroyed, there would be a tremendous backlash against Qin emperor. With a single thought of the true empress descending, as long as Qin emperor dared to leave Xianyang, Qin Yu would arrive in the next moment. The female true empress sucked in a deep breath. She clenched her teeth and said, very well. This saint and the others will believe in your majesty. I hope that your majesty will not make us regret this. Qin Yu waved his hand. You can start preparing now. Enter the territory of the barbarians as soon as possible. I will arrange everything ahead of time. Yes. The fisherman suddenly said, Goliath sovereign, this saint has another matter. Qin Yu said, speak. Even if the saints join in, the barbarians will still be at an absolute disadvantage against the various countries. So, this saint suggests that your majesty subdue the monster race. They aren't like the ancient remnant bloodline that still maintains a massive population. If the monster race can help, the situation will be much better. Qin Yu said, continue. The fisherman took a deep breath. There is a problem with Moonfiend's condition. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Are you sure? The fisherman nodded. Before, during the war in the monster race's ancestral land, this saint sensed something. As for the specific reason, it involves my cultivation of the great Tao, so it is inconvenient for me to tell your majesty. But, this saint can confirm that something has happened to Moonfiend. And, she is the greatest source of confidence for the monster race. If your majesty can grasp this point, perhaps you can persuade the monster race. Good. Qin Yu smiled. If this matter succeeds, I will remember your merit. The saints do not ask for any merit. We only hope that your majesty can win. The fisherman cupped his hands together and bowed. Sure, the three ancient remnant true sovereigns left. An unexpected harvest. There was a problem with Moonfiend's body. The fisherman spoke with such certainty and solemnly told Qin Yu that this matter wasn't minor. In fact, it might even endanger Moonfiend's life. Only like this could he shake the monster race's attitude. After all, the monster race was different from the ancient remnant bloodline. Although they were still living with their tails between their legs, their situation was much better. They weren't in a life or death situation. To have them follow Qin Yu and resist the Great Qin Empire together would indeed be difficult. But now was different. Once Moonfiend perished, it would be difficult for the monster race to maintain their current status. His thoughts raced and a decisive look appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. He would make a trip to the monster race. No matter whether or not he succeeded, since there was a chance, he would try. Now, he had to win over everything he could and increase his chances of victory. Taking a step forward, Qin Yu's thoughts moved. In the next moment, he appeared outside the monster race's ancestral land. In front of him, there was still endless fog. He stepped in and the fog dissipated. He was soon discovered by the monster race. It's Qin Yu, monarch. He actually dares to come to the monster race. Hurry and report this to Blue Divinity. With screams, the monster race began to rapidly draw back. After the Battle of Xianyang City, Qin Yu's fame had spread throughout the world. How could they dare to be insolent? Shua, the pitilessly beautiful Blue Divinity, appeared, like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. She looked at Qin Yu and frowned. Monarch, with your status, it is no longer suitable for you to enter my monster race's ancestral land. Please return. Qin Yu glanced at her. Where is Moon Fiend? Blue Divinity's frown deepened. This has nothing to do with Monarch. Please leave. Qin Yu looked towards the depths of the monster race's ancestral land. From that direction, he could smell the faint scent of blood. I can leave, but Moon Fiend will die. Chapter 1811. Blue Deity's complexion changed. Struggle flashed in her eyes. She lifted a hand and said, "All of you leave." The monster race people respectfully nodded and turned to leave. Qin Yu's heart settled. With a bit more confidence, his expression became even calmer. Blue Deity said in a low voice, "What does Goliath mean?" Qin Yu said, "My meaning is clear to Blue Deity. Otherwise, why would I order the other monsters to retreat?" He looked up towards the depths of the ancestral land. What a thick smell of blood. It seems that Moonfiend's problem is even greater than I expected. Blue Deity, consider this carefully. In this situation, every breath of time is precious to Blue Deity. If we delay any longer, I might not be able to save her life. Blue Deity took a deep breath. Goliath, please follow me. She turned and walked away. Qin Yu smiled. Things had gone smoother than he had expected. But this also proved that Moonfiend's situation was far worse than he had imagined. Otherwise, Blue Deity wouldn't have been so anxious and confused. Sure, their figures vanished. When they reappeared, they had entered deep into the monster race's ancestral land, above the plains covered with giant stone tablets. Now, the surface of each stone tablet was stained with traces of blood. It gave off an oppressive and cruel feeling, extremely strange. Qin Yu frowned. He looked up at the skies, a thoughtful look on his face. He took a step forwards and shouted, "Moon Fiend." Space surged and a full moon appeared. But, within this deep blue, there was a bit of blood red that couldn't be concealed. Although the area it occupied was small, cracks radiated outwards, splitting the entire moon into countless pieces. Sure, Moon Fiend's figure appeared. She had a calm expression and wore blood-red robes. She lightly said, "Your Majesty, Goliath's presence is an honor for the monster race. But, the monster race and you have long been mortal enemies. This is a fact known to the entire world. I ask that your Majesty leave as soon as possible." Blue Deity was about to speak but was interrupted by Moon Fiend. Her eyes were filled with worry. Qin Yu had a calm expression, unaffected by Moon Fiend's attitude. "I can leave, but there are some things that you should be aware of. The monster race has already lost the monster pool and their foundation has been greatly affected. If you perish, then even if we draw a clear line between the monster race and the Goliath race, so what? In the end, you cannot protect your own interests. Or, to put it more directly," his eyes stared at Moon Fiend. "Once you die, the demon clan will definitely decline. One day, we will completely lose our current status and even become the prey of the desolate man. After all, killing demons to refine elixirs can indeed help the desolate man speed up their cultivation." Moon Fiend was expressionless. "Barbarian Sovereign, have you finished speaking? In that case, please leave now." "Yao Yu." Qingshan suddenly spoke. "The Barbarian Sovereign said that he can save you. I hope that you can live." Yu Yarrow shook his head. "The whole world is fighting against the barbarians, and the Qin Emperor is involved. The barbarians have no chance of winning. I cannot drag the entire demon race down with me and drag all of you into the abyss of destruction. Therefore, I appreciate Barbarian Sovereign's good intentions. But please leave the demon clan immediately. If not, don't blame the demon clan for being impolite." Qin Yu secretly frowned. Moon Fiend's firm attitude was beyond his expectations. Things were a little troublesome. The monster race was numerous in number. Subduing them would be of great help to him. Do I have to give up on this move? Moonfiend's eyes became increasingly cold. A faint smell of blood spread out from her body. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. It seemed that he would have to return without any achievements today. It wasn't good to tear apart all pretense of cordiality. He had to leave some leeway for both sides to reconcile. If that's the case, he paused and looked at Moonfiend. At this time, she had a pained expression. Her blood-red robes began to emit a blood-red light, making it seem as if she had come alive. The blood-red light twisted, fierce and bloodthirsty. It was like a long red tongue had wrapped around Moonfiend, constantly licking her. Saliva dripped down, and the barbs on the tongue seemed to scrape off a large chunk of her flesh and blood every time. Moonfiend. Qing Shen's complexion changed. He arrived beside her and lifted his hand. Endless monstrous energy appeared and poured into Moonfiend's body. But it was clear that everything she did was useless. The pained expression on Moonfiend's face didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, the blood-red light on her robes became even thicker than before. There were even signs that she would be swallowed up. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. As he looked at the scene before him, he was finally able to determine the problem with Moonfiend. Her immortal object had shattered. It was no wonder that the monster race's Moonfiend had existed for nearly all eternity, living from ancient times until now. So it turned out that she had also stepped onto the path of an immortal. Becoming an immortal was indeed a wrong move. But it could greatly extend a cultivator's lifespan, nearly to the point of being limitless. But once the immortal object shattered, the immortal would be destroyed along with it. Right now, Moonfiend was facing this situation. The blood-red light on her body came from the shattering of the immortal object. This could be considered a backlash from the immortal object. This was a price that a cultivator who hadn't broken into the eternal realm and transformed into a long-lived species had to bear in order to forcefully extend their lives in defiance of the heavens. It was no wonder that even with the monster race's deep background, they couldn't save Moonfiend. This was indeed an unsolvable problem. This was a hopeless situation of certain death. Qin Yu fell silent. He discovered that his recent smooth sailing had caused him to become a bit careless. This was an imperceptible change in his mentality. He wasn't omnipotent. There were many things in this world that even he was powerless to do anything about. Even if Qin Yu had stepped onto the incense flame Great Tao and stepped onto the true path of a transcendent realm. Moonfiend's attitude was firm and she refused Qin Yu without hesitation. It was true that she was worried about dragging down the entire monster race because of her own problems. But besides that, it was likely because Moonfiend was well aware that no one could save her in the hopeless situation she faced. Since this was the case, Moonfiend certainly wouldn't approach Qin Yu. She would rather die here. Golem! Golem! Blue Divinity shouted out, "I beg you, save Moonfiend, please save her." Qin Yu took a deep breath. Hug, just as he started speaking, he paused. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of shock and astonishment. This was because the little blue lamp that had been silent for a long time without the least bit of movement suddenly began to fluctuate. An aura from the little blue lamp descended into Qin Yu's body. "Save her." Its voice was calm. But at this time, raging waves rose up in Qin Yu's heart. The reason was simple. The little blue lamp's sudden action meant that the concealment had stopped. And there was only a single explanation for this. Concealment had become unnecessary. The little blue lamp fell silent. But this time was different from before. Qin Yu could feel that it was recovering its strength. Were the pursuers who had crossed the void of dimensions about to descend? Qin Yu's complexion was heavy and a great stone seemed to weigh down on his heart. He took a deep breath and barely managed to maintain his composure. "Golem! Golem!" Blue Divinity screamed, his voice filled with sorrow and helplessness. Moonfiend was going to die. She was going to die. Qin Yu closed his eyes. After several breaths of time, he opened them again, his expression calm once more. With things having reached this step, it was no longer something he could control. He could only take things one step at a time. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Moreover, the little blue lamp had taken action and asked Qin Yu to save Moonfiend, There had to be a reason for this. In other words, in the little blue lamp's opinion, subduing the monster race would be greatly beneficial to Qin Yu. It hadn't given up yet. As for what the final result would be, it was still unknown. Sure, Qin Yu stepped forwards. He arrived in front of Moon Fiend and pointed a finger between her eyebrows. Moon Fiend had a pained expression. On her beautiful face, tiny cracks began to appear. Her eyes widened and she struggled to shout, "Golem, leave the monster race immediately, otherwise I will immediately summon Qin's sovereign to descend." Qin Yu was expressionless. "Stupid woman, I have sensed your condition. Since I said I could save you, I will naturally allow you to live. So what if the immortal object is broken? In this world, no one can save you, but I can." Blue Divinity's face shook. Across from him, Moon Fiend was stunned. It had been a long time since someone had dared to be so insolent towards her. Just as her anger was about to erupt, her complexion changed. Because at this time, the strength that had seeped into her body from Qin Yu's fingertip was rapidly repairing the damage to the immortal object. The immortal object was recovering. The most direct observation was that the blood-red light released by Blood Moon's robe was rapidly weakening. And the tiny cracks on her face were also rapidly healing. Blue Divinity covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. "Moon Fiend, you're saved, you're really saved." Qin Yu's expression was cold and stern. He didn't say a single word. His mood right now was extremely poor. The joy he should have felt after subduing the monster race had disappeared without a trace. This was because he didn't know when the skies above his head would be pierced through and a large fellow of unknown gender would jump down and send him to the afterlife with a hammer strike. In truth, he could clearly feel that his days were numbered. It was truly terrible. Qin Yu was irritable. After a moment, he drew back his hand. He said in a low voice, "Enough." In the next moment, there was a light cracking sound. Across from him, Moon Fiend's blood-red robe was torn to shreds. What appeared in front of him was a nearly perfect body. Every inch of it was perfectly proportioned, like exquisite ivory that emitted a faint halo of light. Sure, Moon Fiend opened her eyes. Her gaze met Qin Yu's. "Do I look good?" Qin Yu frowned, not saying a word. Moon Fiend lifted a hand. A blue dress appeared and covered her body. She remained silent. Blue Divinity hesitated. Qin Yu said, "I don't have much time to stay in the monster race." Moon Fiend looked at him. "Sovereign Fiend has saved my life and I am eternally grateful for that. But this does not mean that the monster race will submit to you. The monster race will compensate us. As for the war against the barbarians, we will stay out of it. There will not be a single monster race that will set foot in the barbarian territory. This is my repayment to Sovereign Fiend." Qin Yu suddenly lifted his hand. Moon Fiend's complexion changed. And what left her even more startled and angry was that the strength within her body suddenly froze. It was as if it had been frozen, unable to move at all. A snow-white neck fell into Qin Yu's hand. Because her cultivation was frozen, the dress that formed around her body also vanished. The naked woman was so beautiful that it left one breathless. Qin Yu grabbed her by the throat and pulled her in front of him. But at this moment, there was only an endless chill in his eyes. "Moon Fiend, do you think that you can obtain my favor without paying any price? If I can save you, I can also kill you." Blue Divinity's complexion changed. "Sovereign Fiend," he was interrupted by a wave of Qin Yu's hand. "Shut up." He stared into Moon Fiend's eyes. "Now, give me a choice. Submit or die." Moon Fiend's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. She stubbornly glared at Qin Yu, hatred to the extreme, and at this time, the hand that grasped her neck began to gradually increase its strength. "Catcher, catcher." Moon Fiend could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking into her ears. This was the sound of her cervical vertebrae breaking. And it wasn't just that. Because this sound also represented that her immortal treasure was breaking. A thick aura of death covered Moon Fiend. Finally, a trace of panic appeared in the icy cold depths of her eyes. This was because Moon Fiend could confirm that Qin Yu really would kill her. "Moon Fiend!" Blue Divinity shouted out. "If you die, what will happen to the monster race? You and I are both clear on this point. Rather than watch helplessly on as the monster race is slowly nibbled away and perished, I would rather make a gamble. Sovereign Fiend can save you. This is his strength. Looking at the entire world, besides him, who else can accomplish this? A fluctuation appeared in Moon Fiend's eyes. Sovereign Fiend, the monster race is willing to submit. Qin Yu loosened his grip and she fell to the ground. She gasped for breath, her body shivering. This is the first time and also the last time. If there is another time when I attack, you will definitely die. Qin Yu glanced at the woman in front of him. His eyes were ice cold, without the slightest fluctuation. Moon Fiend knelt on the ground, her heart filled with humiliation. But what left her even more ashamed and indignant was that deep in her heart, there was a trace of excitement. And this sort of feeling was something that Moon Fiend hadn't felt since he vanished many years ago. She lifted a hand and condensed a dress for herself. Otherwise, she worried that she would reveal traces of shame in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu was keenly aware of some changes in Yarrow Yu at this time. In her eyes, besides fear and a bit of resentment, there were also some other messy things. Very complex. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to try and decipher Moon's thoughts. He said in a low voice, "The monster race can temporarily not participate in the war between the wild and wild worlds. But, I request that you lead all of the monster race in the world to serve me as your master and provide me with the power of incense flames." Moon Fiend lowered his head. "Yes, Your Majesty." Qing Shun widened his eyes and looked at her back in surprise. Sure, Qin Yu stepped forwards and vanished from sight. "I am willing to give the monster race a chance. I also hope that you can grasp this chance." Moon Fiend's legs went soft and she almost fell to the ground. Qing Shun hurriedly supported her. "Yarrow Yu, are you all right?" Then, he saw that her face was flushed, she was panting, and her eyes were filled with tears. "No, I'm fine." Moon Fiend took a deep breath and gnashed her teeth. "That damned barbarian emperor, he actually dared to treat me like this. Your mother, will definitely not let him off." His tone was filled with hatred, but he didn't have much confidence. He felt a little guilty. Qing Shun had a strange look on his face. "What's wrong with you?" Moon Fiend shook her head. "You will understand in the future." She stood up and said, "Let's go. Summon the great monsters of the world. Since we have entered the barbarian emperor's tutelage, we must act as soon as possible." Qing Shun's complexion became increasingly strange. This was completely contradictory to his previous stance. However, she didn't oppose this. The barbarian emperor was unfathomably deep. Doing as he said was the best choice for the monster race. Soon, the monster race's ancestral land began to move. The next day, great monsters left one after another, heading towards various monster gathering grounds. And at this time, Qin Yu had already arrived at the 13th floor. He was sitting across from the Tower Master. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "I thank the Tower Master for helping me." The Tower Master had a calm expression. "Barbarian Emperor, you probably already know the true origin of the 13th floor, so, with your status, we are destined to be enemies in the end." Qin Yu said, "But right now, I and the Tower Master have a common enemy." The Tower Master lightly said, "That is why you, Barbarian Emperor, can safely sit across from me." The Tower Master waved his hand. "There is no need to say anything else. The 13th floor does not need to interfere. As for the conquest of the Goliaths by the various countries, you can solve the rest yourself." "I can." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "But besides that, I also need the Tower Master's help." Chapter 1812. The Tower Lord's expression was calm. "Barbarian Sovereign, please speak." Qin Yu said, "In the present world, Qin Sovereign is the only existence that has stepped out of the Joss Flame Great Tao. His strength is incomparably formidable, invincible in the present world. If I really want to fight him, then it's only possible if I cultivate the Grand Tao of Incense. Otherwise, everything I do now is meaningless, like building a tower on sand. After all, if I want to win this war, then I can only defeat Emperor Qin." The Tower Lord said, "Barbarian Sovereign, please speak your mind. Qin Yu's eyes were firm. I hope that Tower Master can tell me how to speed up my cultivation of the Joss Flame Great Tao. There is not much time left for me, or to be more precise, there is not much time left for us. Barbarian Sovereign, since you know the origins of the 13th Tower, you should understand that unless it is absolutely necessary, Emperor Qin will not harm the 13th Tower. Hence, I still have a lot of time. Qin Yu looked at him. But Tower Master should also understand that the reason you still have so much time is because I helped you. The Pavilion Master smiled. I have already repaid my debt. Qin Yu shook his head. But my final outcome still hasn't changed. He said in a low voice, with the situation like this, I believe that Tower Master and I should be a bit more open and honest. He raised a finger and said indifferently, there is a limit to how much the world can accommodate. There will only be one longevity seed born in the endless years. In other words, once Emperor Qin walks the path of burning incense and transforms into a true long-lived being, it will be impossible for you, Tower Master. The hidden danger of an undying object shattering can be temporarily repaired with the help of a complete long-lived behemoth's corpse. However, the Tower Master knows very well that no matter how good the repair is, it is still not perfect. The cracks are only covered up, but the hidden dangers will still erupt in the future. Qin Yu paused for a moment and met the Tower Master's gaze. But at that time, the Berserkers will no longer exist in the world, and there will be no Berserker Emperor who can help you fight against Emperor Qin. At that time, perhaps the 13th Tower will still exist, and it will be able to pass down its legacy safely, but you, Tower Master, will die. The Eternal Realm and the Longevity Seed were indeed part of the Great Tao. However, the method of entering it would determine whether it was right or wrong. Only when one reached the Eternal Realm on the Joss Flame Great Tao could they be considered truly eternal. There was also a chance for him to continue improving himself and become stronger. What the Qin Emperor sought was to reach this state, and the conflict between the Tower Master and the Qin Emperor came about because of this. What Qin Yu needed to do now was to tear apart the concealment and place everything in front of everyone. The Tower Master was expressionless. If I help you, what can I obtain? Time and opportunity. Qin Yu said in a low voice, between me and Emperor Qin, only one of us will be able to smoothly survive. Even I have to admit that no matter how you look at it, I will be the one to be killed. My chances of success are slim. But we are not satisfied. We still want to fight. What Floor Master is doing now is to help we become stronger. The stronger I am, the longer I can deal with the Qin Emperor. Tower Head, you should understand this. That was the truth. If Qin Yu said this, he wasn't afraid that the Tower Master wouldn't be moved. In the current situation, he was almost certain to die. Even with the help of the Tower Master, he could only slow down the process of death. The Tower Master had no reason not to help Qin Yu. There was a brief silence. The Pavilion Master nodded. I can inform Emperor Qin, but I need to obtain a promise from you. Tower Master, please speak. I want the Barbarian Sovereign to promise that he will never enter the Eternal Realm in his life. If he disobeys, the Great Tao will shatter, and his body and soul will be destroyed. The Tower Master raised his hand. I swear by the heavens and earth. Previously, he was very clear about what happened to Qin Emperor Wentian in Xianyang. He naturally knew the current Heavenly Tao's attitude towards Qin Yu. He swore by the heavens and earth to force Qin Yu into a hopeless situation, making it so that there was no longer any possibility of twisting or changing the situation. As long as Qin Yu disobeyed, the heavens and earth would inevitably take action. This was the same as blocking off the final hidden danger. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that Qin Yu won by a fluke, as long as he didn't enter the Eternal Realm, he wouldn't become a stumbling block on his road of the Great Tao. Qin Yu lifted a hand. I swear that everything will be as the Tower Master says. The Tower Master lightly said, I ask the Barbarian Sovereign to repeat what I said before. Qin Yu did so without hesitation. The Eternal Realm. That was nothing but a castle in the air. Right now, the most important thing was to survive. Otherwise, he really would die soon. Moreover, the little blue lamp had already awakened. His Majesty Ruler and Misty would soon appear. They had been busy for so long, so they definitely wouldn't stare blankly on as he was hammered to death. With these three here, even if he went back on his word in the future, Qin Yu didn't think it would be a problem. Barbarian Sovereign is very smart. I hope that you can tangle with Sovereign Qin for as long as possible. The Tower Master didn't conceal the smile on his face. He coughed several times and flicked his sleeves. A jade slip appeared in front of Qin Yu. Barbarian Sovereign, since you came looking for me, you should have already found Minute Changjing, right? This is the key to cultivating the great Tao of incense flame. Qin Yu picked up the jade slip. He didn't sense anything wrong with it. He closed his eyes and probed it with his divine sense. Catcher, several breaths of time later, there was a light cracking sound. The jade slip turned to dust. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a look of understanding on his face. In truth, the contents of the jade slip were no different from what Minute Changjing had said. It was just that Minute Changjing had only pointed out a direction, but the jade slip had given him a clear method to use it. Thank you, Tower Master. I am pressed for time, so I will not stay here for long. Qin Yu stood up and cupped his hands together. A great war has erupted in the wild universe. I hope that Tower Master can help the barbarians obtain some breathing room. Sure, his figure vanished from sight. The Tower Master drank the wine in his cup and smiled. Barbarian Sovereign, you are a wonderful person. He thought for a moment and then said, Cheongji. Soon, true Sovereign Cheongji arrived. He bowed and said, Greetings, Tower Master. You will immediately head to the barbarians. You do not need to interfere in the war in the wild universe. You only need to appear in the eyes of everyone. True Sovereign Cheongji's eyes widened. This, the Tower Master glanced at him and lightly said, Qin Yu asked me to help him, so I naturally have to satisfy him. Moreover, isn't it obvious that you are the most suitable person to handle this matter? His tone was calm, but it caused a cold sweat to appear on True Sovereign Cheongji's forehead. He hurriedly bowed. Go. Yes. True Sovereign Cheongji turned and left, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear. As he thought, the problem between him and Qin Yu had already been discovered. The Tower Master was nearly omniscient. Luckily, the Tower Master and Qin Yu seemed to have reached some sort of agreement, so he was safe and sound. Otherwise, True Sovereign Cheongji shivered, fear filling his face. After leaving the 13th floor, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and space froze, concealing his aura. Little blue lamp, you should give me an answer now. Hum's space shook and shattered. The phantom of a great sun appeared. Qin Yu, it is as you think. Those who have crossed worlds to hunt me down have already approached the desolate domain. There is no longer any meaning in me hiding. Although he had already expected this answer still caused Qin Yu's body to shake. Anger and alarm filled his face. How could this be? According to what the little blue lamp said, although those who were hunting him down had already moved out, he still had time to prepare. But now, how much time had passed? The little blue lamp said, Your luck isn't good. The other fragment holder has found 2 guides. His tone was a bit helpless. And between you and those 2 people, there is a karmic entanglement. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have been able to easily lock onto your position. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking in his heart. Words are useless. The key question is, how do we deal with them? The little blue lamp fell silent. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. How much longer? Any time. What are my chances of winning? Not a single cent. Qin Yu wanted to curse out loud. He was the Goliath sovereign, someone who was worshipped by trillions of barbarians. He had subdued the ancient remnant humans and the monster race, fought with the Tower Master, and obtained the incense flame Great Tao cultivation method. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, but then bad news suddenly arrived. The heavens were collapsing. Then, what meaning was there in everything Qin Yu was doing now? I don't believe it. He roared out, clenching his teeth. I have cultivated my entire life and experienced countless life or death battles to reach where I am today. Now, you are telling me that someone I have never seen before, is about to descend upon the desolate domain and punch me to death, erasing everything I have. I don't believe it. Qin Yu's eyes were firm and his voice sonorous. I will not wait for death. The The little blue lamp was silent for several breaths of time. It slowly said, "Qin Yu, you can't just wait for death, otherwise I wouldn't have helped you subdue the monster race, nor would I have awakened myself and chosen to join forces with you to resist the enemy. But now, there is nothing you can do. You can only passively wait." Qin Yu asked, "Wait for what?" The little blue lamp said, "For an accident to occur." At this time, the little blue lamp looked up into the sky. Qin Yu's heart shrank. At this time, he also felt a terrifying threat. Killing intent shook the world, biting cold like winter. In that moment, Qin Yu stiffened, as if he would freeze over. The little blue lamp suddenly said, "Now, the accident has arrived." In the distant depths of the void realm, crimson firmament and autumn were leading the way. Suddenly, the two of them revealed happy expressions. They had finally felt the aura of the desolate domain world. They lifted a hand and pointed forward. "My lord, we found it." Dub, whose body was illusory like a shadow, looked up in the direction the two of them pointed. His eyes were deep and profound. He instantly pierced through the endless space and landed in the desolate domain world. Then, in the next moment, he accurately found the position of the last blazing sun fragment. Dub smiled. He stepped forwards, about to pierce through the void realm and arrive in the desolate domain world. If he killed this person and seized the blazing sun fragment, he would become the 9th blazing sun of the present era. But at this time, he furrowed his eyebrows. He took back his foot and looked up. In the depths of the void realm, the Sea of Chaos was a land of extreme chaos. There was no concept of space or time here. All laws had been torn apart, leaving behind nothing but chaos. However, at this moment, countless laws were condensing around Yarrow Dao, forming a set of illusory world shadows. Rumble rumble, the roar was silent, but it shook the mind. This was because it came from the movement of the entire world. Today, Yarrow Dao had stepped into the void realm and entered the Sea of Chaos, bringing the world with her. Her eyes were calm. Dub took a deep breath. "Who are you?" Yarrow Dao shook her head. "That isn't important." She lifted a hand and grasped forwards. "What is important is that you cannot enter the desolate domain right now. Otherwise, a new blazing sun will be born and the process will be far too boring." Bang! The world phantom was instantly released. It was like the mouth of a great beast, swallowing up the entire void realm. In the next moment, the world phantom wildly contracted and collapsed, gathering into a single point. Yarrow Dao opened her mouth and swallowed the world phantom into her stomach. Then, she gently sighed. She stepped forwards, moving deeper into the void realm. "Qin Yu, this is all I can do for you. You have to work hard." Yarrow Dao turned her head one last time. She looked at the world of the desolate domain and smiled. Sure, her figure vanished from sight. And as Yarrow Dao vanished, the terrifying pressure that Qin Yu felt in his mind also vanished without a trace. The little blue lamp said, "Qin Yu, you have time again. You must grasp it and do your best to cultivate the Joss Flame Great Dao. Only like this can you have a chance of victory." Qin Yu took a deep breath. What happened? The little blue lamp hesitated for a moment. Someone took action. They blocked the other fragment holder from descending and dragged him into the Sea of Chaos once more. Who was it? The little blue lamp was silent. Qin Yu took a deep breath. We've already reached this step, and just now we almost experienced a life or death situation. Are you still not prepared to tell me everything? The little blue lamp shook its head. It wasn't me, but they weren't willing. Qin Yu, there are some things that I know but I cannot tell you. You will need to interpret them yourself and make a choice. Sure. The great sun phantom scattered and the shattered space vanished. Qin Yu's complexion was heavy. Although the little blue lamp didn't say anything, its words gave him a hint. Besides a thin layer of paper, the truth was already clear. Misty and the ruler? Just who were the two of them? And what choice did Qin Yu have to make? There was no answer, but he could feel an invisible pressure in his heart, like a heavy mountain pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. After a long time, Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking emotions in his heart. Only by living would he have the qualifications to know the answer. Otherwise, all of this was meaningless to him. After experiencing the aura of the pursuer who crossed worlds to hunt him down, Qin Yu could clearly feel the massive disparity between them once more. The Joss Flame Great Tao was his only chance. Little blue lamp, don't be in such a hurry to run away. I won't ask the same question again. Qin Yu said in a low voice, is there a problem with the method to cultivate the Joss Flame Great Tao that the Tower Master gave me? After a brief pause, the little blue lamp's voice sounded out, there is no problem. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes brightening. Increase the number of believers and collect incense. Suppress powerhouses and make them submit to him and obtain faith. Enhance the Joss Flame spirit. The stronger Qin Yu was, the faster he would cultivate the Joss Flame Great Tao. There were 3 paths. But Qin Yu wanted all of them, a choice that only a child would make. The desolate domain was divided between the desolate and man races. Now that the entire world was fighting against the desolate, it was impossible for Qin Yu to continue increasing his believers. He temporarily suppressed this path. And subduing powerhouses was risky. Emperor Qin was eyeing him like a tiger, waiting for him to appear so that he could kill him in a single strike. So for Qin Yu, the best choice right now was the 3rd path. Qin Yu was born from a spirit embryo of the heavens and earth. His rank was extremely high and he was a true child of the heavens and earth. To enhance his quality, using the source strength of the heavens and earth to support him was undoubtedly the best choice. But something like the source strength of the heavens and earth was clearly difficult to obtain. A thought fluctuation spread into his mind. The little blue lamp's voice sounded out, in the world of the living, no living being can be allowed to steal their own source strength. Otherwise, heavenly retribution will descend upon them. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. There are still things that die in this world. Of course. All things will die. Where can I find them? On the other side of the sea. A scene suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's mind. On the vast and boundless sea, there were great ships stranded on the shoreline. This was the migration of the desolate domain. The survivors had fled into the desolate domain, leading to the war between the desolate and man races after countless years. On the other side of the sea was the human cultivation system. Chapter 1813. The barbarians sailed through the boundless eternal sea and fled into the desolate domain world. This was all in order to escape the pursuit of the human cultivators. As for Qin Yu, as the current Qin sovereign, going to the other side of the sea was the same as sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Once his identity was exposed, he would undoubtedly die. But now, he had no other choice if he wanted to cultivate the Joss Flame Great Tao. Good. Qin Yu's eyes were firm. Everything in the world was fair. If you wanted something, you would lose something. The little blue lamp said, I can help you shield your identity, but on the other side of the sea, the human cultivators are extremely powerful. They have walked a different path from the desolate and Goliath races. In particular, their perception is extremely sharp. I cannot help you casually. Qin Yu smiled. You are no longer that little blue lamp from the past that could only open a foot of sea blue light. I am also no longer that youth at the bottom of the cultivation world. As the Goliath sovereign, I will compete with Qin sovereign for the world's Joss flames. I will fight with those who cross worlds to kill me, and I will fight for the status of a blazing sun. His light smile was calm and confident. He was a true sovereign who had walked the Joss Flame Great Tao. With the unparalleled mountain and river sword in his hand, he feared no one in the world besides Qin sovereign. But this didn't mean that Qin Yu would be careless. Since the human cultivators were able to defeat the powerful barbarians of the past, there was naturally a reason for this. The little blue lamp's reminder just now was the best evidence. And in the desolate domain world, the barbarians must have a grasp of the situation on the other side of the sea. But the one with the deepest understanding was probably the 13th floor. Shu'er Qin Yu stepped out and his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared amidst the countless white clouds. In front of him were pavilions and towers, as if they were the abode of immortals. 13th floor. Although he could see it, he couldn't directly enter. He lifted a hand and pointed forward. His finger silently fell, causing ripples to spread outwards. The Tower Master stepped out from the ripples. With a flick of his sleeves, the clouds in the skies scattered, covering the two of them. Although I am the master of the 13th floor, I cannot completely control the hearts of men. Since the Goliath sovereign has arrived, we must be more cautious to avoid any accidents. Qin Yu had a calm expression. I believe that as long as the Tower Master is here, no one in the 13th floor will dare to act recklessly. The Pavilion Master glanced at him, a thoughtful look on his face. Barbarian Sovereign, you didn't come back just to compliment me, right? Qin Yu said, there is indeed a matter that I need Tower Master's help with. Barbarian Emperor, I feel that I should remind you that we are on opposing sides. The reason why we're able to stand here today is because we each have our own needs. The Tower Master's voice was cold and indifferent, and his face was expressionless. You'd better think clearly. I'm not your friend. His words were blunt, but Qin Yu didn't care. Tower Master is right. But, the problem now is that although I have obtained the method to cultivate the Joss Flame Great Tao, there is nothing I can do about it. The only possibility we can find is to head to the other side of the Eternal Sea and try. The Tower Master's expression changed slightly. Barbarian Sovereign wants to go to the other side of the sea. His voice trembled, and there was a hint of strangeness in it. The way he looked at Qin Yu seemed to be saying, isn't it better for you to live peacefully? Why did he want to commit suicide? Qin Yu's current strength was indeed formidable. In this world, besides Emperor Qin, he was nearly invincible. This was something that even the Tower Master had to acknowledge. After all, Qin Yu was an existence that had stepped into the Joss Flame Great Tao. Even in the White Jade capital, there were very few people who could do that. Even so, in the eyes of the Tower Master, going to the other side of the sea was the same as seeking death. The human cultivation system was able to destroy the barbarians in the past and multiply to this day. Their background was unfathomably deep. Qin Yu said, I am well aware of what the Tower Master is thinking. But, unless I have no other choice, I would not take this step. I must make a trip to the other side of the sea. His eyes were firm and his expression calm. But, I ask the Tower Master to rest assured that since I have made this choice, I naturally have confidence that I will not seek death. The Tower Master was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he said, Barbarian Sovereign wants to learn about the human cultivation system from me. Qin Yu nodded. That's right. I ask the Tower Master to tell me the truth. This is extremely important to me. The Tower Master fell silent once more. He was a bit hesitant. Secretly making a deal with Qin Yu was fine, but telling him about the human cultivation system, that was a serious crime. Qin Yu could sense what the Tower Master was thinking. He lightly said, the Tower Master controls the 13th tower. Although it seems like you have endless glory, standing above millions and millions, you still cannot escape the fate of death. Only those at the Eternal Realm, those with long lives, can live freely in this world, and I am the only one who can help the Tower Master. If I die, Emperor Qin will no longer be able to hold me back. In the end, the only fate that awaits the Tower Master is death. The Tower Master is well aware of what the truth is. I am not speaking any alarmist words. I ask the Tower Master to consider this carefully before making a decision. The Tower Master had a calm expression. At the very least, it was impossible to see any ripples in his heart. This was normal. Otherwise, if his mind was thrown into chaos by just a few words, that would be far too unbearable. In the end, the Tower Master of the 13th Tower was the most powerful person in the world. One of the most powerful people in the world. Perhaps he couldn't compare to the invincible Emperor Qin, but the Tower Master definitely had formidable methods in his hands. It wasn't just the White Jade capital that could force Emperor Qin to patiently endure. Goliath Sovereign, you are quite eloquent. I must admit that what you say is reasonable. The Tower Master slowly spoke, a sharp light blooming in his eyes. But, I still refuse to answer your question. This matter involves the cultivation system of my human race. It is not something that can be compromised. Goliath Sovereign, please leave. I won't send you off. Sure, the Tower Master vanished from sight. An invisible repulsive strength erupted, wrapping around Qin Yu. He frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. The Tower Master's reaction was a bit too extreme. Although his words just now were rejecting Qin Yu, It seemed as if he were speaking to someone else, or perhaps, he was speaking to the Tower Master himself. Thinking of this, a sharp light bloomed in Qin Yu's eyes. He gave up on resisting the repulsive strength and allowed himself to be shaken away. His field of vision twisted. In the next moment, Qin Yu appeared 10,000 miles away from the 13th tower. He took a step back and steadied himself. He looked down at his feet, a faint smile on his lips. A jade slip was lying peacefully in the dirt. He lifted his hand and grasped it. The jade slip fell into his hand and he probed it with his divine sense. A moment later, Qin Yu exerted some strength in his fingers and crushed the jade slip to pieces. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The human cultivation system, behind the 13th tower, was the White Jade Capital. And the White Jade Capital was created by the human cultivation system. For the first time, Qin Yu learned that there wasn't just one White Jade Capital, but a total of 9 White Jade Capital. They were spread out in various places to stabilize the destiny of humanity. Where the desolate domain was, there was one of these White Jade Capital. Because of the existence of the Eternal Sea, the human cultivation system had some sort of fear towards them, so they hadn't destroyed the barbarians in a single go. Otherwise, with the massive disparity in strength between the two races, the strength of any one of the White Jade Capital would have been enough to completely destroy the barbarians. Qin Yu took a deep breath and then let it out. He suppressed his thoughts, his complexion still grim. He suddenly remembered that the little blue lamp had once said that there were 9 blazing suns in the world, and the White Jade Capital refined by humanity also happened to be 9. Could there be some sort of connection here? It was fine if his guess was wrong, but if it was true, then the strength of the human cultivation system was likely beyond his imagination. It seemed as if there was some sort of connection between the 9 blazing suns. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He said in a low voice, "Little blue lamp. I already know what you guessed just now, but it shouldn't be like this." After a brief pause, the little blue lamp continued, "The blazing sun is supreme and unsurpassed, illuminating the entire world. All things are bathed in its light and no one can defy it." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He said, "But how do you explain your existence? If a blazing sun illuminates the world, how could it be so easily shattered?" The little blue lamp fell silent, as if it were considering Qin Yu's question. After a long time, a thought fluctuation sounded out. "There is only one possibility." A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Other blazing suns took action. "That's right," the little blue lamp said, "after entering the human cultivation system, if possible, I should find a White Jade Capital. If I approach it, perhaps I can find some truths." Qin Yu rubbed his face and bitterly smiled. "I'll try my best." White Jade Capital, hey, if it isn't necessary, I really don't want to approach it. It's just too dangerous. The little blue lamp said, "We'll act according to circumstances." Its thought fluctuations scattered. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Although the little blue lamp had denied Qin Yu's suspicions and judged that it was the other blazing suns that had taken action and caused the shattering event to occur, but its final warning seemed to have a different meaning to it. White Jade Capital. Perhaps he really would have to make a trip there. Qin Yu stepped out. In the next moment, he entered Star Sea Grotto Heaven. The ancestral court sensed something. Endless strength boiled within the starry sea, instantly condensing into a Goliath sovereign phantom that supported the heavens and earth. Its pressure was like the sea, looking down on all directions. Within Star Sea Grotto Heaven, the countless barbarians that had migrated here fell to their knees, fanatical looks on their faces. Goliath sovereign. Goliath sovereign. They could already feel that after the world suppression was broken, they had become stronger and they had a higher degree of recognition towards Qin Yu. The most direct change was that the amount of the power of Joss flames rose once more. This caused Qin Yu to be enlightened. Besides the previous 3 options, there was actually another option to increase the speed of cultivating the great Tao of Joss flames. The more devout the believers were, the more power of Joss flames they would receive and the more benefits he would receive. With this in mind, Qin Yu controlled the Goliath sovereign phantom to speak. Its voice billowed through the starry sea. "We have subdued the ancient remnant races and the monster race. They will submit to us and we will resist the great Qin Empire together." The 13th tower will also withdraw. We will maintain a neutral position against the barbarians. Shua, the eyes of the barbarians suddenly brightened. The ancient remnant races. That was, the former master of the desolate domain world. They were incomparably strong and had a deep background. Emperor Qin had chased them for many years, but he had no way of exterminating them. There was no need to mention the monster race. Even though they had submitted to the desolate race, they were still formidable. In particular, there was a rumor that the monster race's true sovereign blood moon had been resurrected, reborn from the monster moon. This time, after obtaining the submission of the ancient remnant races and monster race, the barbarians' strength had risen dramatically. But in comparison, the 13th tower's stance was even more important. It didn't need to do anything. But with the 13th tower's strength and status, its attitude was destined to have a great impact on the world. If many people wanted to kick the barbarians while they were down, they would have to consider things carefully. And all of this was fought for by His Majesty the Barbarian Sovereign. Without a doubt, this would give the barbarians on the battlefield a great amount of breathing room. Long live His Majesty! Countless barbarians roared out in excitement. Qin Yu smiled. He could feel an even purer and more Joss flame power gathering towards him. Shua with a step, he entered the barbarian ancestral court. The great shamans that had gathered here had already dispersed. They scattered around the barbarian tribes to resist the invasions of the various countries. Meng Shan's great shaman was still here, adjusting the situation on the battlefield. At the same time, he was prepared to answer His Majesty the Barbarian Sovereign's questions. "Greetings, Your Majesty." He respectfully bowed, a look of respect on his face. "Everything you do will be known by the entire barbarian race. We will chant Your Majesty's name and carry out your will." Qin Yu said, "Meng Shan, this is all I can do. As for the frontal battlefield with the various countries, I will need you to deal with it." After a moment of thought, he grasped his hand and the ancestral court scepter fell into it. "Next, in order to accelerate my cultivation of the Joss Flame Great Tao, I will cross the Eternal Sea and enter the human cultivation system to seek opportunities. During this period of time, the ancestral court will be handed over to you. I already have the authority to control it. No matter what, you must stabilize the situation and do not disappoint me." Great Shaman Meng Shan's body shook. He fell to his knees. "Yes, Your Majesty." He received the scepter with both hands but didn't stand up. "Your Majesty, I beg you to change your decision. Do not put yourself in danger. The human cultivation system is too strong. Over the years, according to the clues I have gathered, I have come to a conclusion that the current human cultivation system is not something the barbarians can contend with. But, I don't know why, but they haven't truly gone all out, otherwise the barbarians would have been exterminated long ago. Your Majesty, it is far too dangerous to enter the other side of the sea. If there is an accident, the barbarians will truly be beyond redemption." Qin Yu waved his hand. "I have already made my decision. Meng Shan, there is no need to say anything more. Accelerating the cultivation of the Joss Flame Great Tao and igniting it as soon as possible was the only way to survive. Otherwise, death was only a matter of time." Qin Yu would never give up. Great Shaman Meng Shan forced a smile. "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. The barbarians cannot bear the price of losing Your Majesty." I know." Qin Yu stood up. "How much do you know about the Eternal Sea? After I make some preparations, I will leave." Great Shaman Meng Shan said, "Your Majesty, among the barbarians, the one who knows the most about the Eternal Ocean is Great Shaman Earthly Fire. In the past, he had fought his way into the Eternal Ocean and fought against a human cultivator." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "Very good. Go and invite Earthfire over." "Yes, Your Majesty." Great Shaman Meng Shan turned and left. Soon, he hurried back with Great Shaman Earthfire following behind him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." He respectfully bowed. Qin Yu said, "Earthfire, tell me everything you know about the Eternal Sea. Do not hide anything." "Yes." Great Shaman Earthfire respectfully said. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke of everything he knew. To summarize it simply, The eternal sea was an indestructible moat. It seemed like an endless sea, but if one truly entered it, they would discover that it could be very small or infinitely large. As he spoke of this, great shaman Earthfire's face palpitated. In the past, I fought with a human cultivator and was lost in the depths of the eternal sea. I nearly died there, but I was lucky enough to escape. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The eternal sea is very dangerous. Great shaman Earthfire nodded. Yes. There are many creatures in the eternal sea that do not exist in this world, and each one is incomparably powerful. In the past, I encountered a giant turtle that was 10,000 miles long. Its roars were like thunder and it could release endless thunder attacks that tore apart the skies for 100,000 miles. At that time, if it weren't for this giant turtle encountering a silver-winged bird that came flying out of nowhere, there would have been no way for me to escape. His eyes revealed worry. Your Majesty, if you wish to enter the eternal sea, you must be careful. That is a place that cannot be measured by common sense. Qin Yu said in a low voice, a place that cannot be measured by common sense. I must take a look. Chapter 1814. The 9 regions of the Great Desolate were an island. It was just that it was very, very large, so large that the countless creatures that lived here had never realized this. But this was the truth. Qin Yu stood in the extreme west of the western savages. In front of him was a boundless sea, with no end in sight. This was the eternal sea. Normally, with a true sovereign's cultivation, he could descend with a thought. But standing by the sea, Qin Yu found that this was impossible. He even felt an unknown fear in his heart. It seemed that using a true sovereign's method in the eternal sea would be extremely dangerous. Thinking of what the Earthfire shaman had said, Qin Yu's expression turned grave. He was silent for a moment, then shouted, "By Feifei." After a few breaths, space trembled, and she walked out. "My lord, you summoned me." Qin Yu said, "I will step into the eternal sea and go to the other side. Go to Xianyang and show yourself. Let the Qin Emperor sense your aura." His eyes were calm. "Do you understand what I mean?" Bai Feifei said, "I understand. Make the Qin Emperor afraid to come to the savage battlefield." Worry appeared on her face. "My lord, the eternal sea is eternal. You can cross it in one step, but you can also be trapped in it forever. Please be careful." Qin Yu nodded. "I understand." Bai Feifei bowed and took a step back. She would immediately go to Xianyang to complete Qin Yu's task. Looking up at the eternal sea, Qin Yu raised his hand, and the mountain river sword appeared. He threw it forward, and the mountain river sword expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a door. Qin Yu jumped up and sat cross-legged on the sword. The sword hummed. It flew across the sea at a low altitude, tearing through the water and leaving a white wave behind it. In the coastal area, Qin Yu saw the human cultivator's ship and the barbarians fighting. This was the first time he saw a war between 2 races. It was cruel and cold. In the eyes of both sides, there was only a deep hatred that could never be resolved. It was formed from the blood of both races. Compared to the savage battlefield, the war between the barbarians and the human cultivators was even more bloody. Qin Yu did not intervene. The mountain river sword rushed into the sea, avoiding the line of sight of both sides, and continued into the depths of the eternal sea. Soon, the sounds of battle disappeared. All that was left was the monotonous and dull horizon. Above his head, the 9 suns were still hanging high, sprinkling down endless light. But now, Qin Yu found it difficult to feel any warmth from this light. It was as if the 9 suns above his head were just reflections. He raised his head to look at the sky, and then at the boundless sea in front of him. He seemed to be deep in thought. However, the good news was that up until this moment, it was still calm, and no accidents had occurred. The eternal sea was incomparably quiet. It was like a peaceful old man, calmly staring at Qin Yu. Night fell. Sitting cross-legged on the mountain and river sword, Qin Yu's heart suddenly shrank, and he felt a sense of fear. Swish, when he opened his eyes, there was a full moon above his head. However, the moonlight could not shine down. It was as if the moment it neared the eternal sea, it was swallowed up. Boundless darkness covered the eternal sea. This didn't affect Qin Yu at all, but his complexion became even more dignified. Rumble, the seawater began to churn. The eternal sea, which had been quiet for an entire day, tore off its mask of a kind old grandpa when night fell, revealing its ruthless side. The violent waves brought with them a terrifying power, rushing over from all directions, wanting to destroy everything. However, these huge waves similarly couldn't affect Qin Yu. When they came within 1,000 feet of him, they would directly calm down and disappear. Thus, in the pitch-black sea, amidst the raging waves, there was an additional mirror-like place. Looking closely, one could see that at the edge of this mirror-like, there were countless tiny splashes of water exploding at the same time. That was the sword breath of the mountain and river sword. It split into countless rays, cutting through all the surging waves and cancelling out the power of the seawater. Only then did the calm scene appear. The waves became even larger, and the eternal sea became even more violent. The mountain and river sword let out a soft hum, and the sword hum could still be heard clearly amidst the roaring of the seawater. Qin Yu frowned slightly, not because of the violent eternal sea in front of him, but because he sensed a dangerous aura. However, the true danger still hadn't arrived. It was like the two sides were already close together, nearly facing each other. But there was a thin layer of paper that separated them from each other. They were close to each other, but they were also separated by two completely different worlds. Unless one took a single step forward, the two sides would never meet again. The darkness of night began to fade away. Light appeared on the horizon. 9 suns rose up, dispersing the darkness and causing the wild eternal sea to enter a sage mode once more. Beneath the sunlight, a gentle breeze blew and the seawater was gentle. It was like a child, with only a layer of mischievous shimmering waves that constantly rippled. One couldn't help but wonder if everything they experienced before was just an illusion. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't relax at all because of the current tranquility. The day passed and the night arrived. The eternal sea became wild once more. Qin Yu sat cross-legged on the mountain and river sword. He was like a bystander that didn't involve himself, quietly watching the tumbling and roaring eternal sea. Although the scene in front of him seemed terrifying, in truth it was impossible for it to cause any damage to Qin Yu. Another night passed. What followed was a new day, a repeat of the previous day. It was incomparably docile during the day and wild at night. In front of Qin Yu, the eternal sea constantly changed its face. Soon, half a month passed. And during this period of time, Qin Yu observed the 9 suns in the skies as well as the position of the full moon in the night sky. Finally, he determined something. The eternal sea was small, but it could also be infinitely large. Only now did Qin Yu understand the meaning of these words. And right now, he had fallen into the infinite vastness of the eternal sea. If he didn't change, he would forever remain in the eternal sea. He would experience the tranquility of the day and the brutality of the night, like an endless samsara. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu stood up. The hesitation in his eyes was completely suppressed at this moment. Since he had no choice but to take this step, there was no need to wait any longer. To spend half a month in the eternal sea was already an incomparably extravagant luxury. Qin Yu lifted his hand and put away the mountain and river sword. The surrounding heaven-shaking waves suddenly lost their suppression and rushed forwards. Facing the waves, his expression was calm. He took a step forwards. The realm of true sovereigns could be reached with a single step, but Qin Yu's step was different. The moment he stepped forwards, he passed through that untouchable barrier that truly existed. He had entered the true eternal sea. Or, to be more precise, he had entered the hidden world of the eternal sea. In front of him were towering mountains that towered into the skies. They were hundreds of thousands or millions of feet high, towering into the clouds. It was impossible to see the peaks of these mountains. These were astonishingly thick ancient trees. Each one would require tens of thousands of people to wrap their arms around it. The massive canopies of these trees blocked out the sky. If a single leaf fell down, it would be enough to crush a young man to death. Crash! The sound of rapid movement was accompanied by the sound of falling leaves being stepped on. Qin Yu turned to see a 40 to 50 foot large ant rushing towards him. Its compound eyes flashed with an icy cold light, It clearly regarded him as prey. In truth, this wasn't a strange scene. Qin Yu revealed a complex expression. He flicked his sleeves and sent the ant flying away. With a loud dong sound, the ant heavily smashed into the ground, crushing countless dried branches and leaves. The earth shook for a while. Of course, this was only to Qin Yu. As for the ancient trees around the ant, not even a single leaf shook. The ant struggled to turn around. Its compound eyes revealed fear and it turned to flee without hesitation. But the moment it moved, a bright red tongue shot out like lightning. It pierced through the ant's body and pulled it into its mouth, chewing on it. The skies darkened and a massive shadow covered the area. This was a 100,000-foot large pangolin. Its body was covered in icy cold scales that shimmered with a metallic luster. After swallowing the ant in 2 or 3 bites, the pangolin's icy cold eyes fell on Qin Yu. Perhaps it was because his body was too small and he wasn't attractive enough, or perhaps it was because Qin Yu easily flipped over the ant that the pangolin felt threatened. But it didn't attack. With a loud rumbling sound, it vanished into the jungle. Without accident, he had come to this place. In the past, in order to have the cosmic sea-cross bell recognize him as its master, Qin Yu's divine sense had descended into a different world. This was a place where everything was magnified countless times over, a place where incomparably terrifying demons and gods had descended. But today, his entire being had entered this place. The cosmic sea-cross bell crossed the sea. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. With a thought, the cosmic sea-cross bell in his soul space seemed to be touched by a finger. It began to ring on its own. The bell rang without a sound. The surroundings were quiet, without any change from before. This caused Qin Yu to frown. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? And as Qin Yu touched the cosmic sea-cross bell, in the distant sea region, great waves rose up. A pair of giant eyes rose up from the sea. They stared closely at Qin Yu, shock and joy in their eyes. Roar. With a loud roar, the great purple dragon shot into the skies, howling as it hurtled forwards. As for the great purple dragon's actions, it was like a torch had been tossed into a dry winter grassland. In an instant, a great fire ignited, turning into a prairie fire. With a deep roar, a mountain peak shattered. A great beast that had been hiding here for countless years revealed its fangs. It waved its claws, tearing through the air. It clawed at the great purple dragon, wanting to tear off a piece of its flesh. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the great purple dragon whipped its tail and sent the great beast flying away. The great beast tumbled in countless circles, crushing mountains and destroying countless ancient trees. It was unknown how many other life forms were crushed into meat patties, dying miserable deaths on the spot. But this strike wasn't able to cause too much damage to the great beast. Its defenses were astonishingly strong. It turned around and chased after the great purple dragon. One soared in the skies and the other galloped on the earth. With a single step, it crossed mountains and rivers, causing the entire world to tremble. But this was only the beginning. The great purple dragon flying in the skies suddenly roared out loud. It opened its mouth and spat out dragon flames, directly evaporating the clouds in front of it. A golden-winged roc appeared in front of it. Its wings spread out, seeming to cover the skies and cover tens of thousands of miles. This was truly a feather that could cover the world. Its golden eyes locked onto the great purple dragon, blazing with greed. It let out a cry, and the air vibrated and buzzed at high speed, condensing into transparent wind blades. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long, and they covered the entire space. The golden-winged roc flapped its wings and the wind blades howled out, hurtling towards the great purple dragon. It wanted to dismember it on the spot and turn it into a feast. Roar. The great purple dragon roared. The countless souls of nothingness that made up its body each began to emit a speck of light. As these countless specks of light gathered together, it was like a great sun had risen from the ground. A rich and dazzling light covered the great purple dragon, as if it were wearing a suit of armor of light. It didn't dodge. Instead, it allowed the peerless wind blades to strike its body. With the armor of light, it directly passed through the attack of the wind blades. A dignified look appeared in the golden-winged roc's golden eyes. It could sense that something was wrong with the great purple dragon. It seemed to be in a hurry to rush somewhere. What did it want to do? And as the golden-winged roc was lost in thought, another great beast arrived. This was an incomparably massive three-headed ape that towered into the clouds. As it breathed, it emitted the sound of wind and thunder. At this time, it was wildly running across the earth. It leapt onto the summit of a 1,000,000-foot-high mountain and crushed the mountain peak beneath its feet. The three-headed ape's massive body soared into the skies, crashing into the light. Its arms spread out in an attempt to grab the great purple dragon. At the same time, the three-headed ape opened its mouth, revealing 10,000-foot-long fangs. As long as it was bitten down, it would be able to tear the great purple dragon in half. However, it was at this moment that an enraged cry rang out. The three-headed giant ape's 6 eyes were filled with shock and fury, and it tried to dodge to the side. However, 2 of the tail feathers pierced through its body, and it was nailed to the ground, letting out a pained roar. The one who had attacked was the golden-winged roc in the skies. Now, beneath its wings, it was like an eternal night had descended, plunging the earth into darkness. It was because of this that the great purple dragon that was covered in armor of light was even more dazzling. But now, the three-headed giant ape that had attacked was actually knocked to the ground by it. Roar! Roar! Angry roars sounded out from all directions. Towering figures that supported the heavens appeared in everyone's line of sight. In this world that seemed like the land of divinity and demons, all the slumbering great beasts had been awakened by the great purple dragon. Their eyes stubbornly locked onto the great purple dragon, and the roars from their mouths became even louder. It wasn't yet time to hunt and eat. For the great purple dragon to suddenly rush out of the sea was a pleasant surprise for them. But now, the golden-winged roc was protecting the great purple dragon, not allowing the great beasts to hunt it down and divide its food. It immediately became the target of all. The golden-winged roc's wings could cover the stars, but it didn't fear this at all. Its golden eyes were icy cold, and its cries became even sharper and colder. Its unyielding will was transmitted to all the great beasts. They gradually fell silent. Although they were filled with anger and unwillingness, they didn't dare to disobey. This was because the golden-winged roc in the skies was the strongest of all the great beasts in this world. There were no great beasts that dared to oppose it. Within the armor of light, a trace of hesitation flashed in the great purple dragon's eyes. It sensed the roc's thoughts, but it soon vanished from sight. After it rushed out of the sea, it no longer had a choice. It could either find the person it had been waiting for, or it could be cleanly divided up and eaten by the great beasts. And this sort of being hunted down and eaten again and again was something that the great purple dragon didn't want to experience again. It wanted to truly live. Roar! With a roar, the great purple dragon sped up. In the skies, the golden-winged roc's eyes were icy cold, but there was a hint of joy in them. It flapped its wings and followed behind the great purple dragon. At the same time, it deterred the covetous eyes from attacking it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled and rumbled. Great beasts wildly ran. They stubbornly followed behind, waiting for an opportunity. The entire different world fell into chaos. Luckily, after the world was destroyed, it would soon repair itself. Otherwise, no matter how vast this magnificent different world was, it would still be smashed to pieces by the great beast. Chapter 18:15. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He looked into the distant horizon. Loud rumbling sounds rang out, like thunderclaps that shook the world. The clouds churned. Even from a great distance, one could still feel an incomparably powerful pressure. Roar, a roar rang out above their heads. The earth trembled and cracked as a gigantic beast strode over. Its body was millions of meters long, and it was even more majestic than a mountain. With a single step, it could cross an endless distance. Without pausing, the great beast rushed off into the distance. And where it went was where Qin Yu was looking. Something had happened. Although he didn't know what was happening, it was best to stay as far away as possible. After all, even with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he could feel the pressure. What he was thinking about now was how to leave this place, cross the eternal sea, and enter the realm of human cultivators. Thus, Qin Yu didn't want to join in on the fun. If the giant beasts of this terrifying different world wanted to fight to the death, he would let them do as they pleased. But soon, the complexion of Qin Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, changed. This was because the rolling clouds at the end of his line of sight seemed to be moving towards his location. Frowning, he restrained his aura and dodged to the side. Something's wrong. A moment later, Qin Yu came to a sudden stop. He turned to look at the fog behind him and then at his surroundings. There were a few large mountains that propped up the sky, and they were majestic and magnificent as they pierced into the clouds, displaying a majestic aura. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery. He was mainly using them to determine his position. The cloud was following him. Swish. Qin Yu's feet moved and he changed directions. This attempt allowed him to confirm his previous thoughts. And during this period of time, Qin Yu encountered two more giant beasts. One was a giant fish with 8 wings that flapped its wings in the air, and the other was a silver-white heavenly wolf that leapt across mountains and rivers. Their goal was the distant clouds. What was going on? Qin Yu thought back to when he had touched the cosmic sea-cross bell just now. Could it be because of it? But that wasn't right. Even now, the cosmic sea-cross bell hadn't moved at all, not the slightest bit of reaction. Qin Yu tried to awaken its consciousness but didn't obtain a response. After thinking about it for a bit, he temporarily suppressed it. Qin Yu looked up into the distance at the rapidly moving cloud. He took a deep breath and took out the mountain river sword. Puff! The sword peak instantly sank into the ground, creating a large hole. He leaped into it. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he could only face it. However, hiding underground was at least a layer of obstruction. If the situation was troublesome or out of his ability to deal with it, he could take the opportunity to escape and slowly come up with a plan. When he had first spoken to the little blue lamp, Qin Yu's heroic spirit had reached the clouds. He was a true sovereign and had also stepped into the great road of Joss Flame. He was indeed strong and had the confidence to look down on others. But after leaving the desolate region and entering the Eternal Sea, Qin Yu wouldn't be careless at all. This world was very big, and there were all kinds of variables and accidents, just like this alternate world in the Eternal Sea. So what if there was a true emperor? He was only qualified to step into it. The pressure he felt from the clouds was the best evidence. It was best to be careful. After entering deep underground, Qin Yu held his breath and looked upwards. Although there was a thick earth separating them, this wasn't a problem for Qin Yu. He could still clearly sense everything that was occurring outside. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder filled the air. The earth began to shake and rumble. Countless great beasts galloped across the earth. In the clouds, there was a cry. Qin Yu's complexion changed, because he wasn't unfamiliar with this sound. When he first arrived in this alternate world with his divine sense, he had personally experienced it. Who? Flames appeared out of thin air. The high temperature burned away the clouds, causing them to turn into nothingness. A golden-winged rock hid within. Its wings were wide enough to cover the galaxy and its incomparably sharp golden eyes were able to pierce through all. Beneath the golden-winged rock was a giant purple dragon. Its body was incomparably large, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Qin Yu wasn't unfamiliar with this giant purple dragon. In the past, he had personally witnessed another one being slain. When the cosmic sea-cross bell recognized him as its master, the golden soul of nothingness he obtained came from that dead giant purple dragon. This was because its 10,000-mile body was composed of countless palm-sized souls of nothingness. The three-headed ape had a fierce expression and its chest was stained with blood. Even so, it found it hard to conceal the endless cruelty in its eyes. The scales on the pangolin's body had turned pale gold. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at the purple dragon. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. The deep orchid jellyfish floated in the air, its countless tentacles floating in the air. A blue fog lingered around its body. Everything that fell into this fog would instantly decay into powder. In addition, there were countless other types of giant beasts. Each of them was 1,000,000 feet tall and their auras were terrifying existences comparable to divinities and demons. Now that they were gathered together, a chaotic and cruel aura wove together. Wherever they went, mountains and rivers would collapse and rivers would collapse. Even the skies shook, constantly breaking apart. Suddenly, the giant purple dragon roared. It came to a stop and looked at the ground, excitement in its eyes. In the next moment, Qin Yu was horrified. The cold golden eyes of the golden-winged rock were coldly staring at him. Even though he was deep underground right now, he still felt as if he had been locked onto. With a cry, the golden-winged rock's eyes erupted with a golden light. Hum. In this world, everything within its range fell into a state of stillness. The rules of space and time came to a standstill. It was like an extreme cold had arrived, instantly freezing all movement and turning this space into a giant block of ice. The pangolin, whose body was covered in golden scales, roared like a bull. Yellow light gushed out from its four limbs, and the ground beneath it instantly collapsed. Then, the temperature rose crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of magma. Qin Yu was hiding underground, trying to leave some room for himself. But now, he could see with his own eyes just how terrifying these giant beasts were. Besides their astonishing size, they also possessed all sorts of powerful supernatural abilities. Hum! The mountain and river sword cried out. An invisible sword aura erupted, covering Qin Yu and isolating him from the magma. Qin Yu howled upwards. He broke through the red magma and appeared in front of the many giant beasts. He was instantly locked onto. The golden-winged rock's pupils shrank. It actually spoke, "I remember you." Its voice was like a thunderclap. It stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, revealing a fierce and excited expression. "In the past, you were the one who escaped from my hands and stole away my golden spirit soul." The eyes of the giant beasts turned blazing hot, as if they wanted to roast Qin Yu on the spot. But at this time, the purple dragon suddenly roared. It crazily rushed towards Qin Yu, its eyes filled with ecstasy. It was unknown what it thought of, but the golden-winged rock suddenly spread its wings. Its wings covered the sky, sealing off all directions. A terrifying sealing power descended. It was as if the 3 mountains and 5 seas had been moved in that instant, suppressing everything. The surface of the purple dragon's body began to burn with flames. These flames were an incomparably deep purple, blazing and decisive. Today, at this step, if they didn't succeed they would die. All of the souls of nothingness chose to give it their all. The purple flames possessed an inconceivable ability. They could directly burn away the suppressive strength released by the golden-winged rock, burning a path through them. But unfortunately, what it needed to face today was not just the golden-winged rock. There were also over 100 giant beasts, all of them looking at it as if it were barbecued pork. Roar! The 3-headed ape roared. It clenched its fists and smashed them together. With a heaven-shaking explosion, a net of thunder exploded, directly sucking in the purple dragon. With loud crackling sounds, lightning exploded, wrapping around the purple dragon like giant chains. Being bound by the chains of thunder was only the beginning. The deep blue jellyfish trembled around it. It actually ignored the suppression of the golden-winged rock and appeared directly above the purple dragon. The deep blue light that lingered around its body sprinkled down like snowflakes, each one causing a tongue of fire to vanish and annihilating the flames around the purple dragon's body. The 8 sky-propping spiders spat out a great white net. This net didn't fear the burning of the flames at all. It passed through the sea of flames and fell onto the purple dragon's body. There was the sound of rotting flesh and blood. This white net corroded the souls of nothingness on the surface and sank into the purple dragon's body. Giant beasts attacked one after another, wanting to stop the purple dragon. But at this time, the golden-winged rock's eyes had already fallen onto Qin Yu. Its wings flapped and the space around Qin Yu instantly shattered. Endless terrifying strength gathered towards a single point and collapsed, like a great mouth swallowing up the entire region. Boom! A terrifying sword aura erupted, condensing into a towering sword that pierced through the darkness. Qin Yu walked out. But his expression was incomparably solemn. He didn't relax in the slightest. It wasn't just because of the golden-winged rock's strength, but also because of the terrifying giant beasts in front of him. Each of them had the strength of an Emperor Realm expert. This was inconceivable. One man, one sword. No matter how confident Qin Yu was in himself, he was well aware that unless he made a breakthrough and ignited the Joss Flame Great Tao, he would be able to slaughter his way out. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die. As for escaping, Qin Yu gave up when he saw the golden-winged rock's pair of wings that could feed tens of thousands of people. Roar! Roar! The purple dragon roared and struggled with all its might. It approached Qin Yu, its eyes full of anxiety. It was strong indeed. It was able to struggle even under the suppression of the golden-winged rock and the other giant beasts. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes meeting the purple dragon's. The moment their gazes met, the cosmic sea-cross bell in his soul space, the earth shook. Clang 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 clang. There was actually a sound this time, but it was very weak. It wasn't even worth mentioning to the terrifying giant beasts in front of him. But the moment the bell rang, all the giant beasts, including the golden-winged rock, revealed pained expressions. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Roar! Roar! The purple dragon struggled even more fiercely. The purple flames around its body surged. It was on the verge of going berserk and losing control. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He was now certain that the scene in front of him was caused by the cosmic sea-cross bell. In other words, this purple dragon was coming for him. From the dragon's eyes, Qin Yu could read ecstasy, excitement, anger, unwillingness, despair, all sorts of emotions intertwined together. But none of them were negative towards Qin Yu. Help it. Qin Yu made his decision. He raised the mountain river sword, which vibrated violently. It could feel Qin Yu's thoughts and also realized the situation it was facing. Swish! The sword slashed out. This sword went straight for the purple dragon, but before it could touch it, a terrifying collision occurred. The power that imprisoned and suppressed the giant dragon was directly slashed apart by the mountain and river sword, and a path was created. The purple dragon fiercely roared, breaking free of its shackles. Its great tail swept out, stirring up wild tides and causing the void to shake with a terrifying strength. The golden-winged rock angrily cried out. It swept out its wings to stabilize itself, but the other giant beasts that were chasing it were forcefully pushed back. The purple dragon had never erupted with such a formidable strength before. To increase its strength to such a degree required a great deal of damage. But it was also because of this that the dragon's determination was clear. The golden-winged rock tried to block it, but it was already too late. The 10,000-mile-long purple dragon crashed into Qin Yu. Compared to the two of them, Qin Yu was more like a weak and tiny ant. But as the two collided, there was no sound at all and no fluctuations of strength were released. The moment the purple dragon touched Qin Yu, it vanished from sight like an illusory shadow. That's right, it vanished, as if it had never appeared. In the next moment, within Qin Yu's soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell that had been silent for many years suddenly began to emit light. A purple dragon that had shrunk countless times appeared on the surface of the heavily damaged bell, constantly swimming up and down. And as this happened, the cosmic sea-cross bell began to repair itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was clearly a good thing. But right now, Qin Yu didn't have the mind to pay too much attention to this. He glanced over it and then drew back his divine sense. Whoosh! With a sword cry, Qin Yu leapt onto the mountain river sword and turned to leave. What nonsense! The purple dragon was gone. Even an idiot would know that this was related to him. Now, the eyes of these giant beasts were so fierce that they wished they could tear Qin Yu to shreds. If he didn't run away, would he just stay here and wait for death? Kill him! The golden-winged rock roared. It was enraged that the purple dragon had escaped right under its nose. But this wasn't the key point. What was most important was the sound of a bell emitting from Qin Yu's body just now. Some ancient memories sealed deep within its bloodline were gradually being unsealed, causing it to feel endless fear. So, Qin Yu had to die. He absolutely could not live. Bang! The golden-winged rock fiercely flapped its wings. Its body blotted out the skies and it instantly vanished. In the next moment, it had caught up to Qin Yu. Puff! Puff! Hundreds and thousands of terrifying wind blades slashed towards him. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He lifted his hand and grasped forwards. A small world instantly descended. At the same time, his entire body sank down like a boulder. Bang! Bang! With every loud explosion, the wind blades slashed against the small world. The mountain river sword in Qin Yu's hand constantly shook. Bang! He crashed into the earth, directly plunging deep underground. The golden-winged rock was far too strong and its speed was terrifying. If it flew in the sky, Qin Yu would never be able to escape. If he went underground, the chances of him escaping weren't high, but he could at least buy himself some time. The cosmic Sea-Cross bell was repairing itself, and the golden-winged rock's extreme reaction seemed to prove something. So, Qin Yu didn't need to fight against these terrifying giant beasts alone. As long as he could last for a period of time, there would be a relatively clear result. An angry cry exploded above his head. It was the golden-winged rock. It hadn't lost sight of Qin Yu. At this moment, it suddenly flipped over. Countless feathers howled and shot towards it. They sank into the earth and instantly tore open a terrifying hole. At the same time, a power that froze everything descended once more. Everything fell into stillness. Qin Yu had become an immovable target. Chapter 1816. The mountain and river sword erupted. Trillions of sword breaths were released, instantly forming a small world that tore apart the still world. Qin Yu punched out a fist. The earth beneath him collapsed and shattered. He drew back to dodge. In the next moment, the golden-winged rock's feathers pierced through the earth, tearing open a terrifying hole that seemed to lead straight to hell. At this time, within Qin Yu's soul space, the cosmic Sea-Cross bell trembled once more before vanishing from sight. Then, it appeared in front of Qin Yu. Light flowed around it, revealing Mai's figure, or to be more precise, this was her form after transforming. Her purple dress was a bit tight, fitting her curves. A giant purple dragon circled around it. This wasn't embroidered, but was constantly swimming about. As the dragon opened and closed its eyes, it exuded a solemn and dignified aura. At this time, Mai wore a purple dragon robe and her eyes were closed. She was like an ancient empress descending, her momentum boundless. Sure, she opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Qin Yu. She stepped forwards and fell to one knee. "I welcome your return." The golden-winged rock that had chased after them revealed a look of panic. It flapped its wings without hesitation, wanting to flee. With the speed of a rock, a single flap of its wings could cross hundreds of thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, it was on the horizon. But now, the golden-winged rock let out a plaintive cry. The rapidly shaking air around it rapidly calmed down. An invisible net seemed to appear around it, trapping the golden-winged rock within. It desperately struggled, but the suppression from its bloodline and soul caused it to lose all strength, leaving it unable to move at all. If the golden-winged rock was like this, then those giant beasts from another world that had chased after it were even worse. The three-headed ape's eyes widened. It spat out the power of wind and thunder and then turned to flee. But before it could take 2 or 3 steps, its body that supported the heavens froze, as if all its strength had been sucked out of it. It fell to the ground, smashing through several mountains and crushing many rivers. The deep blue jellyfish roared like a great whale. Space twisted as it prepared to use its supernatural ability to teleport away. But before the shaking space could cover its figure, it was forcefully flattened. The deep blue jellyfish fell to the ground in distress. Massive wounds tore through its body and blue blood gushed out. One by one, these ferocious and mighty beasts that could tear the heavens and the earth apart with a single move had now become limp shrimps that had fallen to the ground. Because as the cosmic Sea-Cross bell recovered and was repaired, they were all being suppressed. Qin Yu could clearly sense everything that was occurring outside. Although he expected that the situation would change once the cosmic Sea-Cross bell was repaired, he never imagined that such a scene would occur. The cosmic Sea-Cross bell had used its own power to suppress all the otherworld behemoth. Looking at the incomparably respectful Mai kneeling on the ground, Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, just what is going on?" Mai said, "This world is your pasture, they are all your cattle and sheep." She raised her head, her fair and exquisite face revealing an icy coldness, like a piece of ancient cold jade. "They are too impudent." Qin Yu frowned. I don't understand what you're saying. Mai said, that's because you are the ancient race's monarch. You are the ancient race's last hope in this world. All of this has been waiting for you to arrive, for you to awaken, for you to take back everything that the ancient race has lost. For this day, I have already slumbered for far too long. But luckily, I followed my instincts and found you. She stood up. Now, let me help you complete the final step and truly become the ancient race's monarch. Sure, she vanished from sight. In the next moment, a great sun appeared in the skies of this terrifying different world. It shined with blinding brilliance. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that this wasn't a great sun, but a bell that had been enlarged countless times over. This was the perfectly repaired cosmic sea-cross bell. A giant purple dragon circled around the surface of the bell, constantly swimming about. Ding 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 dong, the ringing of the bell echoed out. With a loud rumble, it set off a tsunami of sound that spread throughout the entire different world in several breaths of time. All living beings in this world, no matter where they were, no matter where they were, no matter where they were, all felt fear and despair that rose from the depths of their hearts. This was because this ringing of the bell contained a will that came from their bloodline and soul, a will that they couldn't resist. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the entire earth was smashed apart. The surrounding area for tens of thousands of miles turned into an abyss. The golden-winged rock collapsed within, its wings desperately struggling, causing countless cracks to spread out. But it still couldn't soar into the skies. This was because its ability to soar above the highest heavens and freely wander through the world had been forcefully stripped away. Beneath the light of the cosmic sea-cross bell, the golden-winged rock's golden eyes revealed a look of pain. Faint traces of golden fog gushed out from its body, gathering towards the cosmic sea-cross bell above its head. It wasn't just the golden-winged rock. At this time, all the giant beasts and life forms in this different world were being suppressed and plundered. No, it would be more accurate to say that they were taking back the strength that they had stolen from them in the past. The strength that belonged to the ancient race. Qin Yu rushed out from underground. Standing in the skies, he looked down at the world below, his heart shaking. Soon, his eyes couldn't help but fall onto the cosmic sea-cross bell above his head. His heart raced like thunder, making him feel a rush of excitement and urgency that he couldn't suppress. At this time, more or less of the golden fog that flew out from the giant beasts of this different world gathered into the cosmic sea-cross bell, gradually turning into a golden pool. After the outline of the golden pool appeared, the fog drilled into it. One could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. But at this time, countless memories that carried with them the aura of ancient years erupted within Qin Yu's mind. A pained expression appeared on his face as countless pictures appeared in front of him. Endless years ago, the ancient race had already predicted that their entire race would face such a fate. For the continuation of their race, their inheritance, and their future rise, they had made many preparations. The seeds that represented the future of their race were scattered out one at a time. At the same time, they left behind a pasture that belonged to the ancient race. They sealed away the strength of the ancient race here forever, waiting for their people to awaken in the future and return here to inherit everything of the ancient race. What happened was that when the cosmic sea-cross bell was damaged, the strength of the ancient race that was suppressed here spread out and was stolen by the life forms in the pasture. Thus, this terrifying different world was created. And now, Qin Yu was the only seed that the ancient race had sown, one that had smoothly grown. This was why Mai had told him that this world was Qin Yu's pasture and all these giant beasts were his cattle and sheep. And now, what the cosmic sea-cross bell was doing was taking back the strength of the ancient race from the giant beasts, gathering it together and fusing it into Qin Yu's body, helping him become the true king of the ancient race. Qin Yu lifted a hand and rubbed the point between his eyebrows, relieving the aching and swelling feeling. He looked at the cosmic sea-cross bell and then at the ground, at those giant beasts that were trembling in pain but couldn't do anything. He suddenly realized something. Perhaps the damage to the cosmic sea-cross bell and the leakage of the ancient race's strength was all within the ancient race's expectations. In other words, all of this was likely intentional by the ancient race. This was because the strength of the ancient race that had been stolen wasn't too formidable at the start. But as these giant beasts continued to multiply and multiply, Their numbers had reached an astonishing level. Once they were gathered together, it would be enough to help the juniors of the ancient race rise to inconceivable boundaries. Mai appeared at Qin Yu's side. She respectfully said, "Your guess isn't correct." She looked at Qin Yu, a look of reminiscence in her eyes. In the past, after the ancient race sensed danger, they didn't have time to make too many arrangements. This pasture was their final chance and no one was willing to risk it. After all, if the ancient race's strength were to leak out, once it was lost or perished, everything would be irreversible. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. What happened in the past, no matter what the truth was, has already been forever buried in the endless river of time. We are only guessing based on our own subjective thoughts. He looked at Mai, his expression calm. Perhaps you just don't want to believe that the fact that you were injured in an accident and only awakened today was the will of the ancient race. Mai fell silent. After a long time she nodded. Perhaps that is the case, but that isn't important. This is because I belong to the ancient race and it was the ancient race that created me. She lifted a hand and pointed at the cosmic sea-cross bell. When the strength of the ancient race is completely extracted, you can absorb it and transform into the king of the ancient race, possessing the formidable strength of the ancient race at their peak. Qin Yu nodded. He didn't deny this point, and an even more formidable strength was what he urgently needed. But the problem was whether or not the sudden appearance of a powerful ancient race would provoke even more unexpected troubles. After all, the ancient race had suffered a calamity back then, and they had almost been wiped out. This was all because of the blazing sun. He had no choice but to consider this point. As the saying goes, the more lice there are, the less itchy it will be. The reason was that the lice were not strong enough. It was better to avoid tigers and wolves that could bite off his neck in one bite if possible. Qin Yu voiced his worries. He said, "Don't worry, the meaning of my existence is to help the ancient race rise once more. After I recover, I will be able to conceal your aura. Then there's no problem." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He looked forward to absorbing the strength of the ancient race and seeing just how powerful he would become. Just as Qin Yu was looking forward to absorbing the power of the ancient race beings, the gigantic beasts on the ground could feel the shadow of death descending upon them. Their bloodline and even their souls had inevitably been influenced by the power of the ancient race in the long history of reproduction. Now, the power that belonged to the ancient race had been extracted and stripped away. To them, death had arrived. The golden-winged rock revealed an unwilling look. It was so powerful, nearly standing at the peak of the world, but it had been trapped here forever. It had never taken a single step out to see the true world outside. And now, it was about to die. Roar, roar, giant beasts roared out loud, filled with sorrow, fear, and despair. Qin Yu saw all of this. His eyes flashed and he said, Mai, if I absorb the strength of the ancient race, will they all die?" Mei's eyes were icy cold. They offended their superiors, they all deserved to die. Qin Yu said, "I have stepped into the Joss Flame Great Tao." Mai frowned. "You plan on keeping them as your believers?" Qin Yu nodded. The submission of powerhouses could provide a formidable assistance in cultivating the Joss Flame Great Tao. There were over 100 giant beasts in front of him, and there were thousands or even tens of thousands of times more giant beasts in this entire different world. If he could obtain their submission, that would be no different from helping Qin Yu establish another divine kingdom and obtaining a formidable Joss Flame Great Tao. Mai said, "They all have the stolen strength of the ancient race within them. If you want to keep their lives, there will be no way for them to transform and become a true king of the ancient race. I ask that you carefully consider this point." Qin Yu said, "If I become a king of the ancient race, will I be able to kill the long-lived species?" Mai shook her head. "No, but it will be enough for you to contend with the long-lived species, or even be stronger than them." Qin Yu said, "The ancient race suffered a great calamity in the past. The fundamental reason was that our ancestors tried to establish their own divine kingdom and ignite the Joss Flame Great Tao, so I believe that the path I am taking now is the correct one." He stepped forwards. With a thought, the phantom of a towering Goliath sovereign appeared in the world. It was like a divine mountain that supported the heavens, releasing a boundless aura. And above the Goliath sovereign's head, There was a burning great Tao that twisted and turned, displaying its unsurpassed momentum. I am the king of the ancient race, the true master of this world. You have stolen the strength of the ancient race, and that is why you were able to cultivate to this day. Today, I should have taken back the strength of the ancient race and you would have all died. All of your years of cultivation would have turned to ash. But now, I am willing to give you a chance. Submit to me and I will give you a chance to continue living. Qin Yu lifted a hand. The Goliath sovereign's phantom followed suit. With a loud rumble, the vast strength of the world swept up, its momentum astonishing. The great Tao burning above its head became even more intense, emitting a powerful aura that suppressed the world. Make your choice. Submit to me or die here. This will be your final chance. The golden-winged rock that was smashed deep into the ground revealed a struggling look in its eyes. Its noble bloodline and its own dignity made it unwilling to bow its head. But now, the strength of the ancient race within its body was constantly being plundered away. It could already feel the thick taste of death, cold and decaying. It instinctively felt fear and despair. It would really die. At this time, the roars of giant beasts echoed out. As they fell to the ground, under the threat of death, they chose to lower their heads without hesitation. Giant beasts struggled to crawl on the ground. They faced Qin Yu, expressing their awe and submission. But, they only accounted for less than half of the giant beasts in front of him. The other giant beasts remained silent, waiting. Qin Yu's eyes fell on the golden-winged rock, cold and indifferent. The golden-winged rock stared at him for several breaths of time. Finally, it lowered its head and emitted a deep cry. The other giant beasts also expressed their submission. Qin Yu stepped forwards and arrived in front of the cosmic sea-cross bell. The great purple dragon that circled around it lowered its head in awe. He turned and looked down at the earth. The strength of the ancient race was stolen by you, but today, I will bestow this strength upon you. From this day forth, you are all a part of the ancient race, my most powerful subordinate. Bang! Within the cosmic sea-cross bell, the gathered pool shattered. Endless golden fog flew out, howling into the earth. The great beasts breathed it in through their noses and mouths, immediately restoring their spirits. In fact, their auras were even stronger than before. This was because their current strength was no longer stolen. Rather, it was rightfully bestowed upon them. It was a strength that truly belonged to them. The golden-winged rock revealed a complex look. But, it knew that after fusing with the strength of the ancient race, it would never be able to defy Qin Yu's will. It prostrated itself on the ground and said in a low voice, "Greetings, king of the ancient race." Roar, roar, countless giant beasts roared. Bang! At this moment, Qin Yu could clearly feel a massive amount of Joss flame power gathering towards him. The speed at which it fused into the great Tao rose with it.